All right. Well, welcome to the show, Karyn. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
And we're excited today to talk about leadership. And I know it's something that Johnny and I hear a lot of questions around, especially with our clients who are now moving into leadership roles in their career. And it's one of those areas where there isn't training in school. Of course, a lot of times we get placed in these leadership roles without a clear understanding or even witnessed good leadership, right? So oftentimes we have bad bosses, we have mentors who maybe don't have strong leadership skills, and now we're in a role where we have to lead people. So we're going to unpack the science of great leadership today. And I'd love to just kick this off to hear a little bit of how you got involved in leadership training and what leadership really means to you.
My story into leadership development is kind of an interesting one. So my doctorate's in marriage and families. I'm actually a registered therapist. I still practice one day a week. People actually often ask me if I still practice, but I do. For a lot of reasons, I still do. One of them is that I just love it. But I started my work 25 years ago. I was in my early 20s, and I was asked by a local doctor to set up a practice within his medical center. And because I was so young, I was 22 at the time, and I had all these teenagers as my clients. And I learned very quickly that a lot of therapists don't like working with teenagers. It's a niche market. They're very particular. And I love young people. I love their curiosity and their passion. And because also my focus was very solution focused, I love to address what's the problem. Let's try to fix this head on. And so people saw results really quickly. And so the word got out. 200 doctors started sending me their patients, and my practice literally exploded. And so in Canada, I became quite well known as being a teen expert or a millennial expert. And I started doing speaking tours across the country, and companies would sponsor my work. And it was all super fun. And I did television. I was telling Johnny I had a music talk show, worked with all the record labels. It was a psychology music talk show. And it was all around kind of teenagers and millennials. And so I did that for the first 10 years. And then it was really interesting when millennials hit the workforce. I started getting calls from companies, and it was the companies that were sponsoring my work. So the Pepsis and the Microsofts and the eHarmonies, and so these companies that I was working with, I started getting calls from those CEOs and the senior leaders saying, "Karyn, your doctorate's in systems, family systems. Could you apply what you know from family systems into the workplace? Because we're now hiring millennials and we don't understand them. We don't know how they need to be managed. Managers are having a major retention problem." So I thought, why not? I love people, so I'll just kind of transfer that knowledge. And I found it was actually pretty easy. I mean, people are people, right? So I started working with companies of all sizes, a lot of family businesses, Fortune 500 companies, on really helping their managers manage millennials. And as I dove into that work, it became crystal clear that there were certain managers that were crushing it and some managers that were doing a terrible job. And when I looked very deeply at it, it was basically emotional intelligence. So the managers that were doing a great job and had these great engaged teams, they had high emotional intelligence. And those managers who didn't have it, they had, people were quitting, without warnings. Like, where's Johnny? I don't know where Johnny is. Johnny's like not showing up today. No offense to Johnny. That's a terrible name that now that I realize that Johnny's on this call. But, if I've got, so there's kind of this whole sense around, if managers don't have leadership emotional intelligence, they're going to have major problems. So that's where my niche and focus really ended up. And I became excited about the topic because leadership, emotional intelligence are skills people can learn. It's not taught in business school, and yet it is literally the number one predictor of around engagement and retention is the leadership EQ score of a manager. And so that's where I landed. And so wrote a book called The Three Chairs. It came out last year. That hit number 2 on the Wall Street Journal, and then just did a TED Talk about it as well. But I'm passionate about it because when people learn about leadership emotional intelligence, it benefits every part of their life. It benefits their team, it benefits the company, it benefits the profit, and it also benefits their personal life and their relationship, marriage, and kids as well. So it's been just an amazing journey and so much fun.
I think in that story lies part of why emotional intelligence is so important and why some people had developed it and flourished in that role, and those who didn't kind of petered out and exhausted themselves, which is while rising through the ranks to get to a leadership position, you start to feel very confident in how you got there. So you have a fixed mindset of what allowed you to get there. And so this is how you're going to rule over your team, and you're going to expect the same to them. But people are different, and there's different motivations. And now The most important part is, while dealing with millennials, you're dealing with a generation gap that technology divided further. And so those motivations are completely different. If you have the emotional intelligence to understand you're not leading a group of people like yourself, you're leading a group of people, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different ideas, different growing up in different environments. So that emotional intelligence is going to allow you to speak to each one individually to find out what it is that is going to motivate them, rather than here's how I got here, and I expect the same from you guys, and you're going to need to follow the lead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of why, we need the education. People often ask me around kind of the focus around education. Like, we still need education. The education's still going to kind of get us in the door. But what we find is the best predictor really for around when people are getting promoted, it's no longer those technical skills, it's those EQ skills. Because you can know, like, we do a lot of work with engineers, accountants, law firms, professional groups, people that are super bright. You can have very, very high IQ and very low EQ. It actually uses different parts of the brain. People think it's not correlated. So that's why, it's fascinating. So you can have this incredible sense of skill in this one part of your life. You get into the workforce, you get into your job, you're doing really well at this, and all of a sudden you get promoted. But when the second you're promoted and you are now managing people skills are a totally different set of skills than the technical skills. And so that's why you can do really well on the technical side and do really terrible at the managing side. And this is why we get hired. We work with companies in 7 countries around the world, different industries, to help managers learn how to successfully manage people, because it's a totally different set of skills.
Well, you talk about this in the book, and I think it's such an important observation that many in their career look at the title as granting them leadership. So it's like, if I just get to this upper management level and I get the title, then people will listen to me, they'll give me respect, and all this is going to fall into place. But actually, it's the opposite. It's the real work begins when you become a leader, because you have to work on your own self-awareness. And as Johnny said, yes, there are some leaders who know how they themselves are motivated and how they got there, but oftentimes they don't even realize it, because, to your point, a lot of these technical skills, these highly developed skill sets, don't often involve interaction with other people, don't involve motivating teams. It's you siloed working with a computer. It's you siloed working with your hands, getting very proficient at that one distinct skill set. But then all of a sudden you're asked, well, you have to lead a team with that skill set. How does that translate over? And how do we actually learn those soft skills? Because Johnny and I completely agree, and it's why we started The Art of Charm. But I know there are still people who listen to this show who are like, some people just have it. Some people have IQ. They're born with it. How do we actually really develop it if we've now recognized that this is a gap, and I know that my company or management's not going to give me the training necessary? I'm on my own to develop these skills.
Honestly, this is why I am so passionate about this topic, because once I really did, digging in terms of what exactly is emotional intelligence, and realized these are skills we can learn. This is not like IQ that tends to be more fixed. EQ is simply a set of skills. And here's a fun question. So in a typical business conference, if I'm speaking and I start talking about leadership EQ, and I'll say, okay, put your hand up if you know what emotional intelligence is, almost everybody's hand goes up. If I say, hey, tell me what is emotional intelligence, I am lucky if I get 1 to 2 people's hand to go up, even in an audience of like 500 people. And then if I say, tell me how you change it, nobody's hand goes up. And that's where there's a gap. So there's a ton of research on what EQ is, and Johnny's like bursting laughing right now.
Everyone over indexes on their emotional intelligence. And we laugh, and we're like, we're doing this show. We see the research, and we see how people interact with that. And also we understand those blind spots and patterns as we've been doing this for 15 years.
So that's where so there's been tons of research that emotional intelligence is a proven science, that it is correlated with engagement and retention, period. And we're seeing this even more so than the internet. I mean, EQ has always been important, but where we really kind of saw a massive shift is when the internet hit, because all of a sudden, you can take somebody who has got drive, who's got goals, that has self-discipline, can get themselves a mentor, and all of a sudden they're crushing it in the workplace. All of that is they've just used their EQ, right? So before it was more traditional, you had to get the education to kind of quote unquote be successful. What we're seeing now is that education is still important, but it's not as important well, certainly as the same part, if not EQ is actually even a little bit more important. So to your point, AJ, the first thing is for people to understand what it is, to understand what it is, and then to actually measure it, and then you kind of figure out what are the tools that I need to kind of help expand it. So I like taking a lot of research, finding the patterns, and simplifying in a way that's really easy for people to understand. So for everybody listening, the next time you hear a speaker talk about emotional intelligence, they say, "Do you know what it is?" They put your hand up, and you say, "What is it?" You can actually, very confidently put your hand up and say, "Yes, I know what it is." So what EQ is are 5 skills. It spells the acronym CARDS. It's our own little acronym. It helps people remember it. I like acronyms because it helps us kind of chunk that information. So here are the 5 skills, everybody, and I want you to just think to yourself, how would you rate yourself according to these 5 skills? All right. So the first C stands for your communication skill, your ability to give and receive feedback. It's your ability to build trust with your teams. A stands for your attitude of yourself. Are you arrogant, confident, or insecure? Humility is a huge piece around confidence. Are you willing to receive feedback? Okay, that's all part of the A. It's also goal setting is also part. So it's attitude and goal setting. So somebody who has very high EQ, they know what they want in their life. They've got goals, they've got direction, they know with where they're heading. R stands for your relationship skills, exactly with what Johnny was talking about, your ability to see life from a different lens. Realizing that how you see the world is how different than how other people see the world. That's where cultural differences, personality differences, gender differences all kind of come into play. It's understanding that the way that I see it is going to be different than how AJ sees it, is going to be different than how Johnny sees it, and being able to lean into that and listen. D stands for your decision making and your self-discipline and your performance skills. So that's an interesting one. People don't realize that when you're managing your time, you're using your emotional intelligence. It's somebody who really, with a really high EQ, they're able to say, this is the goal I want, and they're able to be self-disciplined and step on the gas and take initiative. Even though it doesn't feel right or they don't feel motivated, they do it anyway. So that's kind of a really critical piece around EQ. And a lot of people don't know that. And the last one, which is huge, especially with the whole mental health movement, is your stress and your energy emotion management skills. Somebody who has really high EQ, they understand what emotions are. They can differentiate between a thought and a feeling. They know what they need to do to kind of lower their stress. They have certain rituals and habits and boundaries in place to manage their stress so that they can actually operate at a very high level. So high performers, we work with a lot of high performers, and they really focus on how do you perform at a very high level with actually lowered stress. So those are the 5 core skills. Okay, they're all important. And for anybody who wants to kind of do a little scorecard, we have a free scorecard. You can go to our website, dkleadership.org. And in Canada, .org is not a nonprofit. I get asked this all the time from my American friends. They're like, .org, is that? Like, no, in Canada, it's for everybody. So DK stands for Dr. Karyn Leadership.org, and you can go and you can download it. It's a scorecard. It's free, and you can do it with yourself. You can do it with your family. You can do it with your team, and it's a really great one-pager to help you quickly identify where are you as a self-assessment tool. According to those 5 skills, it helps you understand, okay, wow, I'm doing really well in these 3, but these 2 I've got to lean into. And so that's a really good first step in terms of helping to build your EQ.
One that you mentioned there was the decision-making aspect. And this is a pattern that we have recognized in a lot of our clients. And when noticing it, I tend to see it going to how millennials have learned to use the computer to answer questions that lead them to take action. And where that breaks down, because of course, if you can find all the information you need to make a educated decision, great, so be it. You would want to do that. But where the breakdown happens is when it's too much information, and now they're overloaded with information. And because of that, there is no clear-cut answer that lights up that they can choose. And then there is a breakdown of wanting to put that aside or come back to it later or come back to it when maybe that answer will light up, but that answer will never light up. And it's something that I say all the time, that sometimes there's no right or wrong answers, only answers that you make right, or right or wrong decisions, but decisions that you make right, which you're going to have to make a leap of faith in what your goals are and the values that you want to engage in to reach those goals, because in there lies the right answer. And that is reflection that you yourself have to figure out.
Right. And it's something that is really interesting, and it comes up in management all the time, is around, and you talked about it earlier, around the values. Okay, so so this is where everything kind of starts intersecting like a big puzzle piece, right? So you've got emotional intelligence, these 5 core skills. Then now let's kind of add on the generations. And so all of a sudden you've got different, and that's kind of part of the R, the relationship categories in terms of understanding how people kind of see things different. But one of the generational differences, and this is again when I do a lot of training on, is managers. So Gen X managers, they tend to manage according to how they want to be managed. So if AJ's on my team and I'm a Gen X, I'm like, hey AJ, here's the assignment, let me know when it's done. And if you're a Gen X, that will work well. If you're a millennial, that will probably not work well, because AJ might start feeling alienated, and he might not feel supported because they are used to a much more collaborative approach. So all of a sudden that one misunderstanding causes massive conflict in companies. I mean, literally people quit over it. Like I talk about this in the book, example, right? Like in terms of how people literally will quit because they feel not supported. And they need to kind of have that career path. But, so that's why managers desperately need to get this kind of training so that they can understand, oh, okay, this is with what they value. This is with who they are. This is with what they need. And the coolest thing is, like, a lot of the things that millennials want and need are things that are free. Like, they're not even things that actually cost money for companies. It just takes intentionality and time, right? So it's really interesting. Once we kind of dial it back, it's all very solvable, but we do have to kind of lean in and have the growth mindset compared to the fixed mindset.
What strikes me in all of those different parts, the 5 pieces, is the level of self-awareness it takes to really understand your EQ. We sort of talked about this, like everyone sort of overestimates their EQ, but the problem is, oftentimes, if you're lacking in communication, you don't have the right attitude, your relationship skills aren't that great, there isn't much of a feedback loop there. Like, you're not getting graded on this in school. You're not getting feedback from management typically. It's not part of your performance review typically. Oh, you communicate poorly, but people just move away from you. We try to avoid people with low EQ, because interacting with them takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of energy, and then you fall behind in your career, and you may not even realize it. As like, I feel like I'm performing, I feel like I'm completing the tasks on time, I'm showing up, I'm going to the meetings, I'm doing everything, but this EQ really is that roadblock to your career success and moving up the ladder. And unfortunately, relying on self-awareness, right? Your friends and family might be like, you're a great communicator. Oh, you have a wonderful attitude, but they don't see you under stress at work when you have that poor defeatist attitude. You're in the victim mentality. You're not giving the communication its need inside of the group setting in the collaboration that's expected. I love that you have the self-assessment. What are some signs that maybe our listeners might need to pay attention to, or some warning signs around, hey, you might need to work on some of these areas to really move into that leadership role?
Well, I think it's a great question. So, step one is do the self-awareness tool. Okay. It's a great way. You can kind of come back to it every 3 months, 6 months. If you want to get really bold, okay, we're going for gutsy moves here. Take the same assessment tool and give it to your team and say, I would love you to score me on this. And then put those numbers together and see, oh, look at Johnny's eyes just like lit up. Yes, that's what happened. So you see, because we can see ourselves in one way. And then the question is, does our team see us? So we might, let's say I give myself a 9 on my communication skill, and then I give it to my team. They're like, actually, Karyn, you might give yourself a 7, right? All of a sudden you're like, whoo, okay, there's a gap. Let's lean into it. So that's a really easy kind of fun way of actually kind of, again, this is only gonna be for people that are like really gutsy with it, but getting feedback, to your point, is exactly the next step. Feedback is critical. And this is why, in my TED talk, I talk about it, in the book, I talk about it, like, it's hard because if somebody is struggling with their EQ, if somebody is struggling with emotion, with security, the very thing that they don't want is feedback. Like, they're what I call feedback fragile, right? So you kind of you try to give feedback, and they just kind of crumble because they take it personal. So I think it's really important for everybody listening is, if you really want to develop your EQ, be feedback hungry. Lean into it. Don't wait for somebody to give you feedback. Lean into it. And I usually like to encourage people to ask a couple people at work, because you're right, AJ, people will give you different feedback in different environments. But if you're really gutsy, ask your spouse and ask your children. because you need to have that full 360. We have another free tool on our website. We created it for parents of kids and teenagers. So if you really want to be gutsy and test your emotional intelligence in the communication side, you can download it. Again, it's free. It's a report card for parents. And parents have loved this. So basically, so it's a parent saying to their kid, I want to be a great parent. I'd love to know, what am I doing well? What am I not doing well? And let the kids actually give that feedback. Because otherwise, for a lot of kids, they don't know how to give the feedback. Like, to your point, right? So getting feedback and asking for feedback is what I call the accelerator to this process. It doesn't have to take 5 years. It can take, a few weeks if we kind of really lean into it.
And I know it sounds intimidating, but if you approach your manager outside of the performance review cycle seeking this feedback, you actually showcase that you are a top performer, that you are willing to go that next step. So I know it may be fearful to say, well, I'm going to burden my manager. I'm going to ask him something outside of the performance review cycle that we have, and it will feel awkward. But in actuality, it's a signal to management that you actually have high EQ, even if you might not have it yet, that you're willing to pursue this feedback. And if you don't have a great relationship with your manager, or you just started, then go back to your previous role's manager and say, can I just borrow 5 minutes of your time? I'm looking for feedback in these areas. Please be as honest with me as possible. And we've had coaching clients go and do this with their past managers, and that allowed them to see gaps that they didn't even realize. And oftentimes when you start a new role, you're trying your best to assimilate. There's a lot of new things that you need to learn to understand those gaps going into that new role. That really sets you up for success instead of waiting for the 6-month, 1-year performance review, where oftentimes that feedback is going to be too late to act on, to really change their perception.
And it's actually, you've said so many things I 100% agree with. One of them is from a management perspective, and this for all managers listening, it's not that I'm against performance reviews, but for the love, please just use it as like, a formality. The real feedback and performance review has to be ongoing. It has to be an ongoing conversation. It is not fair to tell somebody once a year what they've done wrong. Like, it's just not fair. All of a sudden, they need to know on the spot, what are they doing well and what actually needs work. It will save you time. It will save you energy. It gives a person a chance to course correct it. So it's one of the biggest things. Again, I know a lot of companies use performance reviews, but use it as a formality. The real feedback has to be in relationship, ongoing as a conversation. So I think that's a really important piece. But the feedback, if we can just start getting a little bit more comfortable with asking for feedback, I think that's because people are often hesitant to give it, right? So, I mean, this is kind of with what both of you are saying. So if you can kind of have the courage to ask whether it's the current manager or previous manager, I think is great. And, for anybody in the business arena, if there is one thing, we do a lot of work with HR managers, and they're like, what are those kind of clues that you look for about somebody who should be promoted? One of the first things I'd be looking for is any sign about growth mindset. What books are they listening to? What podcasts are they listening to? What TED Talks are they watching? When's the last time they actually asked for feedback? Like, how did that go? Like, that's because there's a lot of things we can train. But if somebody is not wanting or desiring to develop their leadership EQ skill, you cannot force that. Like, you cannot force it. One of the things we joke with our clients, because we have an EQ training program, and I tell our HR managers, I'm like, listen, a great way to kind of figure out whether or not you should promote somebody is just offer it complimentary and see who shows up. You will see very quickly who is really hungry, saying, oh my goodness, what a gift. Thank you so much. I am going to put my hand up, versus who are the people going, seriously, do we have to? And talk about an amazing way to filter out people that are not really ready for the next level of leadership. It's a great way of kind of like filtering through who is kind of ready for that next step.
Well, it's something we've also talked about on the show before as well, that if you do not have a growth mindset, or you're not somebody who they feel they can give feedback to, you're going to find yourself in a personal improvement program, which they call PIP. And that doesn't mean they're trying to help you out. That means they're shooing you out the door, and that they're taking care of legalities.
Yes.
And it's often too late in that moment. The key in all of this, though, is just saying, hey, can you give me feedback? right? No specificity tied to it, which is why I love the self-assessment saying, hey, these are the 5 areas I'd like feedback in. That actually gives your manager, your former manager, an idea of what specifically you're looking for. Because feedback is so broad. It's completely broad. And because people don't feel comfortable giving it, oftentimes they'll give you something complimentary or something small just to like answer the question and get away from the stress of, is this person ready for feedback? Can this person handle the feedback? So having a specificity tied to seeking that feedback, you're going to find not only does it increase your self-awareness, but it showcases your willingness to be that growth-minded person and your readiness for a leadership role.
I agree. And I think it's such an amazing sign for everybody listening. Just think about that for a second. Just think about how would it be received if you were to give that one pager to your manager saying, I really want to do a great job here. That's my intent. My intent is to be a great employee at this company. And I would love your honest feedback around what am I doing well in these 5 skills and what actually needs work. And I just would really appreciate that honest feedback and to kind of give it to them. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's one page. It will take them probably like 10 minutes. So time is another really big one, right? So if these assessment tools are like so lengthy and they're like 15 pages, the first thing that we do is like, okay, I don't have time for that. But if it's something that's only going to take 5 to 10 minutes, I find the secret is 10. If it's more than 10, people are like, I don't have time. But if it's like, it'll take like 5 to 10 minutes, and I would just so appreciate. And then you get those numbers, because I love numbers, because you can measure EQ. It's not this airy-fairy thing. It's you can measure it. Then all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay. And if a number is low, because there will be some surprise, some you might get rated higher than others. But if the numbers are kind of a little bit low, my encouragement to everybody listening is lean into it. Don't step back, lean in saying, first of all, thank you so much for the feedback. Train yourself to say thank you when you get the feedback. Thank you so much for the feedback. I'm curious, that's one of my favorite lines. I'm curious, this number here, I'm surprised that it was maybe rated a 4. Could you help me understand maybe why you rated a 4 or what did I do that kind of gave you that impression? So you get curious, not defensive. Because what that does is that creates the culture that you are really growth minded. This isn't like a checkbox going like, oh, I really want the feedback, but I don't really want the feedback. So you take the number and you lean into it. And if you kind of get that understanding, maybe it's something somebody said or they worded, like you can just get so much value back in that conversation. So it becomes so the assessment tool really becomes just a piece to kind of start the conversation, a very meaningful conversation.
What I found in that conversation in my own leadership role here at the company is oftentimes upon receiving feedback, that person will then ask for specific instances. And they're not often asking for specific instances because they want to learn from it. They get defensive and they want to push back and say that, well, actually you have the wrong perspective or it didn't go that way. And they get into this like revisionist history cycle that takes them off course from really learning from what that feedback is. So if you do score low, don't worry about specific instances. Clarify if it's not clear what that is and sit with it. And go back and revisit it 24, 48 hours later, because there is going to be emotion tied to it. Like there's no denying it. Even the strongest among us, and we've had fascinating, wonderful, successful guests on the show who talk about their failures and mistakes and how emotionally charged that was. Understand that those emotions will pass. In getting that, wow, I thought I'm a 7 in communication, I'm really a 2. And don't put your walls up and say, oh, I got to fight, I got to prove them wrong. Revisit it, and then set up a follow-up 3, 4, 6 months later to say, hey, I've really been leaning in this area. Am I on the right track? Are you noticing improvements? That closing the loop is also key, because feedback is only effective if it actually results in a change in behavior, if it actually results in improvement.
It's one thing when you're receiving the feedback to sit with it, but also as somebody who's giving the feedback to know that they're going to have an emotional reaction from what you're about to tell them. And AJ and I have set this up with clients and with people who have worked for us. We're like, listen, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I don't need a conversation about it right now. What I'd like to do is just present you with a few things, give you an opportunity to think about this, and then let's come back and have a conversation in a few days. Because whatever conversation is going to happen after that will be from a heightened emotional state. And the person that you're giving the feedback to, they're certainly going to be it. But if they have an opportunity to rebut that and go off, you're going to go into a heightened emotional state. So it's best to say, I want to present a few things. I want you to chew on it over the weekend. Hey, and let's talk about it Monday. I would love to hear your thoughts.
People like feedback differently. So some like it over the phone. Some like it face to face. Some like it in an email so that they can actually read it and process it before they talk. So I think, when we're talking about how to give like really effective feedback, and again, this is applicable for every relationship, for managers, for teams, for families, is really get to know the people we're talking about. Get to know what is their preferred style, what is the method they really like, because the goal is to come to an understanding, and so hopefully to produce some change of behavior, right? So the goal isn't just to blame and accuse people. The goal here is to really try to move the needle and actually produce positive change. So you really want to figure out, and that's kind of like that whole relationship part of the EQ side, is get to know the people. Like some people you need to give a lot more encouragement to. Other people are like, skip the encouragement, just give me the meat, give me the stuff that I need to kind of work on. Some people like it in email. I've really kind of found the value, like that's why it's so much of an art and a science, right? To really understand who is it I want to give the feedback to, and what it would be the best possible way for me to give that feedback so that they can be the most open to actually hear it.
So when you're receiving that assessment, to simply ask, how would you like me to give you feedback on these 5 areas? Right? If you are a manager, and I'd love to talk about that other side of the coin, because that's one of the most critical functions of a leader, is to give effective feedback. And there's a lot of myths and misconceptions around how to appropriately do that. And of course, there is an art to this. So for those who have now moved into new leadership situations, we know that avoiding giving feedback leads to dysfunction of a team and can really create a toxic culture. And you're going to be called upon as you move into a leadership role to give feedback for someone who's underperforming, who missed the mark, who didn't achieve what you had set out to do. So what does the science show, and how do we give effective feedback if we're in that leadership role?
One of them is making sure like timing is really important. So with feedback, you want to make sure certainly that, you want to make sure it's done privately. I literally cringe when I hear around, feedback is given in like a team environment. I mean, if it's team based, it's different, but, certainly for a personal performance, you want to make sure that it's done privately. You want to really pay attention to the time of the day, making sure that you actually have time to talk things out. So even if you just want to make sure that if this is going to open up more conversation, that you're calm, they're calm. So even the emotional state is actually really important. And then understand who you're giving the feedback to, because different generations are going to want it a little different. Traditionalists a lot of times like more the performance review, like they like something a little bit more custom, more traditional. Millennials like more informal. They like it more like you're going out for lunch, or you're kind of like going for a cup of coffee. Like it's much more informal. It's more a relationship, kind of a mentoring kind of feel. I'm a big advocate, and I get mixed feedback on this. I'm a big advocate. Let people know what they're doing well first. And this isn't coddling, and this isn't babysitting, and this is just positive reinforcement. Like before you tell a person what they need to work on, let them know with what they're doing well. And what you're doing is you're actually reinforcing, like, keep doing this. This part is awesome. I love this. This part we got to work on. This part, and then being very specific on what it is that the person actually needs to do. So often, like, people are like so afraid to give it. They're super vague, but people need very specific direction. And especially millennials, for everybody listening, millennials get this terrible reputation that they're difficult to manage. I love millennials. They're one of my favorite age groups to work with, because give them lots of praise, give them very directive, specific guidance, and they will be so loyal to you. They are fiercely loyal to really great managers. But you do need to be very directive and say specifically what they need to be doing well, and really set them up kind of for success. And so, but it does depend on who your audience is, because I've done lots of management training, and I'll have boomers saying, I don't want any of the positive reinforcement crap. I don't need that. That I feel like that's almost a setup. I just give me like more direct. So you do have to get to know, you have to know who is your audience and what is the best way that they're actually going to receive it.
That's every boomer I know.
Johnny included. I can speak from experience.
Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, boomers are like, Karyn, please do not tell me that positive reinforcement. I can't stand like, but that's your experience. Realize that other people are different. And if the end goal here is for us to really motivate and inspire change, positive change, you've got to understand your team members and what it is that they need it, what needs to happen so that they're best likely to actually listen and to actually pay attention to it.
I think a big part in our experience, especially with managing millennials, is letting them know ahead of time, I would love to give you some feedback, and not just scheduling a random meeting at a random time out of the blue and dumping on them. Because there is a mental preparation, and some people are going to want it immediately. Some people are going to say, okay, can we do it in the afternoon? Can we do it tomorrow when I get through this other thing? There is an emotional regulation piece to that feedback, and we all receive it somewhat differently. And that's where the art form comes in. But just scheduling a meeting and out of the blue, jumping right into feedback with no context, the other person's not prepared for it, will oftentimes lead to that emotional outburst that we're not really looking for as leaders, is not impactful in terms of the behavior change, the goals that we're trying to reach. And the other piece in our feedback that I've noticed is understanding how this piece fits into the bigger whole, right? Oftentimes, when we receive feedback, it can feel like you're on an island and you're being singled out and you're the only one doing something wrong. And as a leader, it's also on you. It's to say, hey, it was my responsibility. I understand that I didn't clarify this in the email that I sent you. I understand that I wasn't specific in the exact time that I needed this. So for future reference, this is what happens. And when this happens, this is how the entire goal, group, whatever suffers, gets off track. That level of context and you taking responsibility as a leader for the miscommunication, whatever the case may be that led to them maybe feeling like they didn't need to deliver it on time, or maybe feeling like it was a little bit looser and more free instead of something they should prioritize, goes a long way to them trusting you as a leader upon receiving that feedback.
Absolutely. And that kind of goes to that C part, is the communication, which is taking ownership. So leaders that take responsibility and take ownership in their communication, and I loved your wording on that. It's something that I actually say a lot with my team. I'll say, you know what, I realized I was not clear enough. I'll say that. I realized that I was not clear enough. Moving forward, I'm going to do A, B, C. So taking ownership and also clarifying what is the takeaway. In any time that we're, especially with conflict, if there's not a clear takeaway, we're likely to actually repeat this issue all over again. So that is a really important piece. And by setting that stage, all of a sudden, we have that sense of humility. My 3-chair analogy, it's somebody who actually sits in the middle chair, somebody who actually, the leader that has humility is acknowledging the areas that they could have actually worked on. You're creating now this amazing culture that allows other people to take responsibility actually as well. It seems so simple, but if leaders do not take responsibility, what on earth makes us think that our teams would take responsibility? Like, we have to model what we want our teams to do. And part of leadership is the humility piece around acknowledging when we've made things, when we've maybe not done such a great job, or we haven't been so clear. And so that all really helps to kind of set the stage and kind of develop that culture.
Well, we can all remember as children those moments of do as I say, not as I do instances, which are painful to watch. Well, why do the adults get to do this? Why is it a different set of rules for me? And that happens in that leadership role where they see the leader never taking responsibility, never admitting fault, never understanding or expressing the mistakes that they made. And with that pointed, directed feedback towards team members, of course, they're not going to want to put their neck out on the line. They're not going to want to put in that extra effort. They're going to feel that they need to self-sabotage just to preserve themselves in this toxic environment.
And that's really the biggest difference between an arrogant leader and a confident leader. Like, a lot of people often ask me, like, what is really the difference, that differentiating factor? And there's lots, but the biggest one, and I talk about this in my book, The 3 Chairs, is the arrogant leader. They think they know everything, and they tend to blame things when things go down on other people. The middle chair leader, or the confident leader, they know a lot, but they also know that they don't know everything. So they're more open for feedback. They're more open to learn and listen to other people and hear from their advisors. and they're more likely to apologize and take ownership because they have humility. Like, humility is the difference between confidence and arrogance. And so for anybody who's thinking, I'm not really good at apologizing, I'm not really good at taking ownership, you got to get over it. If you want to, you got to lean it, you got to do it anyway. It feels uncomfortable. We got to do it anyway. There's a lot of things that are really good for us that feel uncomfortable. So we have to learn to just kind of, I'm going to make the choice to take ownership, even though it feels super uncomfortable, and you got to do it anyway.
If you see somebody who's supposed to be this leader and they're refusing to take ownership over a mistake that it was completely obvious that they have made, it will only be a matter of time before you become the scapegoat and they throw you under the bus. They may not be doing it now, and you might notice that and you're like, well, at least it ain't me. Well, it's going to be you sooner or later. You need to make some decisions now before it is you, because when it is you, it's too late.
These are topics that Johnny and I are so passionate and excited about. And I realize now we've made some references to the three chairs, but I love if you could just set up this visualization, because it is really in the title of the book, and it's so key in breaking down all this emotional intelligence that we're talking about. So what are these three chairs, and how should we visualize that great effective leader?
Yeah, I created the three chairs, 25 years ago when I started really looking at all the different research around confidence and emotional intelligence with what it is. And I realized it was so powerful, but it was sitting on these dusty shelves in university libraries and journals. And I thought, how can I make this come alive? How can I make this really just kind of jump out, because it's just so powerful? So I came up with this concept of the three chairs. Are either of you visual learners?
Yes, big time.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Johnny, are you a visual learner?
I would say more auditory.
More auditory. Okay. So he can have his eyes closed while I'm doing this. AJ's going to be looking at my little my visual. So there you go. I'm off the charts visual too, which is probably why I created it. But basically, there's the three chairs, and I talk about it in the TED Talk. But everybody listening, I want you to think to yourself, where do you see yourself sitting in these different chairs? The person who sits in the left chair is what I call the blind attitude. That's the person that kind of really, they put themselves down. They're tough on themselves. They're like an inner critic. This is the person with the imposter syndrome. They can look very confident, but their mindset is they're really critical towards themselves. Okay, so that's kind of the insecure leader. Then you've got the one on the right, which is what I call the arrogant leader. They're cocky, they're arrogant, they're very superior. If things are wrong, they're going to blame it on everybody else. And then you've got the middle chair leader, the person in the middle chair, and that's a confident leader. And that's the person that they have confidence but not arrogance. They know who they are. They know that they're working on themselves. They've got the growth mindset. They have a really healthy attitude, but they also have humility. And so those are the three chairs. And I've taught this to kindergarten students. I've taught this to Fortune 500 CEOs. It's an amazing concept. It's so simple. It's like crazy simple, but the crazy thing about it is the research that once you know kind of where you sit, the majority of the time, we're all moving around, but the question I would be asking everybody is, where are you seeing yourself sitting the majority of the time? And then how does it impact your decision making? So when we talk about emotional intelligence, the whole book is about emotional intelligence. Somebody who has very high EQ, they're sitting in the middle chair. Okay, so the whole book is actually developing the CARDS acronym that I was talking about. But once you know kind of with where you sit, you can make very well educated guesses on how people make decisions. Everything from risk taking, decision making, conflict, who they choose as their partner even, like it's crazy, to in terms of how they manage stress and boundaries. And so it's a great, simple visual to help people actually understand where they're sitting, what kind of leader are they right now, and what they need to do to help themselves move in the middle chair.
There's one distinction between that arrogant and humble, confident leader that I want to point out. And we talked about this on a previous episode, the power of language and the words that we choose when describing ourselves and our team members. And that's the me versus we dynamic. And that arrogant leader will often take all of the credit and talk about themselves, even when there's a team behind them. Johnny's nodding his head because this thing it gets under my skin so badly. It's nails on a chalkboard. And we had a team member in the past who's no longer with us, who that was his entire MO, was constantly me, even in situations where he played zero part in the reaching that goal or making that achievement or that accomplishment. It was always me. So that is, in my mind, one of those clear indicators. If you are sitting with a manager who's making everything about me, and never uses the word we, never elevates the team behind them. And I had the same experience in graduate school with mentors who there's a team in the lab who's actually doing the experiments, who's behind them supporting this research, and they make it about themselves. So as you move into the leadership role, it's really important that you acknowledge all of the team members that are functioning behind you, that have got you on that stage, that have got you promoted, that have allowed you to achieve that success. Really effective, confident leaders know how to acknowledge and share in all of that accomplishment with those team members.
Yes. And the interesting thing is they talk about me unless there's a problem, and then it changes to plural, and it's all about you.
You.
You are the problem. So it's like the reason this doesn't work is because you, plural or singular, are actually the problem. And so, it's one of the fastest ways around figuring out with where people sit is in conflict. And how do people communicate, and what language do they actually use when there's conflict? Because the person in that right chair, that arrogant chair, they tend to blame things on everybody else. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. We didn't get the goal because of you, right? And so there's a blaming versus the middle chair leader that says, let's reevaluate what our plan was. Let's reevaluate why we did not achieve the goal and what we need to do differently. And so there's a ownership and responsibility. And it's a great way of thinking about certainly the team, who to hire. Once people actually understand the three chairs and then do interviews, and you can ask interview questions to help understand with where people are at, because as long as you've got somebody in that middle chair, they're going to be that growth mindset. They're going to be open to learn. They're going to be open to taking responsibility. They're going to be open for that feedback. You're going to save yourself so much time and energy in any kind of team if you can kind of help. If you can be hiring kind of from that middle chair. Not saying that people can't move, because you can. People are moving from the different chairs all the time, but it just, people can change. You just have to really want to change. We can all get in their middle chair, but we just have to really want it.
Now, there's another acronym from the book that I would love for you to unpack and share with our audience. And this comes up quite a bit on our show in personal relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships, and that's how to effectively draw boundaries. And as a leader, you are going to be drawing boundaries. It is essential to you effectively doing your job in the day-to-day. So what is this acronym that you have, and how can our listeners become more effective at drawing boundaries in their life?
So boundaries are part of the tactic around we think about the cards and that S category, that's stress and emotion management. So leaders who sit in the middle chair, and that can always kind of be our focus and our goal. So leaders that sit in the middle chair, they know how to set boundaries really well. And boundaries are easy for some people and super difficult for others. If you're in the left chair, a lot of times they actually have the hardest time with boundaries. Of all three chairs, they're the ones that actually have the hardest time, because if they're in the left chair, they want to please people so badly. So they have a very difficult time saying no. They really want to win the approval of other people. So setting a boundary is completely opposite to that. So they tend to say yes, 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 and then they burn out. And people in the right chair, what they often do is their boundaries, sometimes they actually say yes too much, but a lot of times they're not considerate of other people's boundaries. That's where I really see it with team. It's like the manager that says, well, of course you're going to stay past 5 o'clock because I did it for 50 years and now I expect you to do it for 50 years, right? And that, okay, talk about a generational difference. That is one of the big topics that come up a lot with generations and teams, is the boomer that says, if you're not willing to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not committed. You don't want this badly enough. And the millennial is, if you expect me to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not respecting my boundaries. And therefore, I don't know if I really want to work here. And so boundaries literally can be the topic that causes whether or not people stay or they leave. It's really fun. Like once, I work with lots of, you work with lots of companies. It's really interesting the patterns that you actually start seeing. So boundaries are really important for that middle chair, because for any high performing individual and a high performing team, if you don't take care of those boundaries, you're going to burn out. So it is not a suggestion, it's a requirement for high performance. So how do you do it? There's lots of different ways, but as a team, if I was a manager of a high performing team, well, I am. So here, one of the things that we will do is we'll talk around, I want to help my team set boundaries. We will set boundaries on what times emails go out, We will set boundaries around when we're supposed to be responding to emails. We will set boundaries around, how much time we're actually taking care, time off. There's even a boundary around who's responsible for it. There are emotional boundaries as well as time boundaries, right? So boundaries is like a huge topic. But if you can kind of think about boundaries is critical for high performance. And so it's learning what am I going to say yes to with what am I going to say no to. And at the time, some people are going to get upset. That's okay. That's kind of part of life. But we're going to kind of focus on really with what's the most important. And it's hard, but it gets easier the more people actually do it.
It's interesting. It creates more freedom for the team to function at their best. And as I was waiting for my mouse to come online, I was flicking through TikTok and I learned a new phrase called quiet quitting. I don't know if you've heard of this.
No, I haven't.
And it's millennial and Gen Z, this idea that they're not going to quit their job, like outright quit it, but they're going to stop putting in any effort above and beyond what they're asked to do. So no more staying late, no more leaning in, no more hustle, grind, all this other stuff. And a good manager with high EQ will recognize this shift. The poor managers aren't going to notice that they're losing an entire generation of the workforce to this concept of I'm just going to take my paycheck and I'm going to skate by until someone realizes I'm not performing and I'll deal with the consequences later. That to me signifies that boundaries haven't been drawn in an effective way in a lot of these company cultures. We're asking so much more. This work-life balance is off. And now we're hearing more and more about burnout. We're working with more and more clients who are experiencing it. And I know it's a big part of that recognizing and managing the stress component. So in a high EQ environment, and especially a high EQ leader, if you start to recognize team members burning out. So I think a lot of times it's really easy to recognize when we're burning out because the signs and signals are very obvious to us. And sometimes it takes a spouse or friend or family member to recognize it. But often it's difficult to see when team members are burning out or quiet quitting. What have you learned over the years for those leaders who want to keep their team members from burning out, or what to do when they recognize team members are starting to burn out?
It's a great question. And so there's a few different signs. The first thing is you're going to start seeing a flat energy. So the energy is they're not as engaged. They're there, but they're not really there. They're not coming up with a lot of great ideas. They're kind of they're just flat. I call it flat energy. So you're going to start seeing that. The other big thing is that they might start making mistakes. This is a big piece to actually burn out, is that they'll start making just really simple but bad mistakes because their decision making, they're just not sharp, right? They're kind of not sharp. They'll probably, in terms of start being absent, they'll start kind of having some more sick days. They might start talking negatively around kind of just, different things that are actually happening in the office. And so it kind of comes out in different ways for different people, or maybe they just withdraw. Some people just kind of really, like what you're saying, they kind of withdraw. You're not seeing it at the social functions kind of anymore. And I think, for everybody listening, if you're going to have one takeaway from our call today, it would be great managers who sit in that middle chair, they care deeply about their team. They really care for their team. This is not just a job. This is it's they're almost like a shepherd to their sheep. They take care of their team, and they want their team to be balanced, and they want their team to thrive, and they want their team to be successful. And so when they see their team not setting boundaries and working too late, and they see the price tag where they're exhausted or they're emotional or they're not handling feedback well or they're making mistakes, that's the time as a manager, you will get so much loyalty, especially from the younger generation. If you lean and say, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned with what's happening. In the last, there could be personal things. We had an employee years ago. We've had an amazing success around managing, hiring millennials and retaining millennials. And one of our employees years ago, she had a hard time setting boundaries. And I remember sitting her down and I said, she's like, Karyn, it's so hard for me. I said, I know it's hard for you, but I am deeply concerned. I'm concerned for you. I don't want you to be emailing back at past 5. I want to help you set the boundaries to care for yourself and your family. Because that's the thing about boundaries. If we say yes to everything, we are indirectly saying no to other things. We're saying no to
Right.
our health, right? We're saying no to our family, our spouse, our performance. And for senior leadership teams, when I'm coaching them, if they're like, I don't know about this, like burnout, high performance, all you have to do is look at the science. And if you want a high performing team, you have to set boundaries, because people are humans; they're not robots. So they need to protect that emotional energy in order for them to kind of perform. And so the great managers will really kind of lean in and help their team members really learn how to do it and model it. And it's hard, everyone listening, like it's really hard to set boundaries, especially if we're maybe not good at it or we didn't see it modeled growing up. And then we have a manager that's not good at it. So all of a sudden we have this basically this unspoken culture is like they talk about boundaries, but they don't really mean about boundaries. So to really set this up properly, managers, you have to show them how to do it. And one of my favorite ways to do this, is when I work with senior leadership teams and I explain to the CEO and the senior, like, this is the science on high performance. If you want to perform at this high level, you have to set boundaries, and here's how you do it. And when it comes from the top down and all of a sudden becomes this cultural shift within an organization, those are my favorite kind of clients. Because you can see it all of a sudden, spouses start getting the attention. Kids start thinking like, wow, Dad, you're not so stressed out as before, right? They're starting to go to like the soccer game, and then because they feel so filled up, then they kind of have more burst of energy at the beginning. And so it has this massive domino effect, but culturally it's so hard for so many of us. So it does, the more that can be injected within cultures and companies, the better.
There's no intentionality to a lot of the tasks and decision making that they're doing. And I think that also contributes to that burnout. If you had a why there that was important to you, if you were making decisions based on your values, well, then you're doing something, and there's a benefit to that, to why you're doing it. It enhances life. You're engaging in something that's important to you. You're going to feel better afterwards. That makes setting up boundaries to do those things that much easier. But if you don't know why, and where you're like, well, then it becomes, well, why not? And if it's why not, then you've opened yourself up to doing a bunch of things that you don't need to be doing, that is taking time, effort, and energy away from you.
And the why is so critical. I mean, I love Simon Sinek's work, and I just love the focus on the why and the purpose. Again, that's another big value based for the millennials. They have to understand what their purpose is, what their meaning is. But, for anybody who is hesitant around boundaries, it feels awkward, it feels uncomfortable, it feels like you're not being a good employee. The why is look at the science and the research. And in the book, I talk about a lot of the data around high performers set boundaries, period. They said that's how they do it. And you can set the boundaries different. It doesn't have to be, the boundaries have to be like 9 to 5, depending on the organization, the type of culture. We work with companies around the world. And so you've got different time zones. So sometimes boundaries look like working from 8 to 12, and again from 7 at night to 10 o'clock, right? Depending on the time zones. And also, different people will have different kind of boundaries. Sometimes they're like, okay, you know what? I'm good to kind of put in longer hours in the weekday, but weekends I'm out. I'm done, right? So I think, again, thinking about a great manager and developing a high performing team, talk to your team around, let's talk about boundaries. Let's talk about what's the benefit when we actually start setting boundaries, and how can we kind of help each other so that we're all protecting our boundaries. And the why, to Johnny's point, the why is because we're going to perform higher and we're going to have lower stress. That's why we set boundaries. So higher performance, lower stress.
That's
Everybody wants to do that. The secret is boundaries. And then it means you're going to produce better work, as well as you're going to have a healthier life outside of work in terms of your relationship and with your kids, if you've got them. It benefits right across the board. But what's really interesting, I'm working with a company in Alabama right now, and when I got the entire team to kind of work on their boundaries, a lot of them said, Karyn, it sounded so good until I started practicing it, and man, was it hard. It was hard because it's so ingrained in us. But then once we got a few days in, and then we started receiving the benefits, and then kids started saying, wow, Mom, you're like a new person. Why are you so calm? You're not so stressed out. And I was able to go to my first kid's baseball game. Like all of a sudden when we start receiving the benefits of the boundaries, then we get hooked. And I often tell people it takes usually about 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks of really sticking to it. Then you can see the boundaries and then people get hooked on it.
We love asking every guest what their X factor is. What do you think makes you unique and extraordinary, Karyn?
I think my X factor, I've been told this by lots of people, my X factor is my expertise is wide and it's deep. Like, look how we talked today, right? We talked about emotional intelligence and leadership development, but we're also talking about families and kids and parenting. And so I've been doing this for 25 years. And so the fact that I can talk about family systems and organization systems and how they all interconnect, and then we can go deep, and I mean, we could have talked for like another 10 hours, right? I mean, like there's just so much content that we can keep going with. So I think I haven't met anybody else who does what I do, that I'm a leadership and relationship expert. And it's fun for me because when I work with business leaders, we'll talk, for half an hour about business and managing millennials. And by the way, can we talk about my wife? And because I'm not understanding my 14-year-old daughter, I'm like, sure. And so, because it's all part of the same toolkit. It's just in a different way. And so for me, I think that's what's made me unique, and it's just something that I love people, and I love helping people really make positive changes. So I think that'd be my answer.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll link everything up in the show notes, but where can our audience find out more about your free quiz and assessment and all the other great stuff you're doing?
Awesome. Thanks so much. So the best would be go to our website, which is www.dkleadership.org. DK stands for Dr. Karyn. And then on the site, you're going to see all the freebies. You're going to see the Leadership EQ scorecard. Like I said, print it, give it to your team. You'll see the free parent report card, which is a really fun resource. You'll see kind of a link to my TED Talk that I did about the 3 chairs. We just hit 500,000 in the last 3 months. We just got word yesterday. We are, I think, number 18 globally right now in the top 10, the top TEDx TED Talks in this year, which has been really exciting. So that's a great free resource. You can actually teams can actually watch the TED Talk, and then we have free discussion questions. Again, what we want to do is inspire into meaningful conversations, right? So people can watch the TED, and you can actually watch it with your family, and we've got the discussion questions on our website. And then there's also a link to my book. You can go to Amazon as well to get the 3 chairs. Hopefully people listening are feeling inspired and a lot more equipped and educated to take this to another level. And that's what I'm really passionate about.
Us as well. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I'm joined by somebody very special today, my very good friend Jenna Bay, and she is phenomenal. All the guests that I bring on, they have a tremendous amount of value to add. That's why I bring them on. And everybody has their own special area of expertise. And on the show, what we try to do is we go down memory lane essentially and find out their story, their journey. Jenna, I mean, she's just phenomenal. She is an expert on neuroscience, epigenetics, quantum physics, child development, and she's also a virtual course. She has a specialization in nutrition. She actually started her career as an elementary school teacher, and she built up her virtual coaching practice from there. And she now supports women and children in terms of child development. So her main goal is to empower women, especially moms with kids. So if you're a parent, you're a mom, then this is the interview for you. This is going to be an amazing conversation and you're going to find a lot of value from it. She has her own book series, which she's promoting right now, because that book series really helps you understand child development, and it essentially just takes off the pressure from you as a parent in terms of learning about how you can help your child develop and nurture them, etc. It takes the pressure off, and you can go ahead and just have those books available to you. So it helps you to help your child grow into a complete person. So with that, please help me welcome Jenna to the show. Jenna, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you on. Jenna, I mean, we connected before. We had a call before, this one, and you blew my mind. You're so passionate about what you do. You really want to help women with children, so specifically parents and moms. And I know you work a lot with women, but you also help men in terms of understanding child development and nutrition, etc. So remind me of how you got started down this path, because you were actually a teacher in elementary school, right? So how did it all start from you being a teacher to where you are now as a virtual coach?
Yes, great question. We all have our origin stories, and mine started when I was really young with having a learning disability and not knowing how I would be able to have a full life. And there was times where they thought I wouldn't even get into college or university and even get into the next grade. So that started out with low self-esteem. And as I built my neurological system and having the functions of the brain coming up to my proper age, I learned a lot about the brain. And that's kind of where it started. Then when I was 15, I lost one of my best friends to suicide. And I hit an all-time low. And I really needed to discover for my own benefit why someone would do this, why this was something that needed to be done. Why did this seem like it was the only option? So that really started my investigation into the mind, and I started learning and researching about neuroscience at that time. And then that led me into learning about quantum physics and just how the whole world works. And this was just in high school. So it became just one of those passionate things. And sometimes when you're going through grief, some people will go to faith as a way to move through it, and others go to different outlets. And this was mine. Mine was motivated to figure out, why does someone like country music and someone like rock? Why does someone think this way and others think this way? I really, really was on a quest for this. When I became a teacher, I decided to go through for a teacher because of my experience at a younger age. I really wanted to build kids up, and I wanted them to know how good they were, because when I was young, I didn't feel that way. I felt like I was stupid. I felt like I was ugly. I was also very chubby. So it's just had all of these issues that I brought with me to my adulthood. So I really wanted to see if I could knit that for a future youth that were growing up. So I decided to do teaching. Once I got there, I just realized that I couldn't do the things that I really wanted to do because there's so much you have to do as a teacher. There's the curriculum that you have to follow. Then there's a whole bunch of other rules and regulations that are there to help support your growing the child, but it wasn't really what I wanted. So I decided to open up my own business where I was working with families on building nutrition, because through my experience with neuroscience, I learned how valuable nutrition is. So that's when I went back and got my degree in neuroscience and nutrition. And this is a degree that is ever flowing. I find that I'm a continual researcher, which is why that's kind of how I introduce myself. I'm not stagnant with any degree, because in science, we're constantly changing. We're constantly learning new things, and same with child development. But that's always been my specialty. And as I was building this practice, I was learning all these different fears that parents have. And I work a lot with women, but I also do work a lot with men too. Men are also parents and coaches and teachers and leaders. And what I learned from all of this is that we're so similar, and that we are going through so many different things, but they all relate back to the same, that we all just want to feel good, and we all want to raise thriving children. So I went through this quest of how do we do that? And as I was a nanny as well, so I come from a different experience. I'm not a parent yet, but my experience of being a nanny, a live-in nanny, and also a teacher has a different perspective on child rearing. And then throwing in my educational background in it, I felt like I had so much value to add to families. So through my experience, I'm learning that I do, and that the things that I'm able to share with them and guide them with and support them with helps with thriving in themselves and their lives, as well as in their children. And that led me to this. This led me to my book series, and helping women thrive. And my website basically is the hub for all of this. And I really feel like in order to have children that thrive, are the parents, the leaders, the teachers. If you're a parent or you're an influencer of children, you are a leader. That developing those leadership skills is one of the most important things. And that's what my book series does, as well as my nutrition courses and all of that that's on my website. That was really long-winded.
No, it was great. It was fantastic. I mean, first of all, you're into everything. I mean, I love that. You know, everything from neuroscience to quantum physics to nutrition to child development. I mean, there seem to be very kind of unrelated fields.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think about it, they do integrate quite a lot, right? I mean, there's
A lot.
yeah, there's huge intersection there, especially when it comes to child development. I mean, if you put that in the core, then the quantum physics and the neuroscience and the nutrition all make sense, right?
Oh, big time. Everything is in a relationship. We're in a relationship with anything and everything. So that's even our phones or our cars and of course the people in our lives. And one of the basis things of a relationship is your interaction. And the basis of an interaction is action. And every action is followed or is created through a thought, which creates your emotions. And through neuroscience and quantum physics and epigenetics, what everything will tell you is that we're all made up of cells, and these cells are constantly vibrating. And this is the energy that creates our worlds, creates our lives, creates everything. So when we get that under control, which is what the book series is all about, is how to handle our emotions and become so emotionally intelligent that we're able to use our minds to create the reality rather than facing it.
Right. Wow. I love that. Absolutely love that. So your book series, Jenna, I mean, what is the ultimate goal of that book series? What's your mission behind it? What are you hoping to achieve?
Yes, that's a great question. So every book is just one strategy. So instead of creating a thick parenting book or a leadership book for an adult to read at the end of the day, I've never met a parent who said, oh, I have tons of time at the end of the day. So I wanted to create something that you could do with your child and learn at the same time, immerse yourselves in it together, and build that neurological wiring for emotional intelligence. So here's the thing about the emotional intelligence is that it's something that we're constantly working on. It's not something that you can have and then you have it forever. You're exercising your mind like you exercise your body. And that's what each of these concepts in the books do. So one of the ones that we're going around right now with is superhero powers. And it's one concept. And the concept is just that every single person on this planet is here for a purpose and they're valuable. Even in those moments when you feel depressed or you feel like there is nothing worth living for, or those times when you're struggling or when you're comparing yourself to someone else because they're the better mom or they're the better this and or their body's better than yours or something in that moment, when you can come back to your individual superhero power, you remember that you're here on this earth for a reason, to add value, and every room you walk into is different because you're there. Anyone that you interact with, one conversation, the conversations that you have on this podcast, one conversation can change your life. And if you walk into the grocery store and you think the cashier is going to be so excited that they get to meet me today, because you're going to add that little zest that no one else has but you. And when we understand what that zest is, that's our superpower. And we have a lot of them. And it's celebrating that everyday superhero. You know those times when someone holds the door open for you or gives you a smile and it makes you feel like you matter. That's a power. That's because everyone matters. And we forget that. We get so busy in our day-to-day lives that we forget to think about what's going on around us or what other people are going through. So having this concept, and I hear now testimonials coming back from parents saying that their whole life has changed because they're focusing on what their child is doing right rather than what they're doing wrong. And having that simple mindset shift of just constantly looking for what your partner's doing right rather than what she's doing wrong or he's doing wrong. And it makes life a lot more fun. And when you get to use your unique talents or your gifts or just be the best version of you that day, it makes life a lot more fun. And that's the bottom line, is we're supposed to have fun. Life is supposed to feel good. And so it's really about, that particular book is just about finding your uniqueness, owning it, and then using it to better the world.
Wow. I love the message. That's really powerful. And you're right. You know, people do need to hear it, because a lot of the time you are so kind of busy dealing with the day-to-day routine and the day-to-day chaos that you forget to step outside of your normal, you know, environment and think about the higher level stuff, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So, and especially when it comes to parents, I mean, parents, as you said, they don't have time. They don't have any time. They're always busy. They're always doing something.
Always,
so yeah, it's so amazing that you've created this book series for them.
There's like they have been told, like I've been told a lot that they're called parenting books disguised as children's books, and I just want to premise that I'm not at all ever suggesting that this is how you parent or that any parent needs help parenting, because I'm a firm believer that every woman and every man that I work with that are parents, they're naturally become leaders. It's just innately in them. And for me to come in and say, this is how you should parent your child is totally absurd, because every child is so different and no one knows your child better than you do. My whole intention and goal with all of these strategies, and that was just one book that I went, there's like 15 that are coming out, and more to come after that. And they're there just to uplift you and to remind you of your power, because you don't necessarily need anything else outside of you. You got it inside of you. I'm just there to remind you of what you already know.
Wow.
And that's just, it's important that you just, the parents feel supported, because especially moms and dads, of course, that it can feel so lonely and so overwhelming, because you can have these moments of pure bliss and everything's great. And then the next moment it's, am I doing this right? Is this the right thing to do? I don't know. Is this what I'm supposed to feed my child? My child won't even touch a vegetable. What do I do? Like there's always this panic. So my goal is just to answer these questions that all parents have and have a hub for them, so that they can just know that they're not alone and everything's going to be okay. They've got this. And here's our just added strategies so you can take it or leave it.
Awesome. Well, Jenna, yours is a beautiful mission and an amazing message. And your book series sounds absolutely phenomenal. And for people in the audience, if you are a parent or if you know anybody else who is a parent, then you have to check out this book series. If one of your friends, neighbors, colleagues, if they're about to become a parent, well, this will be an amazing present, wouldn't it? I think so. So go for it. Check the book series out. It's absolutely amazing. We'll put all the links below in the description, so you can just go ahead and click the link below in the description. You can find out more. But let's talk about your nutrition course, because I know you're a specialist in nutrition as well.
Yes.
So you're passionate about child development, and you've done a course in neuroscience and nutrition. So tell me, how can we combine these three very kind of far-fetched, unrelated fields into something that helps us learn more about who we are and empowers, especially the parents? How does it actually empowers the parents?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. I am really passionate about helping maximize human potential. And if we want to help our children thrive, then we also need to thrive. And the bottom line of being a leader and being in a parenting or a teacher, like being a family, you are a leader. And I work a lot with companies too with that, and we'll get into that in a bit. But working in the leadership, you are an influencer, and rather than a dictator. That's how you'll get a lot farther. And in order for you to thrive, you need to love who you are and own who you are and be confident in who you are. And that's challenging. And after you have children, you lose touch with who you are. Your identity shifts completely. You're no longer who you were. You're someone even greater, but we lose that, oh my gosh, like this is who I was, now who am I? And there's a different connection between you and your partner now. And there's another being who's so dependent on you that we forget about nourishing our own bodies and nourishing our own minds. And when we become stable in our nutrition, where we feed our bodies, we're feeding our minds, we become able to equip ourselves with being the best leader and model for our children. Also, we go through this transition in our bodies as well. We tend to have extra weight when we deliver or give birth to a baby, and that's natural, but we forget that, and we put these high expectations on ourselves that we need to get right back into that fit body we had before, or even a body that is more fit now, or whatever the case may be. And a lot of times we don't have time for that, and we're exhausted. So feeding our bodies is really important, having that self-care. So this nutrition course is really to help with that, with helping you thrive so that your children can thrive, understanding what foods help support you and your brain function as well as your child's. And it's really catered for disordered eating. I work a lot with compulsive eating, anorexia, bulimia, all those types of terrible, hard habits that we have in these mindsets. So this course is about that. It's about shifting that mindset, helping you relate to your body, how your body works. Because here's the thing. We often eat according to what our mind thinks. So we read about a paleo diet, or we read about being vegetarian, or see the videos, and it makes sense to our minds, but not necessarily to our bodies. Our minds don't eat. Our brains do, but our minds don't. And yet we give our mind all the power. So this course is about coming back into your body, listening to what your body needs, and eating from that rather than from a diet, piece of paper, or rules and regulations, deprivation, restriction, and all of that. We're eliminating that and moving more in towards, what does your specific bio-individuality need to thrive?
Wow. That sounds really amazing. And you know what? You are absolutely amazing. I mean, you're blowing my mind by how you're linking these very kind of unrelated, far-fetched concepts very elegantly, and explaining, the whole kind of thing behind child development, and, how you actually form relationships and energy, and, what people are, focusing on what people are doing right, and how do you actually build a relationship with your child, and then, how you need to thrive as a human being. So you need to achieve your full potential by eating right and helping your child eat right. It's absolutely amazing. I absolutely love it. And for people in the audience, I mean, if you're a parent, then come on, this has just been absolutely phenomenal. Jen has added so much value to us, already. And she really understands this stuff at a very deep level. I mean, you can just sense it just by the way she's linking things, just the way she's explaining things. She's really passionate about it, and this is what she is here to do. This is her mission. So seriously, I would highly encourage you guys to reach out and check out her book series, her nutrition course, and reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. Jenna, you talked about something that I think seems to be a recurring pattern. I mean, I've had some really amazing people on my show. I've been blessed to, have them on and have conversations with them and go deep. And the one kind of underlying theme I've noticed is the fact that they have at some point all experienced a deep level of pain in their life. But what they did was they were able to use that pain. They were able to use it as fuel, and essentially achieves a transformation where their pain helped them achieve, actually see clarity in terms of what their mission in life is, what their passion is, but they discovered that through their pain. Would you say that happened with you as well?
I would, and that actually brings up a really important point for being a parent. Is one of our major goals, and when we're influencing children in any degree, is that we want to protect them. We want to make sure that they don't go through what we went through. So we want them to have a better life than we had. And sometimes when we do that, we become overpowering, and then we create codependency, and we don't allow them to have their own experiences and their own devastations. And same within, like with high school, I'm mainly, when I'm speaking about this right from personal experience with families, is that when you're working with that age group, they're craving independence. That's their time to move away from the nest. And when we try to protect them and try and regulate everything that's going on for them, that's when we get even more rebellion. And even in your personal life, I know that you've had some pain points, and you almost, when I was talking to you, use that as your launch pad. It was something that made you who you are today. And although it was painful and something that you wouldn't want to experience again, or even wouldn't want to wish it on your worst enemy, it's something that you experienced, and it helped catapult you to become the person you are and have that compassion. And that's the same, that I would totally agree with that. When suicide was a huge shock to me. I didn't even know what it was. And I felt guilty for having joy after that. I felt that if I was happy, and it was me not honoring my friend's life. And so this has it's been such a journey, it's made me who I am. And I'm also, instead of focusing on suicide prevention, my books and series and website and all that is on happiness promotion. And that's one of my biggest passions. And that started because of what I've experienced. So you're totally right. And I think everybody's story is so fascinating. And that's why I love listening to your podcast, because you hear such amazing stories, and the people that you attract, which makes sense because of the energy we talked about earlier. You give off this amazing energy, and when you think of who you are attracting, that does also indicate how you are vibrating. So you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you, Dana. You're very kind. This is really amazing. I mean, the fact that, everybody who has achieved a high level of success, can point to their pain at some point in the past and say, this was the thing that helped me, become this person, or, find my mission in life, or, find my passion in life, etc. So it's really amazing. This is kind of like a recurring theme that, I've noticed. But also the fact that, what does it take? What do you think it takes to really use that pain as you call it, a launch pad, rather than break down, give up, or fall into a deep depression?
Great question. And that is, again, the motivation for my books. It's building that emotional intelligence. It's one of the most important, impactful things that we can do as influencers. So that's influencers of children, that's influencers of our teammates, of our employees, of our employers. It's us becoming so emotionally strong. And what I mean by that is understanding emotions, that anger is not bad. It's just when we deny it, that's when it gets pushed down, and we enter either into depression or we lash out. But when we allow our anger and we learn ways on how to handle it, then we're able to move through it and allow for it, and then grow from it and become who we're going to become. So when we have these strategies and these tools, which my books teach you, you have them at younger ages, then the life that you are going to lead is going to be absolutely incredible. And it's never too late to learn these. Like I have a lot of adults that buy my book series just because they're helpful for everyone. And when we learn them, we are now able to influence and teach those who are depending on us or looking up to us. And then this whole world shifts, because when one of us is in alignment, it influences a lot of the other ones in our lives to be in alignment. And that's my main goal.
Wow. Yeah, I love it. And you're absolutely right. The fact is that, your book series, it talks about higher level stuff. So it's not just talking about this one very specific strategy that will help you to solve this one very specific issue. It's bigger than that. It's broader than that. And it actually helps you essentially achieve, that transcendence, which helps you to, grow and think at a higher level, at a higher plane. So, I will highly encourage the people in the audience, especially if you're parents, to go and check out those books, because it'll help you, again, develop emotional intelligence yourself, but also, help your children, achieve that as well, to help them develop emotional intelligence. Now, Jenna, that kind of brings me to the next bit. Are there any strategies that, parents can be using to help their children develop that high level of emotional intelligence?
Honestly, immersing them in the strategies. So when you work on one of the strategies that the book outlines, there's lots of companion materials. So there's things on that they can hook into once you get the book that will help with, like, there's videos and activities and all of that stuff. If you do homeschooling, there's curriculum there for it. And it's just immersing them and being excited about it too. So it's one thing for the child to read it, but when you read it with them repetitively and you immerse them, so after the book's over, we practice that, like how at the end of the day, asking those questions, how did you use your superpower today? Or at the beginning of the day, how are you going to use that superpower? Or what's your, having those really great conversations. And then from these books too, there's a ton of inside jokes. And these are kind of my favorite ones to read when they send them to me through my website. So if you ever have any, send them over, because they're so funny. And when you create an inside joke, you create that bond. And there's a whole lot of neurological science that I could go into about that. But the main point is, when you have those connections, that development, so much happens. So immersion is basically my number one, and just having fun with it, just exploring together, and that quality time is so important.
Awesome. Now, are your books for a specific age range, or do they have a limit on age?
They don't. They are great for kindergarten to grade 5. They are in some classrooms, and they are poems, so they're repetitive. So they help with word recognition. They also help with memory, and the novelty of it helps create this excitement for it time after time after time. So a lot of adults will tell me, we have to read the same book over and over. So this is created in a way that when you do, it's actually really good for your neurological development. So we're building that foundation for our children, but also in ourselves. So when we repeat it, it's actually a really good thing, and our brains won't get too exhausted about it. And so they're really for anyone who wants to increase their emotional intelligence and learn how to become a better leader and influencer. They're good for probably kindergarten. Younger than that, they do actually. I do have some book readings with like 3-year-olds, and they're great too. Like I have some that are remembering the affirmations, and they're walking around their kitchens saying it. So really, I don't want to put an age limit on it, because every child, every person seems to be benefiting.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Jenna, what does it mean to you when you get those parent testimonials on how they have actually grown themselves, or have their children to grow into a fuller version of themselves? What does it actually mean to you when you receive them?
It means the world. There's nothing better, because when I think of a child or a family thriving, that is my ultimate goal, my ultimate passion. And there's nothing in the world that I would rather have than having a healthy family and having individuals in this life know how important they are, how worthy they are, and how good they are just because they're here. I'm a firm believer in that, and I believe in maximizing the human potential in every single one of us. So that brings me so much joy.
Awesome. And to be honest with you, I can sense your passion. It really is there. It's real, and I'm sure the audience can sense it as well. You are coming from a very genuine, deep place, and I love that. That's awesome. Jenna, in terms of actually going forward into the future, you're doing this book series, etc., but I know you also work with parents in terms of you coach them, you have retreats organized. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? And for people in the audience, again, Jenna is a virtual coach, so it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation and see where that goes. But she does a lot more. So let's go down there, and you can maybe talk to us about what other things you're working on.
So they're called Executive Pursuit, and their retreats. There are some for families, for couples, for just individuals. Then we go into different organizations and different companies. So last week we were just at one of our biggest companies, Nike, and what we do is we help increase the innovation and collaboration within a company to help catapult them forward and keep them at number one or make them number one. And that's one things I'm really passionate to when it comes to being a leader. It doesn't matter if you're in a family or if you're in a business, it all really equates to the same thing. It comes down to being that amazing influencer and not a dictator. So simple things of just a prime example. If you recently, one of the families I work with, they couldn't get their 5-year-old to brush his teeth. And it was really important to the mom that he brushes his teeth, and he hadn't lost his teeth yet. So his dad was thinking, well, it's not a big deal because he still has all of his teeth. So whatever, he'll just lose them. And when the adult teeth come in, then we'll really tackle it. But her idea was, well, no, I want him to get that habit now so that when it does happen, he doesn't have to establish it. So as a leader, it's really important for us to be influencing that. So we have to model it. We can't ask those who we are trying to get them to do something that we're not actually willing to do ourselves. So they did. The two of them modeled brushing their teeth morning and night in front of him and just talked about how fresh their breath smells and how good it feels. And then he wanted to be just like his dad. So then he naturally picked up the toothbrush himself. So when the desire becomes something that's inside you or inside your child rather than an external motivation, it's an internal inspiration, they're more likely to continue to do it on their own.
Wow. I love what you said there about internal inspiration versus external motivation, because I think parents especially struggle with that quite a lot, because they're trying to get their child to do something like eat their food, tidy up, make sure they get dressed on time or brush their teeth. And, the child is clearly not, following those instructions. So what do you do? I mean, there's just like, come on, get on with it. Or there is a better approach where you try to instill that internal inspiration. I absolutely love that. And that's a great strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, there's tons of free videos on my website too that parents can just find some value there maybe. And I invite them to go check out or check it out, jennabain.com, which I know is in the link below. And but any way that I can support too, like I'm happy to answer questions or anything like that too. So I'm here to support.
Awesome. I love it. Now, Jenna, I am one of my previous guests. He said something really amazing, and I'm wondering if you shared the same opinion. And he said that actually children read energy. They understand energy. They're not very good at communication. They're not very good at sorting out through emotions, but they do understand energy, and they can read your energy. They can, read what sort of what's going on, the environment, and etc. But they might not actually know what's happening, but they do understand the energy. What do you think?
100%. And I would even go back further, just in the research studies that I've done, is we have indication that they can read energy through the womb. So they're already getting vibrations there. So when they are come out to the world, that's one of the main reasons why it's so important for women. I love to coach pregnant women because their nutrition needs to be on par, but also their mindset, their energy, because their baby's actually also eating that. And I would totally agree with all that he said. And I would even say that we all are that way, not just children. And so when you have a child and their caregiver yelling at them and saying, "Don't you know I love you?" They aren't reading the words or listening to the words. They're reading the vibration. So if they know the words, they're thinking, but your words do not line up with your actions. So I'm even more confused now. So we have to remember that absolutely and I mean, the same with like our pets too. And even when we go into another country, we might not know their language, but if someone smiles at you, you know that vibration. You can feel that happiness. If you feel a scowl or you feel like you're not in a protected area, you feel that too. Or when you're facing the other way and you can feel someone looking at you. I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you're at a store or something and you're like, oh, and then you turn around and someone is looking at you. And it's that same thing. We read vibration. We are all made up of energy, up of these cells. And so absolutely, I totally agree with that. And that's why again, the series is just one of my biggest passions, because it will definitely transform families and leadership skills in major ways.
Oh, wow. Awesome. I love that. Now, Jenna, I'm very conscious of your time. So very quickly, before we wrap up, where can people go to find out more about you and how can they connect with you?
My website's the best place. You'll get all my social media handles there, and there's books and my videos and everything. So blogs, all that's there. Just check out that and send me a message if you ever need or want to chat with me and ask me a question. I'll do a take it or leave it video on it and help better society and all the way around. We're all in this together. I firmly believe in that.
Awesome. For people in the audience, make sure you go and check out those links below in the description, and make sure you do go and check out the book series, you check out the nutrition course, and you actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. She's absolutely phenomenal. Especially if you're a parent, you have no excuse. Seriously, you have no excuse not to reach out to Jenna and start the conversation. She added so much value. I mean, the stuff that she talked about, it's just phenomenal. And before we actually started recording, I talked to Jenna and I said, you know what, there are times in the interview where sometimes I get goosebumps. And I'm actually looking forward to getting some today. And I did. I ended up getting goosebumps. And one of the things that she said was super powerful, and I loved it. And I actually got goosebumps for the fact she said, anger is not bad. It's only bad when you oppress it. So, wow. I mean, just absolutely amazing. But imagine teaching that to your child, understanding that yourself, embodying it, but also sharing that with your children and helping them understand that anger is just an emotion and it's how you express it that really matters. So powerful. And that was just one golden nugget. And there were many, many, many of them in this conversation. Everything, where she talked about the interaction and how that requires action and how energy links everything, and what people need to focus on is what other people are doing right, and the nutrition, the stuff we talked about in terms of child development. It's been a phenomenal conversation. And Jenna, you know what, I'd love to actually stay on and talk more and go down different rabbit holes, but unfortunately due to time we have to cut this short, but I'm definitely looking forward to round 2.
Me too. Thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here.
Thanks, Jenna. Guys, make sure you share this conversation with other people who are close to you. Maybe they're your friends, your colleagues, your brothers, sisters, cousins, whoever, especially if they're parents or they're actually, hoping to become a parent, then I think this conversation will really help them. So make sure you share it. Also, guys, subscribe to the channel because it helps us grow and it allows us to actually have more amazing guests like Jenna on the show so we can talk to them and we can actually dig deep and find out more about their lives, their journeys, and their expertise. So I'll never forget this. I went to my team
I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
I'm Mark Drager, and as an entrepreneur and strategist, I've built a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. I've helped launch startups and transformed international brands. And yet, despite all the success, I still wake up every morning with the feeling that I'm just not good enough, and I've not come close to hitting my potential, and I may never achieve the high hopes that I have for myself. I believe that we all have something to prove, to the doubters, to the haters, to the voices in our own heads. And so each week, I share real, tactical advice and the most interesting and inspiring interviews, because my goal is to help those of us who have something to prove show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. Welcome to the We Do Hard Things podcast.
Today's guest is a serial entrepreneur who was raised in poverty, so much so that at one point he was actually homeless. But he did not let that stop him. He went on to build up multiple 8-figure businesses. Now, what I appreciate most about having the chance to speak with him is that he's not all talk. He started from nothing, he built and he lost. He's seen success and he's seen major failures, and he carries that into everything he does. Whether it's as the best-selling author of the book, The Journey Principles, or the creator of the life-changing program, Transformation U, or even as the man who helps people like you and me go from excuse land to building massive success. He believes that you are not living a life you love, not because you're not capable of it, but because you just don't know how to get there. I cannot wait to share with you the insanely inspiring talk I had with the man who can help anyone reclaim their hope and go from stuck to unstoppable, Stephen Scoggins. The place that I want to start the conversation in is, you mentioned within your bio, specifically 30 years of hardship. 30 years of hardship. I'm 37. I feel like I've run a business for 14 years. I built a multi-million-dollar company. Great, but I'm 37 and I feel more behind now than I did in my 20s. I feel that when I was in my early 20s, I had more hustle, more progress, less to lose, less at risk. I was bolder. I was more ambitious. And so when I read 30 years of hardship and everything, I go, isn't time running out? When does this get better?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I grew up in an interesting time and situation. My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor, which started the alcohol train into my father. Right. My mother had suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse when I was younger. And as a result, by the time I was I think I was maybe 5 years old, they had already divorced and went their separate ways. And then I was raised by my grandmother. Well, that was great for 2 or 3 years, super loving, super encouraging, super empathetic, and everything that you would want a parent to be, right? Well, she comes to me when I'm about 9, just after I turned 9 years old. She sits me down and she says, Stephen, I need your help. And of course, I'm 9 years old. I literally have a G.I. Joe in one hand and a Transformer in another, right? I'm okay, maybe she's going to ask me to take out the garbage that I can barely lift, right? So I'm thinking about through that and then kind of go with that scenario. And then she says something that I'll never forget. She said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I'm very sick. And even at 9 years old, I was kind of I wasn't exactly sure what she meant. I wasn't exactly sure where she was coming from. But then she made me pull this chair over from the kitchen table. When we lived in a little 1,000 square foot brick house in Wendell, North Carolina, pulled over to the stove, and she began teaching me how to make oatmeal and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and all this kind of stuff. And my brother was 3 at the time. No, I'm sorry. My brother was 6 at the time. I had to get him up and get him dressed and all kinds of stuff. And that was essentially the start of what I refer to as a massive uphill battle my entire life. Now, being where I am now versus where I came from, I'm incredibly thankful that was my journey. Incredibly thankful. It has taught me a different level of empathy when people are going through various struggles. My dad and mom came back into the picture about the time she passed, which is about a year and a half later. Chemo got the best of her. She had cancer. So my lifeline, my stability, my safety net, that was the first time I can remember it actually being yanked out from under me. That was the one time that I had the hardest time recovering. It took me several years. I had to repeat the 5th grade and all kinds of stuff. But, from that standpoint, I went to go live with my dad, and when I went to go live with him, I went into the construction industry immediately. Every Saturday, every Sunday, every holiday, every weekend, that's where I was at, working, carrying studs for $1, $1 an hour. But, it's funny. The one thing the construction industry taught me growing up throughout it was it taught me how to use my hands, which taught me how to use my head, which now I get to use my heart. I was very fortunate that it forced me to face things that I didn't want to face. It forced me to face fears I didn't want to face. I mean, all of that stuff. And that's when I met my first mentor. I was probably 13 or 14 years old. He was my dad's employer. And I remember him, he used to drive around this white Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? And they always had a dent in the right-hand rear bumper because the dude was forever backing into stuff. And he would just get the bumper replaced, and he would do it like a month later and whatever. He was in his maybe 70s at the time. He had perfect dentures, perfect big white smile and all this kind of stuff. And, but he took a liking to me, and I never understood why until he put me in his car to talk to me. I was working on my dad's framing crew. It was hot as Hades outside. And I was like, he's got the AC on. I don't care if it smells like mothballs or not. I'm getting inside, and I'll sit in there as long as he wants to talk to me. Don't care what he tells me about. Well, I'll never forget this because he sits me down and he goes, did you know I used to work for your grandfather? I'm like, no. Did you know your grandfather taught me the construction business? No. Well, your grandfather's the best carpenter in this state, hands down. And it said he would be a multimillionaire 10 times over, be far wealthier than I ever would have been if he had just stopped drinking. Stephen, I've watched the dude go from your grandfather to your daddy. And that's how he talked, right? Your daddy. I remember that. He goes, I don't want it to happen to you. You work hard, you're smart, you deserve more and you deserve better. I'm like, again, I'm like a teenager, early teens. I'm like, okay, all right. And then he goes, I want you to hear me out. I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to give me an honest answer. I said, yes, sir. All right. He said, what's the difference between a rich man and a poor man? I'm like, well, duh, money, right? Dude, if he could have slapped me in the back of my head, I think he would have, right? Because I'm like, I was like, duh, what do I know? I know, but all I know is poverty, kind of more or less, or paycheck to paycheck scenario. And he goes, no, the difference between a rich man and a poor man in any area of their life is the way they think. You can choose to think like me, or you can choose to think like your daddy. And you got to decide now, not when you're 50. And I was like, man, it stunned me. And then he says, I also want you to remember this. You got to be willing to do today what others won't so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Now here's the contrast. Not even a week earlier, I remember my father, we were on a job site, and I was telling my dad about my big dream to become a professional ninja. I seriously wanted to be a professional martial arts ninja guru because I idolized Bruce Lee and all this kind of stuff. And
that
so I wanted
like
all that to
furthest thing for a little boy in North Carolina, man.
I don't know. I grew up throwing stars and nunchucks. I don't know, but and he laughed it off, and I'll never forget this because this is like a week before. He says, Stephen, Scoggins don't get ahead; they just get by. I'm like, I feel like I'm meant for more than that. Like, I don't know what that is. I mean, I wasn't thinking entrepreneurship. I wasn't thinking owning companies. I wasn't thinking of developing teams or leading. I didn't know how to lead myself, let alone believe in myself. And that conversation and that conversation collided right at the same time. And that's when I actually started reaching out and started reading. You know, the problem is because my household was always unstable financially. We were always getting the lights turned off and the cockroaches in the mobile home we were in and all kinds of stuff. And my dad had a successful company, and then unfortunately went through a downturn in the late 90s or about mid 90s during the Gulf War and some stuff like that. We went through all that and we lost everything. Foreclosures, repossessions, all of it. You know, and I watched my dad work his absolute butt off. I mean, absolute butt off, 18-hour days, day after day after day, never stopping, but he never could actually, quote unquote, get ahead, right? He kept making bad financial decision after bad financial decision after bad financial decision. And then he make a bad relational decision after a bad relational, like it was like this influx of like every single area of life I watched him struggle with. And as his oldest son, all I wanted to take it away from him, take it off of him.
And
right, because I would watch.
Was the alcoholism a side effect of something bigger or deeper or some kind of mental health issue, or in your mind, you know, the alcohol was?
I think the alcohol started with my dad specifically as a way to fit in when he was younger, right? Because you know when he was going to school. You remember the Grease Lightning days. Well, that's his era, right? So the leather coats and the slick back hair, and you're either a prep or a jock or grease, right? So, I mean, that was kind of his thing. And, you know, I remember him getting, he tells a story about his first, not his first car, but I think his third car was like a 68 Camaro with white interior. And he's like, you know, and how he wanted to be like fast off the line and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where it started. And then it got intensified when he joined the Marine Corps. Right. So he went all the way through the ranks, got to about the place of what they refer to as a gunny sergeant. And he worked. So he was stationed at Paris Island as well as Camp Lejeune at different points in time. And I don't know if you've ever been to those areas, United States, but they are relatively uneventful. So what do you do with jacked up Marines, right, that are being trained to, you know, to the hilt, not giving them any kind of outlet? Well, they go hang out at the bar.
The drink and shoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, so it's it's kind of like, I think that's kind of where it started. Now, my mother, on the other hand, was a little bit different. My mother, on the other hand, actually had a dysfunctional family after my grandparents had separated and divorced. My grandmother, who raised me, my mother's mother, spent a lot of time, unfortunately, trying to fill the void of the husband that she lost, kind of thing. And as a result, she would attract different men. Of course, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was well into my 30s. You know, I couldn't understand why my mom struggled to be a mother to me for so long until I understood where her influences came from, right? So we went through that process, and as I discovered that my grandmother wasn't great with money. My grandmother actually struggled with alcoholism, which I didn't know because I never saw her drink when she was with me. Turns out she stopped drinking the day I was born and referred to me as her second chance.
Isn't it strange? I mean, you talked about empathy, but isn't it strange how, as you get older, with more perspective, and you realize that everybody's just doing the best that they can, and you think they got it all figured out, and then you hit, you know, the same age. I remember the moment, you know, my mom and dad divorced or separated the week I was born. You know, my dad left the week I was born. And so I was never raised in a type of household with two parents like that. So I didn't lose anything or mourn anything for that. But, you know, I hit the age, I have 4 kids. When we had my second child, so we had a daughter and then a son. I have an older sister, and then you know, I'm the son. Same age difference, same everything. Yeah. And when my son was born, something really got me angry. It got me angry because I looked at him in the hospital and I turned to my wife and I said, "This is the moment that my dad decided to leave." Right? Like 2-year-old daughter, baby in my hands. This is the moment. And then I had to address it with him, and I had to talk to him about it, and I had to work through it and all of that stuff. But you talked about empathy. I find the struggle is as I get older, I become more aware and I become more empathetic to certain situations. And at the same time, I become less sympathetic as well. How do you balance that level of empathy with also the fact that, you know, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to be hard. Sometimes you got to cut people off. Yeah. Sometimes the empathy doesn't help. How do you balance that?
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I always lead with empathy, but then kind of back it up with understanding. And here's what I mean by that. So I came at a point in my life, I was probably 28 or 29. My first company that I built from the ground up was doing decently well. And I was getting the phone calls and the answering machine version of the phone calls long before we had these technology devices everywhere, right? And my mom would ask me, why don't you ever come over? Why don't you ever come over? Come see me, come see me. Just she was being a typical mom. And I would go spend time with her. And, and unfortunately, every time I went to spend time with her in that season, it was always a discussion about how bad life was for her, right? Kind of almost like the victim kind of mindset a little bit.
A pity party.
Yeah, it was a pity party, right? And then there's a couple things that I won't share publicly that she chose to do that directly affected me, that gave me every right to be very angry, be distant, all that kind of stuff. Problem is I was carrying that with me, which was harming me, and it wasn't allowing me to even potentially connect with her. So here's what happened. I had a buddy of mine who's also in the influencer space. His name's Chris Lacurto. In fact, I need to introduce you guys for sure. And I met him through the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm good friends with their organization, and he doesn't work there anymore, but he used to. And I remember him talking about his mom and about how he had to heal from his mom and all this kind of stuff. And so I was very inquisitive. It's like, well, how did you do that? Like, he goes, it was simple. He said, I finally realized that every parent has never been actually trained to be a parent other than the parents that they were visibly associated with. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, right? Because up until that time, I was just judging my mom and my dad every time they made a mistake, right? Well, then he took a step further. He goes, if you truly want to get healing and restore all of those relationships and you truly want to work through that, here's what I want you to do from now on. He says, now he and I are both people of faith, so take what I'm about to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And in that, he said, I want you to start to realize that there's a creator that loves her just as much as they love you. And rather than view her as this villain, what if you actually viewed her as the child with skin up knees that's simply asking for a parent to pick them up? Mm-hmm. The crazy part is like, I had to ponder on that for probably a solid month, but in the moment, it instantaneously unlocked like this weeping fit out of me. I just started crying like crazy, because all of that judgment, all of that burden, all of that stuff, I was saying, it's all your fault, right? And then as I began to change my perspective, shift my beliefs a little bit, even in that moment, it was like a weight lifted off me. And then I was able to go back to her and begin to rebuild a relationship with her and actually teach her the same thing I was just taught. Mm-hmm. So my mother is now walking around in freedom where she used to be walking around with chains on, so to speak. You can either choose to become the person that your parents have been, right? Because there's a good chance you're going to marry one of your parents. There's a high likelihood statistically, right? You're good, bad, or indifferent.
And then you're going to become one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can look at their mistakes, learn those lessons, apply those new principles, and heal from those things and actually be the thing that cuts the quote unquote bondage, if you will, right? I don't know if any better word to say it. This, for example, have you done anything with ancestry.com? Like you ever gone down the rabbit hole of like, all right, so I have, okay. Well, they have this thing that's called the Ancestry DNA kit. So I went down the rabbit hole first.
Talking to someone about this morning, because on my dad's side, we don't know anything about our family past my dad. Like we just don't know anything above that. And so I was just talking, I got to do this DNA test.
Yeah, so I did it like a year ago. We're Scandinavian, so technically I'm part Viking, which is kind of funny because I'm like 5 foot nothing. And then we have the southern tip of Scotland, the northern tip of Ireland, and then Denmark and Wales. So that's the thing. Okay, so I went as far back in my dad's tree to discover how the Scoggins, quote unquote, came to be inside of the United States of America. It turns out my family was sent here on a penal. But here's the thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because They got arrested, prosecuted, and put on a boat to basically become indentured servants, if you will, here to the United States, or what became the United States, because they were trying to feed their family, and they basically killed a deer on a lord's land. So I've had hundreds of years of poverty, hundreds of years of, we don't get by, or we don't get ahead, we get by, like hundreds of years where that's been. And I remember this. I was, again, I spent this time praying. It's one of the things I like to do. And I did this when I was like 13 or 14. I was in the trailer park that we had to move into after my dad lost his business, that Steve Myrick actually owned. So Steve Myrick actually owned this mobile home park, all the units, and allowed us to move into one. And I had this like surreal, somber moment where I just decided I was going to go for a walk. It was a fall night, stars out everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm being called out of the mobile home. I walk down the street, go all the way down to the park, which is probably a good 6 blocks from the place my dad stayed in. And out of nowhere, I was just staring at the stars. And then literally, I just found myself like kneeling down and saying, there's got to be more to life than this. I don't care what it takes, what needs to happen, what I need to do differently. I want to be the one to break this family. And in that moment, not knowing any better, I actually used the word curse. 2 things happened. First of all, I'm very thankful that I actually asked for that. Second of all, I did not understand what I was asking for.
How hard?
Okay, because yeah, dude, to break through all this crap, right? I had to face homelessness. I had to face a suicide attempt. I had to face all the failure and all the limiting beliefs and all the junk that come along with generations of not believing you can measure up or become something more, become stronger and better. I had to face my attraction to toxic relationships, because that's what I witnessed, right? It's like I walked around with a big L on my head saying, please date me, right? I had to face all that stuff. And as a result, now I get to sit here and have this conversation with you. Hopefully that somebody's going to take something away from this and actually go have their own moment where they're saying, let me be the one. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to hurt, but it's going to be so worth it. The life that I live now, dude. Oh,
so if I can ask 2 questions. One, can I circle back on I understand the polarity of the 2 moments, the conversation with your dad and a week later having this conversation. Was it actually a choice? And is it a choice that you had to make over and over and over again because you were tempted to regress and to go back and to give up and this and that? Or were you actually built for this and it wasn't a choice? It's actually coming natural to you. You just needed someone to show you to connect the dots. Because if it's a choice, it can be taught and learned. And if it's inherent to you, then you got really lucky.
I think habits are inherent, but choices are chosen, as strange as that sounds. So what I mean by that is, yes, I had Steve Myrick. Yes, I had Susan Bath. Yes, I had Dave Ramsey and John Maxwell and all these other people lead me along the way that I've actually had the distinct honor of and pleasure of spending one-on-one time with these people over and over again, right? That's a rare opportunity. I never take that for granted. At the same time, I did have to make the initial choice, okay, which was yes, I'm going to do this, but I did regress several times, right? I had that conversation with Steve as a young teenager, but yet, 19 years old, I find myself sleeping outside and sleeping in cars and just trying to figure out where I'm getting food from and shelter from.
Right, but how do you not go, you told me it wouldn't be this hard. You told me all I had to do was just, not be like my dad. And now look at me.
Yeah. For me, it's always come down to 4 different phases and a lot of reflection time. And I don't think people do enough reflection time. I think people, when they do reflect, they judge and condemn themselves. Like, I made this mistake. This is who I am. Like, they tie their identity to their mistakes. And because they tie their identity to their mistakes, they can't actually tie their identity to their strengths. They're so focused on looking in the rear view mirror that they're like,
sorry, say that again. Say that again for me.
yeah, I mean, they're so focused on their mistakes that they're not focused on their strengths. And as a result, they don't get to move forward. You know, it's like driving a car, wanting to go from here, and I'm in North Carolina, to California, so coast to coast, but never looking in forward, always looking like this. Like, you can't look backwards and keep the car on the road, right? And when I began like really studying myself, I really, you know, one of the things that irks me, and I think when Evan and I were chatting not long ago, I think it kind of irks him too. But right, so because he has this thing where he says, "You're one of the good guys." I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like people kept telling me that. What does that mean?
I know what that means. I know what that means. If
So,
he said you're one of the guys, he didn't even tell me that. That means you're one of the good guys.
yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, but so here's how I took it. There is a world full of quote unquote gurus, but nobody wants to be a guide. So there's all this theology, there's all this philosophical behavior, there's all these 10 ways to do this and 3 ways to do that and 5 ways to do this and 6 different ways to do that and 3 different ways to do this. And, you know, here's the 5 top 10 ninja hack secrets for mindset and like all these different buzzwords, right? And I can't really say anything. Some of my videos are named that way. But at the end of the day, it's because people don't want a guide. So what I thought I would do differently is I thought that maybe the change would be if I could break things down. At the end of the day, I've been trying to summarize these things, and I came down to this, what I refer to as the 4 phases of transformation. And you can't skip them, and you can't do them out of order. But if you'll do them repetitively over time, the choices are actually made for you. So your routines actually reinforce the person you're trying to be, not the person that you are. And the first phase is, I just call it gain perspective, right? So you look at things from as many possible different angles as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can about your identity, about how you were built, about where you came from, about your parents, about your friends, about your economy, about your environment, your geographical location. Like, spend time with a pen and a pad and ask as many possible questions that you can possibly do that. Jot down all your answers, and then go to the top 3 people that are closest to you and do the same thing over again. Hey, what do you see? Right? Because we don't objectively see ourselves. We see ourselves by our actions, we see ourselves by our intentions, while other people see us by our actions or our outcomes. Right? The next phase is to actually recognize and remove a roadblock. All right. So case in point, one of my main roadblocks in becoming the person I am today was getting past this thing where I felt like I was worthy and valued enough to actually experience a life that I was dreaming about. Now, a lot of us will dream about the life we want, but then we tell ourselves all the reasons why we can't have it.
Yep.
Right? Seriously. Like, and then you start to think, well, then you start to make progress, and then you're like, and then somebody says, well, you're not who you think you are. And all of a sudden you go, I guess I'm an imposter. You have to understand where it comes from and rip it up by its root. It could be a number of different things, okay? But if you can gain enough perspective to recognize what those things are, then you can remove them. Most people don't actually take the time to recognize them in the begin with, which is why they keep biting them in the butt. That kind of like shifts how you look at just how you assess yourself, and then how you assess yourself on a regular basis to keep yourself moving forward. The third one, everybody and their brother talks about all the time in 50,000 different ways. I don't care what influencer you're listening to or what pod. Let's organize a plan. Where do you want to go? What are your opportunities and what are your threats? I believe that nobody does it because no one comes alongside of other people as a guide or a mentor and says, this is how you do it, right? We can say, set it out. What are your goals? Well, I want to make $1 million. Okay, well, you need to make 10 first, right? There's this fear of not taking action simply because you don't know any better. Like, for the longest time, I didn't want to touch anything or take any step forward or gonna go move forward in any way, shape, or form until somebody said, hey, you're going to make mistakes and it's okay.
Yes.
Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm convinced I sit in the seat that I am sitting today, not because of my successes, but because of my failures that taught me something. right? We look at failure as final all the time, and we shouldn't. I know it's cliche, but we shouldn't look at failure as final. It is an opportunity to learn. Either you learn or you win. It's one of the two. You know, when you look at the final phase, which is work your plan, which is just putting in the work, right? All right, so there's at this time of this recording, you and I are like everybody else in the country. We're facing COVID. We're tired of hearing about COVID. We're tired of having to argue about masks and who's doing what or whatever.
Hold on, I'm in Canada, so
Well,
we don't argue.
COVID
about masks. No, we don't argue about masks. We all just put them on.
Well, you're lucky. All right, so
no
my country is lucky about masks. So,
we just do what we're told by the government. The government says do it. We go, okay, we do it.
I think we did that at first, and then now it's getting a little like, come on, dude. But anyway, in this particular environment, the U.S. economy was going like gangbusters, right, for several years on a row. Okay. Well, I weathered the 2008 downturn, which was, for the U.S. economy, which is all housing, right? So, and hence I was in the construction industry, and I was one of the last guys standing. And at the end of the downturn in 2008, because I put those principles into place and began using those principles over and over, it became second nature. It's like muscle memory. When you do martial arts and you do certain techniques over and over again, it becomes like crazy automatic. Same thing happens in life. Same thing happens in business. I don't remember which person said this, but obviously they said success leaves clues or leaves footsteps or something like that, right?
Tony Robbins. Okay.
Success. Right, shout out to Tony. There you go, Tony. Yep. And if you follow the clues, it's Hansel and Gretel had to follow the crumbs, right? It's the same stinking thing, right? It's the same hero's journey over and over again. You are where you are. You got to face something that you never thought you'd face. You have to get stronger. I mean, it's Rocky Balboa. It's Luke Skywalker. It's like every single hero that you know, right? There's this massive adversity that you face, and then you get to go through the transformational moment all over again, and then guess what? You get to start all over again, right? Go to the next level. Seriously, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? Well, most people are living by the wrong movie. So if you change the way you think, you'll change the way you act. You change the way you act, you change the way you get results, right? Most people don't want to look at that stuff. They're so ill. I don't have enough money to get around. I'm tired of crying in my pillow again because the one I just broke up, right? Not realizing that all of that stuff can actually be prevented. Here's what I mean by that. So in the U.S. economy, our guys shut down our government as a whole, unified, all of them, all the knuckleheads, shut down the entire country. The one thing that I did differently than other business owners that are currently struggling is I began preparing for a COVID-like experience long before COVID was ever here. While everybody else was saying, let's run with the bulls, let's run with the bulls, the whole bull market thing, the bull's here, let's get it. I was going, okay, bull's here, that's awesome. Let's make sure we take enough advantage of it, but let's also realize that there's always a bear that follows the bull. Mm-hmm. Right? So my company's right of debt. I had, 6 or 8 months of operating capital in the bank. Okay? So when everybody else was like, okay, we're shutting down. And I'm not taking away from business owners that struggle, because I have been there, which is how I learned the lesson. So this is the lesson they probably need to learn, right? This is how you learn that lesson, right? Be prepared. In fear, they're laying off people left and right, all kinds of stuff, and then they're beholden to any kind of stimulus and all this kind of stuff. I was prepared, and as a result of being prepared and having cash on hand, not being in debt, not being leveraged, owning my properties, my live event, like one of your early questions was like, is it choice? Like, what is it? Is it choice? Is it something that you get luck into? Yes, it's choice. It's you choosing on a daily basis to live by principles in life and business that are predictable in that they always bring results, albeit many of those results happen slowly over time. Mm-hmm. Impatience is what ends up basically becoming catastrophic. That's my opinion.
I've got to say it's interesting because so I started my business in 2006, very, very small, $7,000 of capital, service-based business. So I was only 23 at the time, didn't know what I was doing, but let me tell you, 2009 was not fun for us. Ate through all of the cash on hand, had a 3-month period with no work, no invoicing, nothing. I found maybe about a year ago, I found my daily journal of,
Yeah.
for like April 2009 or something. And it said, on number one, it was like, finally a paying client. Like it was like April. But I have been, that scared me so much that I'm anti-debt as well. I'm not super bullish. And so for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been actually kicking myself for slowing our growth down.
Mm-hmm.
And going and speaking with my controller and saying, I don't understand. Like, people are taking money from here to pay over here, and they're leveraged and all of this stuff. I can't even think this way. Why aren't we more aggressive? Why aren't we leveraging capital and resources the way that we leverage people? Like this is killing our growth. And yet then when this all happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's why.
This is a reminder. Yeah,
this is why my
Yeah.
conservative nature is actually paying off. Because, yeah, I mean, listen, 2010 to 2020 was a 10-year run where for 4 years I'm like, oh, recession's coming every 7 years. Typically on cyclical recession's coming, and waiting, and then going like, am I just the fool? Like, am I the fool because I'm wasting time and I'm not leveraging finances well enough, and I'm not this and I'm not that. And so hearing other business owners, because you talked about the fact that construction isn't sexy for Forbes. Well, when you're focused on an entrepreneur podcast or scaling podcast or growth podcast or whatever it is, nobody wants to hear that you built it very, very slowly without financing. Like, nobody wants to hear that story.
Maybe that's why I'm struggling. But it's true. I mean, look, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, even listening right now, that they have a dream, they have a goal, they're out there doing it. Maybe they're 6 months in, maybe they're a year in, and they're at this decision stage where a bank is like, no, seriously, let me lend you money. No, seriously. You can get a nicer piece of equipment, a nicer toy. We get brand new servers, and
don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I mean, there's no reason to do it. Just be consistent. Right? When these downturns and stuff happen, if you're consistent and you're putting money away for a rainy day kind of thing, some would call it an emergency fund, some would call it just savings, right? Maybe it's in a money market, so it's making a little interest. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something, right? Then when things like this happen, and they will happen over and over and over again. Why? Because people are dumb. I don't mean, I mean, we make. Right? You were talking about the economies and how they're cyclical, and every 7 years, like, it's fear that drives the spending habits. Anytime someone's scared, watch the stock market. Mm-hmm. Like it's a big yo-yo. All right. Mm-hmm. You can choose not to participate in that stuff. You can, like, I remember this. I got, a little over 400 team members in one of the companies that I'm, and people that were, and then one of the I had this, COVID happened. They made the announcement that, hey, we're going to start, and the state started shutting down slowly. We were one of the last ones to kind of get shut down, which I guess we're also one of the last ones to open. So for that matter, but that whole thing began. I never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account tomorrow morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
Buy that toilet paper.
Dude, yeah, toilet paper and the water and I don't know. But anyway, North Carolina is weird about water, toilet paper, and milk and bread. But, but it removed the fear. But I made those decisions that had those outcomes years ago. How can you lay the groundwork by choice now that is reinforced by a principle-based behavior that gives you the outcome to pivot when you need to pivot? Because if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to get left behind over and over again. It happens. It's cyclical, right? Building a business doesn't have to be difficult as long as you're consistent. It's not like you're going to not have days when things don't work out and you lose a customer, or maybe you're mad at a customer and you want to have a verbal. Well, if you can take fear out of each one of those situations, then you're able to operate when nobody else can.
So anytime that you grow, there's tension. You mentioned when you were 19, the movie reel and what have you. I was having a conversation 1 month ago today with Evan, our mutual friend, Evan Carmichael.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm very good friends with him. He's been pushing me very hard for the last few years. And I said to him,
that's only he can do.
What's that?
That is only he can do.
Yeah.
That's only he can do.
I get a very unique version of it that I'm very grateful for most of the time. But basically everything was like a month ago, a lot of things were crumbling around me. And I've been able to rebuild and repair and whatnot since then. But I'm talking to him, and while I'm talking, I get this text, which is like from someone, which is kind of like a linchpin, right? Like they're like a domino person. When they fall, everything else kind of falls around.
Yeah.
And I said to him, dude, if you didn't push me so hard, I wouldn't have any of the problems that I'm facing right now. Mm. And what I meant was, if I was living a smaller life, and if I may be unhappy, but I'm unhappy now too, but at least I was ignorantly unhappy back then and not dealing with all of this stress and pressure and all of these things. Thanks, Evan, for pushing me to be better. Now I get to deal with harder things. Like, thanks so much for me now having to deal with even tougher things. Like, maybe I was happier back then living ignorant and unhappy versus self-aware and unhappy. And he was like, screw you, Mark. Do you know, he's like, we're friends, but do you know the gift that I've given you? Do you know how hard, I've pushed you? Do you know how much time I've put into it? And now you're going to say this to me? And I said it in jest, but there is some truth to it. Like, if he hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't be dealing with any of the things that I'm dealing with now. And so in your life, struggle after struggle, challenge after challenge, what I struggle with is knowing in the back of my mind, I feel like if at any point I just give up, things would be easier. I can't give up. I don't know why I can't give up on things, but I really go I'm always just like, if I just gave up, things would be so much easier. Have you found in, the embezzlement or the struggles or the businesses or the finance staff or this, don't you ever just want to give up?
There have been numerous times where I wanted to give up, and here's what would happen. I would literally go to bed that night thinking, I'm done. I'm exhausted. I've been betrayed. I've been giving. No one cares. Because I'm a proponent of taking really good care of your team, loving on them, mentoring them, all that kind of stuff. And I found that just getting rest recharged me just enough to take another step. And then I had this interesting epiphany about 2 years ago while going through the embezzlement stuff, is that no one climbs a mountain without their legs getting stronger. And you can stay in the valley of life, or you can operate from the peaks. Now, as soon as you get to one peak, there's going to be another peak that you see on the horizon.
After a mountain is a mountain.
Exactly. And then I decided, the other thing that I decided is, because when you go back and look at your life and you're able to see that this thing happened and it should have taken me out, but it didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and then didn't. What you see is when you have the tenacity and the willingness to learn from mistakes, from people, from mentors, that you truly become unstoppable, right? So we use a slang term called stuck to unstoppable, right? We help people go from stuck to unstoppable. And, especially, and at first when we first started talking like that, people were like, that's cute. It's nice, whatever. And I said, no, you don't understand. Are you making the progress you want to make right now? Yes or no? Well, no. Why? Why aren't you? And they give you, I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. I don't have the relationships. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. And I'm like, what if you just went out and tried to serve somebody, right? What if that created momentum to move you forward? Because I had I have lots of interesting epiphanies. One of the epiphanies that I had was the greatest purpose you can ever have in life is serving the person you used to be. And I think Evan even put that in his recent book, something along those lines, like the same wording, which means to me, that tells me that means it's a life truth, right? Rather than looking at your adversity as a stumbling block or something that's going to hold you back or whatever, instead look at it like the Navy SEALs Buds Camp, right? Lifting logs, doing the push-ups, getting drowned underwater, being brought back to life, learning how to be a sniper, like all that stuff. Making that shift, understanding that as trials came and didn't take me out, I was going to get stronger, prepared me for the next level, which is what you just got through saying, right? That means it's a life truth, right? If the longer you're looking for bliss and utopia and stuff like that, the further it's going to be from you. Because what happens is you go through a growth cycle and then you get a bliss cycle. You get to experience the fruit of that work that you did here and the sacrifice and the fears you face and limiting beliefs you face. You get to that point, right? And then for another 6 months, maybe you get to go buy the nice car. Maybe you get to go out and do the nice thing and go to the nice travel, and right? The tricky part is not getting lost, like not losing yourself in the win or in the struggle. The tricky part is understanding that you cannot have one without the other. It's the yin and yang, right? Peace, harmony, joy, contentment, hope, all of that stuff is found in the center, right? Why is it that people in third world countries can make a soccer ball out of leaves and be totally happy? But yet we get totally depressed if someone doesn't give us enough likes on Facebook. We want to harm ourselves because someone told us they didn't love us.
At Starbucks, they spell your name wrong on the cup.
Exactly. How dare they, right? You know, It's just like, come on. Like, you're not looking at life with the right lens. You're looking at life through the lens that everybody tells you should be looking through. The most successful people on the planet do exactly what Steve Myrick taught me to do years and years and years and years ago. They think different. Look at your struggles as a tool to propel you forward, not to hold you back, not to take you out, not to keep you in fear, not to lose all hope. Okay, because the strength comes in reclaiming your hope, like saying, that's mine, you can't have it, I own it. And you're going to have lots of people who are going to come in your back pocket and try to take it out of your back pocket, right? You get to choose about whether or not you release that or not. You are going to face difficult stuff. It's going to happen, okay? And the further you want to go, the more difficult things are going to happen, okay? At the same time, if you want to have a legacy that outlives you, okay, then you have to do something that's going to affect change long after you're gone, right? I built a construction company. Fantastic. Yay me, right? I got great team members, okay? My gift is not the fact that I built a multi-million-dollar business. That's what maybe maybe the world would say, hey, this is awesome, like he's whatever. That's not important. What's important to me is, how did I lead that team? Do they have more opportunities to better their lives and better their family because I was one of their leaders? Was I worthy of being followed? Was my character and my integrity and my passion, was it so succinct that they had never had a doubt that they should just keep going? When they went through struggles, did they have me to say, hey, look, keep going. You got this. Come on. Just one more step. Just one more step. I know it hurts. I know your legs are burning. I know you want to give up. I know you do. I know you don't feel like you can breathe. I know it. I know. I've been there. I know. Just do it. Trust me. Trust me. Just please trust me. Right? That created what I'm walking into now. Right? Is this ability to affect lives at impact at scale. Rory, a good friend of mine, Rory Vaden, he builds he helps a lot of people build a lot of personal brands. He helps them get clear and even helped me with mine to a degree. Actually helped me a lot, to be honest. One of the things that he shares with people a lot in building personal brands is he says, what's the one thing that you've earned the right to talk about? Earn's a big word.
I used
Earn
to,
implies sacrifice.
so I do brand strategy within with people, and I always say that if you want to go to market with something, nobody is waiting for you to show up. No one is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. I needed your services, and here you are, right? And so earn is the perfect word, because it's not only what you have to earn the right to talk about, you have to earn existence and attention and you have to earn the right for people's attention. You have to earn so much and then deliver on that and so on. So that's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been so thankful for people like Evan and Bo and some of the other people that we're definitely, mutually connected with, is because I've been trying to do this, what you and I are doing right now, which is just share my heart, share my experiences, and hopefully, drop some value where somebody can, just one nugget that they can keep them moving forward, for 5 years, trying to cut through the noise, 5 years trying to cut through the clutter, 5 years saying, hey, look, I've actually done it. I'm not just talking here's my playbook. Here's how I did it. Like, I'll walk with you. Let's talk together. Like, let's reason together. Right. And it's hard, but it's supposed to be. Why am I going to get mad if another speaker gets chosen over me for a different event? Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't affect how I perceive in going to market or going to help people, because I'm actually wanting to help people, right? And one of the things that you learn, I know that the three of us, Evan, myself, and you have all shared this. Once you get to the place where you've earned an income that's like really more than, I don't mean, and I use this loosely to kind of know what to do with, so to speak. It's, you've earned the right and the respect to steward wealth. Let's put it that way. You learn that it's empty. It's totally empty. Okay, I got a nice house. Okay, I got a nice this. I got a nice this. And you look around, you're like, is this what my life measures up to? Mm-hmm. Interesting fun fact. So top 1%, okay, have 8 to 12 mastery level skills at any given genre. Okay. Tony Robbins is a good example. Okay. Tony Robbins has mastered the business and the life mastery space. Like, he's the godfather that set the stage for a lot of us other knuckleheads. Okay. It is, right? And like him or hate him, quote him or not, right? The guy paved the way, but he learned from Jim Rohn. Mm-hmm. Right. And then Jim Rohn learned, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, the deal is people at that level, top 5%, top 1%, have 8 to 12 life mastery skills. I'm sorry, not life mastery, mastery level skills. However, only 22% of them share it with somebody else. So they leave this earth after accumulating wealth, after traveling all over the world and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and, Kilimanjaro and, whatever, in Belize, and flying on private airplanes back and forth, and you see them on the Instagrams and they're driving their Ferraris around and they're flying, they're got to make sure I got the picture in front of my airplane and, kind of thing. And I probably shouldn't say that.
I think we know who you're talking about. Your friend down in Florida.
Yeah. So the question becomes, I have zero problem with people earning wealth. I'm personally, I have zero problem with people earning that wealth as a result of serving well. The tricky part is did you affect a life in such a way that had you not been there, life would have been different? Jim Rohn poured into Tony. Tony's affected millions upon millions of people. Some of them went on to be incredibly high performers. Some of them didn't. That's where the choice lies, right? You can teach all the principles you want, but you can't make anybody take action, right? So all of that rolled up into one to say, you just got to keep going. If you feel like giving up, just keep going. Just keep going. Take one more step.
Wasn't that something? Stephen's story can help us fight our own uphill battles in life. The 3 takeaways for me for this conversation were, number 1, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Number 2, transform your life with baby steps. Don't think about the giant leaps. And number 3, prepare now for the challenges before the struggles come. You cannot operate in fear. Fear will keep you standing still, and standing still is death. I just want to remind you, that I would appreciate it so much if you went over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, leave us a comment. It would mean a lot to me. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to connect directly with me, you can find me on IG. Remember, those of us who have something to prove can show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. But you have to think big. You've got to be bold, and you must say yes. Why? Because you, me, all of us, we
rain and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today, because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's, in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret. Is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? Or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do.
Amazing.
Because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. You know, I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So, what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
Well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain. When I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software? Right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And, you know, there's a lot of different psychics. And I want to just back up on that thought because, you know, some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural, innate, God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, you know, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, okay, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or, you know, destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, like, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
You know?
And I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk about a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life. Amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to, you know, a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone. But if they were to look, they would see that, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life, and I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ear super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. It'll work in little one square at a time, but it's like that. Meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can anybody that's listening be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us, and those are stored in your archive, accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing, or is that me?
You. No worries, though. No stress.
Okay, sorry about that. we can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where, as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash, because you were thinking it, and oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or missing opportunities. So we're just, nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next step is key.
Right. And I love
the trauma is when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage you used to articulate that thought, but it was like, we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things. You can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening, that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop, or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key, and it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world, and they've got this happy face on, and they're perfectly groomed, and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters, or they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening. Right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them. They don't know where that is. That's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall and they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
because we're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start, or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded.
Yeah.
And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, somebody shuts something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head, because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. But what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide.
Right.
So that's what happened. It's their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's the process.
So those are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there.
Yep.
So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's chakri-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. To all the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to Alla Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do it.
That's it. Go do it. Go do it. Be present.
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Zach. It's such a joy.
My pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year. And we'll connect again soon.
It is something I like to share some ideas and thoughts with you. I'm not asking that you believe anything that I say. I'm not asking that you agree with me. I'm merely asking that you stand on and in the conversation that we'll share with you this evening. And if there's something that I say that can fit and work for you, I say use it. If not, discard it and let it be. Is that all right? Yeah. Say, that's fair enough. Very good. All right. One of the things I have realized, and many of us have, that if you want something out of life, if you want to change yourself, if you want to acquire something, if there's some goal that you want to reach, that is really not easy as some people will make us feel. That living your dream, changing your behaviors, overcoming negative habits, it's challenging. It's hard. That living alone is just very difficult. And once we begin to come to grips with the fact that living is difficult, life is very challenging. I heard a song once by a guy named Dimples called, "If It Ain't One Thing, It's Another." I say to you, if it ain't one thing, it's 12 others. Always something. You will never ever have a problem-free moment in life. Somebody said, and I like this, that you either in a problem or just left one or headed toward one. Anybody found that to be so? Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there's always something. So how do we begin to nurture that hunger? What are the characteristics or the qualities of people that are hungry? What will it take for me to get some of the things that I want? And being hungry for those things, number one, you've got to work on yourself. It's very important that you engage in an ongoing process to develop you. Spend more time on yourself than what you've been spending. It's very important. You owe that to yourself. I was reading a book by Og Mandino called The University of Success. Read one line, gave me a chill. I didn't have to read anything else in the book. He said, many of us never realize our greatness because we become sidetracked by secondary activity. We spread ourselves too thin, don't know how to say no. And we find ourselves doing all kinds of things and never ever have time to do those things that we need to do to work on ourselves. And then there goes a second, there goes another second, there goes another second, and we can't stop and hold time. And before you know it, you wake up one day and you're behind in your dreams and your bills. So decide that you're going to take some time to work on you, that you deserve that from yourself, that your life deserves some prime time because you are creating your own production. As Michael Todd would say, you are the star of your show. You are the director. You're writing the script. And you will determine whether your life is a smash office hit or flop. You determine that. Working on yourself, talking to yourself. That's so very important. Overcoming the negative conversation, that inner dialogue that's going on all the time, even when you don't want it to be there. You can't stop yourself right now from thinking. You can't do it. It's going on. And so learning how to empower yourself, part of doing that is standing up to yourself. You've got to stand up inside yourself sometimes and say, shut up. You've got to do this. I was going to give a presentation, and this voice inside of me saying, you can't do this. You don't have everything it takes. I shut up. I'm behind on my bills, and you're telling me what I can't do. I have got to do it. get scared sometimes. Your mind will go blank on you. Some people you will allow to unnerve you. And you wonder, what's wrong with me? I'm not crazy. That's why you've got to learn to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to stand up inside yourself. Working on yourself, watching that inner dialogue, it will determine the quality of your life. I don't believe this. I know this. I've had a challenge of losing weight. I'm walking through the airport, this voice say, why don't you have some M&M peanuts? No! Well, just one. Then after you eat that, you might as well have a Snicker now, you sucker. I mean, it's challenging. My mother fixed the kind of sweet potato pie you can't eat with your shoes on. Have to take your shoes off so you can wiggle your toes. It sticks on my fingers. It says, eat it. One little bite won't hurt. That voice, constantly. Little demons from Colonel Sanders driving my car in there. I had to say, no, 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 no. I'll diet tomorrow. I saw a skinny man get hit by a truck. Had he had a little bit more weight, he might have lived, you know. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Raise your hand if you know that. That voice is awesome. So you have got to stand up to that voice. When you're working on something you want to achieve, you have got to stand up to that voice. You've got to sell yourself every day on your abilities, on what you're doing, on the goal that you want to reach. You've got to sell yourself every day, every day, every day. According to your level of belief, it will manifest itself in what you're doing. Whatever we have right now, whatever we're demonstrating in our lives, is a result of what we believe subconsciously that we deserve. And part of increasing that belief level is that you have got to convince yourself every day. You've got to sell yourself. I do a lot of training for many corporations, and I conduct sales seminars, and I've heard all kind of guys doing techniques and training people techniques of how to close sales and how to work with and begin to control the sale and how to ask for the close. Let me share something with you. You can learn all the techniques in the world. If you don't believe in yourself, it won't happen for you. I learned all of it. So that's why I do a training called Focus on the Seller. You've got to focus on you. And as you convince you, as you sell yourself every day, every day, every day, you will begin to see a difference in the things that you're doing. Selling yourself on your ability to perform a job, to achieve a certain objective. Telling yourself every day, here I go again. And I got what it takes. This is my day. And nothing out here is going to stop me. And when you go out there, life say, come over here. Say it again. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. That brings me to the next thing. It takes courage to act. Part of being hungry when you've been defeated, it takes courage to start over again. I used to do door-to-door sales, and I was working with another friend of mine, and door-to-door sales, I mean, it's punishing. It's cruel and unusual punishment. And I was a little boy knocking on the door. Hello, would you like to buy a nice working television set? No money down? No! Bam! They slammed the door in your face. And the friend of mine that was working with me, they slammed the door in his face, and I looked back, and he was going to the car. He said, I can't do this. And he sat down in the car. And he said, you go ahead, I'll be here when you get back. Now, he had a mother and father to take care of him. My mother was ill. I am adopted. I was hungry. I had to go on. I learned something about myself. That when you step into your fears, somebody said, it was Winston Churchill, he said that courage is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. When you step into your fears and continue to push yourself to go on, something happens for you. It will enable you to transcend yourself. I went to the next door. You like to buy a nice working television? No! Bam! Went to the next one. No, bam. After a while, I no longer took it personal. And I began to play a game. I said, well, I know there's a yes out here somewhere, and I'm going to keep on till I find it. And I'm not going home until I do. And I continue to knock on doors. And then somebody eventually would say yes. And I said, are you sure? And I would go in there and I would get the sale. When you have something you want to do, if you don't develop the courage to do that which has been given you to do, and you spend a lot of time going around trying to convince other people or trying to get their approval, what will happen is that you will lose your nerve. And other people will convince you that what you're doing doesn't have any value, and you'll give up on your dream. It's an interesting thing about life, I've also found, that if you don't have the courage to act, sometimes, and particularly, if you have something special to do, life will move on you. If it were not for life, I would still be a disc jockey. I didn't just leave voluntarily to go to the state legislature. I was fired. I was working on a job, and I came home one day. I was married at the time, and I told my former wife, I said, that guy Bert I work for is stupid. She said, if he's so stupid, why does he sign you a paycheck? Now, you see why I divorced her, right? I couldn't stand her. That night, I could not sleep well. Here was a guy that was controlling my life. I was going through all kinds of changes because this man controlled my paycheck. And it was Carlyle who said, truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Winston Churchill said, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but at the end there it is. And we know scripture that says, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And the truth that I had to come to grips with, that I wasn't in charge of my destiny. The truth was that I wasn't giving all that I had. The truth was that there are some things that I wanted to do, but I didn't have the courage to act on those things. And the truth was that Bert Childs was a blessing to me. He made life so miserable for me, I had to start looking at my life differently. I started going to work earlier. I started being the last one to leave there. I started working harder than anybody else. The other guys could not. Why would you work so hard, Les? I said, I'm not working for them. I have been cheating, Bert, I thought. I've been cheating myself and my family. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, do it with everything that you have. Develop the habit of giving more than what you're paid for. Develop the habit of setting standards that others will be measured by. Someone said, do not go where the path may lead, but go where there's no path and leave a trail. All right? It is easy to be negative today. It is easy to have low morale today. I was at a corporation and they're going through downsizing and going to lay off some 1,500 people over the next few weeks. It's very depressing there. And those people that stay there 9 times out of 10, they're just going to do just enough to keep from getting fired. Anybody can do that. But if you can begin to harness yourself and say that where I am, I'm going to do the best I can with what I got, because that is an expression of who I am. If you get into the habit of just being mediocre, it will become a part of your consciousness. If you get in the habit of giving less than what you have it within you to give, it will begin to reflect itself in your personality. It will begin to damage you psychologically. And you don't want to be a part of that kind of self-destructive behavior. And so you want to set some high standards for yourself. The next thing, part of what feeds that hunger, you've got to develop a sense of urgency. Aurelia said, stop living your life like you have 1,000 years to live. In life, you're either here today and you're gone today. If there's something that you want to do and you can't do it all at one time, do just a little bit of it. I like what Robert Schuller says. He said, by the yard it's hard, but inch by inch, anything is a cinch. Do just a little bit of it. A friend of mine, Bobby Kerr, used to be a roommate. Bobby wanted to go into the area of public relations. He loved working with the public. Young lady he wanted to marry named Clarice. Bobby was a great procrastinator. Pretty soon the job where Bobby worked, they transferred him to another location. He went out to celebrate with the people on that new job site. And Bobby suffered a massive heart attack and died. Bobby didn't drink and didn't smoke, was under 40, and he died. Ask your question, how much time do you have left? How much time do you have left? When you start thinking about that, we don't know. We don't know. Bobby took all the greatness and all of the talent and all of his abilities to his grave with him. One of the things he could have put in parentheses under his name, he didn't use all his stuff. And most of us do that. Most of us don't use the stuff that we have brought into the universe. And we want to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to start living life with a sense of urgency and using what we've got. Using ourselves up. Sharing what we brought into the universe to share. Because if we don't, nobody else will. Stop wasting valuable time. Knowing that if we begin to live our lives as if each day were our last, our lives will take on a whole new meaning. They take on a whole new expression. Valuing each moment that we are blessed with. The next thing that begins to nurture that hunger, honor yourself as your word. Don't give your word out lightly. When you throw your word out there and you don't honor it, it makes a statement about you. If you decide to maintain a sense of integrity with yourself, that if I speak it, I'm going to live it. It's who I am. And I'm going to be very cautious in how I give my word to others, and most of all with the commitments that I make to myself. Because I want my life to reflect my words and honoring who I am and what I express. Another challenging area in terms of nurturing and developing that hunger in yourself is learning the art of becoming single-minded. Learning how to concentrate. Learning how to focus in. And you'll be surprised at the things that you're able to do. When you learn how to block things out, when you learn how to keep thine eyes single, you'll be surprised at the ideas that will come to you, of the people that you'll be able to attract, of the opportunities that you'll be able to see. You'll begin to see things that have been standing there looking you in the face and say, I can't believe this has been here all this time. Here's a habit that I do. Maybe it might be of some value to you. I get up in the morning and I start writing what great ideas that I can think of today that can improve me and that will enable me to reach my goal. And I just let my mind flow. Sometimes I write 15, 20 ideas. Some days it's more difficult than others. One idea can change your life. One idea can turn your life around. Deciding that you're going to focus to develop your skills. A guy was the new owner of a baseball team that was in the basement of the league when he took it over. He went to the pitcher and he said, what is your best throw? And he said, well, I got a good curveball and I've got a good fastball. And he went on talking about his different throws. He said, but tell me this, what is your best throw? He thought for a moment. He said, I've got a good fastball. He said, that's all I want you to work on. Nothing else. Just develop your fastball. The next year, they went to the World Series. Most people don't know where their fastball is. Most people go through life never discovering what their talents are. Most people never develop their talents. They have skills and abilities, but if you don't nurture them, if you don't develop them, they will never serve you. Your gifts can take you many places if you develop your gifts. Most of us don't like to do those things that come easy to us. I've always loved to talk to people. I decided, taking this advice, to develop my skills as a speaker. And my gift has developed and it's taken me many places. You have something that you brought to the universe. And that if you decide that my life deserves my developing this, what I do well, and becoming the best at it, and mastering myself, and seeing what I have within me, if you decide to drop your buckets where you are and develop your gifts, I grant you, you'll never ever be without. I grant you that your gifts will take you places that will literally amaze you. I grant you that if you begin to work to develop your gifts, you'll develop a strong sense of happiness. You'll get a larger vision of yourself, because part of beginning to get a larger vision of yourself, all of us need some area of our lives where we can have a feeling of competence. That people know when they think about this area, that's something you do. That you eat and sleep that. And that you do that. You do that. And people know it. And you know it. And you know that you know this. If you don't know anything else, you know this. Can you tell I know what I'm doing? Oh, hello. You know this. So you've got to work on it. When other folk are having a good time, you've got to have the strength of character to concentrate, to read, to digest information. If you decide in any particular area that you're concerned about, to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to read one book a month in that area, in 5 years, you'll be among the top 5% experts in the world. I read a minimum of 2 books a week. The average American reads only 1 book a year. If you decide that area that you love, that you are going to master that particular area, in this era of accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competition, as you begin to develop and expand your skills and your talents and your vision of yourself, you will always be in control of your destiny. The next thing is, whatever it is that you want to do, you want to do it massively. I have a friend who was telling me that his sales were down. I said, well, how many phone calls you make a day? He said, 25. I said, double them. Make 50 or 75 or 100. He said, oh man, that's just too much. He said, what do you mean too much? You behind on your bills? You're talking about too much? You know one way to get back on your feet real quick is to miss 2 car payments? You talking about you're tired? There's no competition out here. Decide that you're going to push yourself. Most people won't do that. Most people give up on themselves easily. You know the human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. They asked Benjamin Disraeli, a man who became the head of a country at a time when Jews were not allowed out after 10 o'clock. They said, how did you do it? How did you achieve it against such great odds? He said, nothing can resist the will of a people that will stake even their existence on the extent of their purpose for good. That when you have a made-up mind, when you decide that you want to do something, I was reading something the other day, he said, the power to hold on in spite of everything, the power to endure, this is the winner's quality. The hunger, the ability to face defeat again and again without giving up. This is a winner's quality. You have that quality within you. When you're hungry, you don't care about the facts. You don't care about the odds. Doug Williams played for the Washington Redskins, quarterback. John Elway of the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl. Everybody was talking about Elway. After the Super Bowl, when Doug Williams made a historic passing game, they asked him, said, how were you able, in spite of all of the negative publicity saying that you couldn't win, how did you do it? He said, I ignored my critics. I just didn't pay any attention to them. I ignored myself because they kept on saying it so much. There were times I doubted whether or not I can do what I needed to do. There's a Doug Williams in everybody here. There's greatness in you. And you've got to learn how to tune out the critics outside and the critic inside. And since I'm going to do this, I'm going to harness my will. And I'm not going to let anything stop me. I deserve this. I'm going to do it until. And this friend, I told him, said, start increasing your calls. I said, I make 100 calls a day. I got a callus in my ear. My ear is kind of dark. You can't see it, but it's there. His sales have increased. He's working harder now. The other thing is that if you want something, you have got to be relentless. You've got to learn how to become resourceful. You've got to learn how to become creative. When crises strike in your life, and in the Chinese language, crises mean danger, but it also means opportunity. And this is an opportunity for you to grow. And you've got to be so relentless, regardless of what comes down the pike, that you're always looking for a way to get over, always looking for a way that you can break through, always looking for a way that you can win. And always looking for a way that you can strike a telling blow. And pretty soon, I think there's some people watching us in the universe that say, wait, let's call a meeting over here. You know that guy Mustafa? Look at him down there. He won't stop. Just that fool don't know he can't get over. Look here. Why don't we do this? Let him go and let's mess with somebody else. Just let him go on through. Life will just get tired of whipping you sometimes. And just say, just let this one go. I believe this. Now, no one has told me this, but I just kept on kicking. I didn't have sense enough to stop. I was intelligently ignorant. I didn't know what I couldn't do. So I just tried anything. And the fascinating thing about life, because you can't get out of it alive, you might as well have a good time, you know? You might as well have a good time. Live your life with passion, with some drive. I was giving a seminar the other day, and I mentioned that I was going to do some training in August with some young teenagers and take about 100 away to a 2 or 3 day camp and wipe them out. Been working on this. So after the speech, one of the parents walked up to me and said, Mr. Brown, I'd like for you to do something for my son. He's not motivated. I said, I wonder why. I wonder what's wrong with him. He had no fire whatsoever. See, what you do speak so loudly, folk can't hear what you're saying. And so if you don't have any fire, you know, you've got to watch the people, the relationships that you develop. Have people of kindred mindsets. If you're around folk who are dead and negative all the time, they will affect you. You want people that are around you that have smiles on their faces, looking good. I was telling a group last week, Abraham Lincoln refused to hire a guy because of his face. They said, but the guy can't help it. He said, anybody over 30 is responsible for their face. If you have some depressing face looking at you every day, it affects your blood pressure. Keep these dead faces away from you. It's contagious. This is serious. So you've got to watch your countenance, watch your face, have an uplifted expression, watch your body posture. All of these things affect you psychically. You got to be the kind of person that you are fearless. Fearless. Folk leave fearless people alone. There's some people walk through a neighborhood and every dog in the neighborhood would bark at them. But there's some people come through and ain't nobody gonna mess with this. You are unstoppable. And because you are unstoppable, because you've got power that you haven't even begun to use yet, you owe it to yourself to release your brakes. How many of you have the experience of pulling out of your driveway and you mashed on the accelerator and the car was just going, it couldn't move, and you mashed harder and it couldn't move, and then you discovered you had your emergency brakes on, and then you release those emergency brakes and it goes, choo. Have you ever had that experience before? Most of us go through life with our brakes on, holding back, not giving all that we have, not sharing all of ourselves. Most of us go to our graves still holding on rather than releasing it. What are some of those things that keep us from releasing it? Because of past experiences, past defeats, past pain. We look back, well, it didn't work out then. It probably won't work out now. Many people get confused their performances with who they are. I was reading Pat Riley, the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. But you're going to like this quote here. After the Trailblazers had blown them out of the water, and I'm sure he said this last night, they asked him, how do you feel? He said, tonight we were exposed for what we are right now. You see? That if my speech tonight doesn't work, it doesn't mean that I'm a bad speaker. It means that what I didn't work tonight. And I've got to separate what I do from who I am. And I've got another shot. See, the last chapter to your life has not been written yet, and it doesn't matter about what happened yesterday. It doesn't matter about the things that you've done that you feel guilty about. If you wouldn't do it today, you're convicting an innocent person. You've been reborn to a new state of consciousness. And as they say, if we knew better, we would do better. And so you begin to decide, I'm not going to be denied. I remember, and I was telling someone, and they asked me, would you repeat that again? I was interested in going into broadcasting. I'm adopted. And that was my key out. I wanted to make my mama proud of me. I was very much appreciative of what she's done for my brother and sister and I. And that was my way out. And I went over to a radio station, asked the guy and told him that I was interested in broadcasting. He looked at me in my straw hat and my overalls. He said, you have any broadcasting background? I said, no, sir, I don't. What do you do? I cut grass. Young ladies asked me what kind of work I do, and I was working on a garbage truck. I say, well, I'm a sanitary technician. He said, we don't have any job for you. I decided that was something I was going to do. I decided I'm unstoppable. I'm going to go up in here. I'm going to do this. I started going to the radio station every day, developing a relationship with the people that were doing what I wanted to do. And that's what I encourage you to do. Whatever area you want to go in, find people that are doing it the way you want to do it and develop a relationship with them. When I decided to go in this area, I wrote letters to Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, to Zig Ziglar, to Dennis Waitley, all of the giants in this area. And I said, this is something I want to do. I've been following your career. Would you help me? Dr. Norman Vincent Peale answered my letter, did an article on me, wrote about me in the most recent book that he issued, and done many broadcasts about me. I'd wanted to develop a relationship and rapport with those people that were achieving those things that I wanted to achieve. By the same token, I would go to the radio station, and I developed a relationship with the guys. And they used me as an errand boy when they needed some food or someone to go pick up entertainers that came into town. Temptation singing My Girl, Jerry Butler singing For Your Precious Love, Sam Cooke singing Darling You Send Me. I would pick up the entertainers at the airport and drive them around in the disc jockeys, big Cadillacs. They didn't have any driver's license, but I was acting like I had some. Every day I used to go home and work on my communication skills, developing myself. It was Whitney Young. He said, it's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. Start working and developing yourself now and prepare yourself for what it is that you want, because you expect to get it. And when the disc jockeys were in the control room, I would go in and watch them and develop a trust level, and they would let me stay, and I would watch and observe them working the controls. When you want something out of life, don't worry about how you're going to get it. How is none of your business. The most difficult thing it is to hold the vision. It's to hold the vision. So there I was at the radio station. A guy was on the air and he started to drink by the name of Rock. I was outside the window looking at him and watching. Hungry and ready. Saying, drink, Rock, drink. Pretty soon the phone rang. It was the general manager. I said, hello? He said, Les, this is Mr. Klein. I said, I know. He said, Rock can't finish his program. He's slurring his words. I said, I know. Can you work the controls until one of the other disc jockeys come in? Would you call them? I said, yes, sir. I hung the phone up. I said, now he must be thinking I'm crazy. I called my mom and my girlfriend Cassandra. Said, y'all come out on the front porch and turn up the radio. I'm about to come on the air. I waited about 15 minutes. I called him back. I said, Mr. Klein, I can't find nobody. He said, well, why don't you go in there and work the controls until they get there? And don't say nothing here. I said, yes, sir. I couldn't wait to sit down at that turntable, Mustafa. I said, look out, this is me, LB, Triple P, Les Brown, your platter playing Papa. There were none before me, and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified, bona fide, indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. I was hungry. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, you've got to be hungry. Well, y'all something else. You hear me? You want to be persistent about what it is that you want to achieve. Alexander Graham Bell said, what this power is, I cannot say. All I know is that it exists, and it becomes available only when a man or a woman is in that state of mind in which he or she knows exactly what he or she wants and is fully determined not to quit until they find it. When our children are learning how to walk, how many times will your baby attempt to walk and fall and you just say, just sit down, don't try anymore, you've fallen 20 times. Just sit down somewhere, busting your lip and everything, getting in folks' way. When will a baby walk? It will walk when it walks. That's when it will walk. Les, when will you be known nationally as the motivator? I will be known when I'm known. That's when I'll be known. Don't get caught up in, well, I've tried it 4 or 5 times and things didn't work out. If there's something that you want and you're hungry for it, you've got to do whatever is necessary until. And when you give the best you can and that's not enough, you must do what is required. And don't give up on yourself. Don't throw the towel in so quickly. Many people give up on the 1-yard line, where if they have the determination just to keep on knocking. It's a funny thing about life. If you're home one day and someone is knocking on the door and you say, I don't want to be bothered today. And if that person just keep on knocking, say, can you believe that fool's still knocking? Pretty soon you say, what is it? What do you want? And that's how you've got to be about your dream. Some people, well, I guess ain't nobody home. I knocked on the door, but nobody came. I heard the television on and people were moving around, but I guess opportunity probably went out the back door. Oh, no. See, life is not just that simple. It's not that cut and dry. And that's why most people never realize their personal greatness, because they're casual about life. And when you're casual about life, you will end up a casualty. Life is serious business. So I encourage you to be persistent, to not decide that, well, I've done the best I can. I guess I just can't have it. Don't make that decision. Many of us make premature decisions about ourselves. Calvin Coolidge said something, a man who was a president that was not known for his eloquence or making any historical decisions, but something he wrote about persistence. And he says, press on. Nothing can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. The world is full of unsuccessful people with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education alone will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. There's a person that is the embodiment of persistence and determination. A person who decided that some time ago that I'm not going to take anything to my grave with me. I'm going to use myself up, and I'm going to give and give and give until my last breath. This summer, I'm going to be working for her and with her doing training, teaching young people techniques and strategies on how to manifest their personal greatness, teaching them techniques and strategies that will change them at the subconscious level, changing their value systems, and let them see the major role they can play in society. Let's give Mrs. Rosa Parks a round of applause, if you please. Here we are in the presence of greatness. Mrs. Parks, people over here couldn't see you. Would you come up? Could you? She's such a beautiful person. Beautiful person. I encourage you to see Mrs. Parks and Mrs. Elaine Steele about the Rosa and Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development. If you're interested in your children participating in that, they have some information over here to share with you. It is just fascinating and just a blessing to have this woman when a lot of folk who are giving up. And here this year she celebrated her 75th birthday and still has a dream of being an instrument of change. And there is a Rosa Parks in all of us who made a decision at one point in time, standing on the platform of oughtness, as Immanuel Kant talks about in a book called Critique of Pure Reasoning, that there's certain things we know we ought to do. We just know it. We owe it to ourselves and those around us. I don't know.
Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. and starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment.
In this lecture, we're going to be talking about emotional intelligence, how to control and manage your emotions. A lot of you are familiar with the term IQ. What if I tell you that nowadays there's also something called EQ, your emotional IQ in a nutshell? This concept of emotional intelligence that back in the day wasn't that important is becoming one of the most crucial factors when it comes to our daily lives. In one of the best books written by Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and you might be familiar with it, I was reading the book and then there's something about emotions that really grabbed my attention. The author says emotions are a disturbance. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say, if it's affected by emotions, it will be completely different. I gave an example in previous lectures where my marketing professor said, if you ever feel depressed or sad, of course, depression is not an emotion. When we talk about emotions, we talk about fear, anger, sadness, joy, disgust, surprise as well. So in this case, we're talking about sadness, for example, or anger. And what the professor said, don't work on anything related to marketing if you're feeling angry or sad. And the reason why is because when you're having these emotions, they block your creativity. When you're stressing out about something and you keep thinking about it over and over and over again, even if you're writing a test, even if you're trying to study, even if you're trying to write a book, you have days where there are things that whatever you do, you can't stop thinking about them. And the reason why is because they are triggering emotions inside of you, which is causing disturbance. It is disturbing whatever you're doing. It is disturbing your tasks, of course. It's disturbing your stream of thoughts, and it's disturbing your body chemistry. If you have feelings of joy, you're going to feel a dopamine rush inside your body. You're going to feel euphoria. When you feel surprised, you might have feelings of being overwhelmed. You might, if something surprised you in a scary way, your heart might be beating fast. Of course, when you have the emotions of fear, you might get sweaty, you might start trembling. All of that to make you understand that emotions are not just random feelings that you get. Emotions are powerful. They can change everything. If you wake up every day feeling emotions of joy, no matter what's happening in the world, you wake up and you're feeling joy, your life would be so much better. But if you wake up every single day and you have emotions of sadness, your life is not going to be as good. You're not going to have the same motivation, the same drive, the same work ethic that you would have if you were feeling happy, if you were feeling emotions of joy on a consistent basis. And the thing about emotions is that, to an extent, you can't always control them. But what you can do is that you can be intelligent about it. You can know how to use your emotions to your advantage and control them to an extent. Nobody will have emotions of joy when they break up with somebody they love. Of course, unless the relationship was toxic and they wanted to break up. But if the person was in love and they wanted to stay with the other person and then they break up, you can't avoid feeling a bit sad. Even if you have a lot of emotional control, it gets to a point where you're going to feel some emotions, but you need to know how to be smart about it, how to overcome it, how to not let it affect you. Now, adding to that as well, organizational behavior theories and research that basically deals with all the factors that can contribute into having a better organizational structure, keeping the employees happy and keeping them effective and efficient so they can finish the work really well, finish the work faster, and at the same time be happy and be comfortable where they are. And when I was going through different organizational behavior studies, I ran across something really important. In organizations, and of course, in life, there's a difference between emotions and mood that people usually mix up. Emotions are short-lived feelings that come from a known cause, while moods are feelings that are longer lasting than emotions, of course. And there's no real starting point for its formation. Emotions, as we said, can include sadness, joy, feeling happy, feeling sad, while moods are kind of different. You either have a positive mood or you have kind of a negative mood. And sometimes you can experience both of them at the same time. Even when you have a bad mood and you feel like you don't want to do anything, you're being very negative about everything around you. And then your kid or your partner or your friend looks at you with a genuine smile and you feel happy, you feel joy for a second. You feel this warmth in your heart. Even though you're in a bad mood, you still feel the emotions of happiness. Even if it's for a brief moment, but you did. And of course, in contrast, when you're in a good mood and something bad happens, you find out that the exam that you wanted to get an A+ on, you got an A-. So you're kind of a little bit disappointed. And even though you're in a good mood, you might feel a little bit sad, but your good mood will help you boost it up. And usually, you can explain your emotions. You can explain why you're sad. You can explain why you're happy, because you know what's going on. When you feel emotions, there is always a source where these emotions came from. There's always something that happened that triggered these emotions. But moods, when somebody is in a bad mood and you ask them, why are you in a bad mood? Most of the times, the answer is, I don't know. Most people don't even know why they are experiencing this bad mood. They have absolutely no explanation and they can't seem to control it most of the times. And because moods cannot really be linked to any specific cause, at one point, a lot of people mix between being a moody person, which means a person whose mood fluctuates a lot, and somebody who suffers from bipolar disorder. People can't explain moods where it got to a point where they put them on the same equivalency as a mental health disorder. A lot of times, I know a lot of people who referred to people who have a lot of mood fluctuations as people who are bipolar, when in fact, it is not true. Mood fluctuates a lot. Of course, some people experience it more than others, and this, of course, is linked to different factors. That includes the environment where you're living, even lights. A lot of people during winter, they get these bad mood phases because there's no sun and they feel like everything around them is dead, especially when it's cold and there's nobody out in the streets. They feel bad moods, and they can even experience a lot of emotions, like they might feel sad, they might feel lonely at one point. And to top it off, there's also a difference between emotions, moods, and feelings. There is a difference between being angry and feeling angry. There's a difference between saying, I feel cold, and I feel cold. One of them is physical, and the other one is emotional. Feelings are usually things that we feel. We feel on a physical level, not just on an emotional, psychological level. And another thing about feelings is that it can be influenced by your own personal experience, beliefs, cultural beliefs, and memories and recalls. And the worst part is, most of the times, it's subconscious. Your personal experience, your beliefs, and your memories are not things that you're consistently conscious of. They're things that are in your subconscious mind that you can't really control or see unless you do a lot of introspection. And what happens when you have some emotions that are triggered, then your subconscious mind spurs out all of these personal experiences, beliefs, and memories that are related to this emotions, I mean. Your brain will spur out all the memories, personal experiences that are related to the emotions you're feeling. And based upon that, you will start feeling. Your brain will interpret these emotions and turn them into a physical phase. And of course, this is where neuroplasticity steps in. We have our mood that is influenced by a lot of factors. And of course, the influence of all of these factors on your mood depends on past experiences, on how each and every one of these experiences is wired in your brain. If every single thing, every single experience that you went through in your life triggered feelings of joy and excitement, nothing can put you in a bad mood. Of course, we're not talking about body chemistry. When we talk about body chemistry, you might get to a point where we're talking about mental health problems, and that's a completely different issue. When it comes to people who are suffering from mental health issues, and we are not talking about some very rare examples and cases. Mental health, let's go according to statistics. We're going to go through the statistics of Canada only. The Canadian Mental Health Association states all these different things on their website. Mental illness indirectly affects all Canadians at some time through a family member, friend, or colleague. I'm going to include this article in the course for those of you who are interested in knowing more about it. Moreover, in any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. And approximately 8% of adults will experience major depression at some point in their lives. To top it up, about 1% of Canadians will also experience bipolar disorder or manic depression. The total number of 12 to 19-year-olds in Canada at risk for developing depression is at a staggering 3.2 million. And unfortunately, only 1 out of 5 children who need mental health services would actually receive them. And the problem is not the health system. In Canada, there's a lot of mental health awareness. and all the health services are free. You can get a psychiatrist, a psychotherapist, or a psychologist for free. And I know that this is not the case for a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries who culturally disregard the concepts of mental health illnesses, who consider mental health illnesses just as any mood or emotion and feeling, and can't really differentiate between all these different factors that can have different experiences on the human brain and the human body. So for those of you who are experiencing some symptoms of mental health disorders, if you have feelings and you feel like you just can't control them, you feel depressed and you feel switching in mood that is abnormal, you need to see someone. It's for your own good. Otherwise, you will live with this problem for the rest of your life, not being able to change it. Sometimes, very rarely, a change might happen without any use of medication or without talking to a doctor. It just happens through experiences and, of course, wiring. There are a lot of experiences that can affect you that would get you out of where you were. But the safest and best way to deal with it is to see somebody who is a specialist. Mental health disorder can disturb your emotions, your mood, and of course, your feelings. Now, going back to our topic of emotional intelligence, question is, after 30 minutes of talking, what is emotional intelligence in big? What is the big picture behind emotional intelligence? Well, it's basically the capacity to be aware of, to control, and express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships in an emotionally intelligent way. So emotional intelligence is not just about your own personal emotions, it's about the emotions that are coming from external stimuli, which means the emotions that other people are emitting. When you walk by someone who is angry, you can feel the emotions of anger. You can see it in his eyes sometimes. But when you pass by somebody who's smiling, has his head up, listening to some joyful music, well, you know that this person is probably experiencing emotions of joy. And the thing is, we're not going to go through feelings and we're not going to go through moods, because both of them are mainly affected by emotions and experiences. By dealing with your emotions, you will deal with the experiences, and then automatically your feelings and your mood will work accordingly. So by now, you know that neuroplasticity is affected by emotions, big time. And we talked about this before. First time experiences. What kind of emotions you felt during this first time experience. This has a huge impact on what this first time experience will do to your brain. This plastic brain that is vulnerable, especially when it comes to first-time experiences, if there's a huge load of emotions involved, there's going to be a strong wiring right there. And now the big question is, what kind of emotions did you feel? And we gave the example of going to the zoo before. When you went to the zoo and you got bit by a snake, you got emotions of anger, fear, maybe sadness. And what that did is it developed two fears. First, a fear of snakes. Every time you see a snake, you will have emotions of fear. And of course, emotions of doubt around zoos. You're not sure if it's a safe place for you anymore. And most probably, whenever you go back to a zoo, you will feel uncomfortable. That's if the emotions were so strong, you might not even want to go to the zoo anymore. You might feel such a high level of discomfort that you just don't want to go at all. And the second idea is, it's not just about first-time experiences. And I know we already talked about this before, but for those of you who were not paying a lot of attention back then, this is crucial. And really, if you didn't listen to it before, go back and listen to it again and again until you really grasp the concept. Emotions are one of the most important concepts when it comes to neuroplasticity. So emotionally charged situations. I'm going to give a really far-fetched example that is, of course, it's reality. In case you have somebody who's really close to you who dies. This experience will have a lot of emotions involved. This is exactly what an emotionally charged situation will be like. There was a huge fight between Mike Tyson and Douglas. Douglas's mother died a few days before the fight, and she told everybody that he's going to win. that he's going to win against Mike Tyson. When his mom died, and there is, of course, a lot of articles and YouTube videos that talk about this experience because it's absolutely inspirational. After his mother died, he was so emotionally charged in a positive way. He didn't dwell and get sad. He felt a lot of motivation. He felt like he needed to make his mom proud. And in fact, he beat Mike Tyson. And afterwards, when reporters asked him how did he do it, he said, before my mother died, she told everybody that I'm going to win. And when I was in that ring, I had one of two choices. I either die with my mom or I live on to make her proud. Even though it was just a few days before his mother died, in these 3 days, a situation that is highly emotionally charged can start wiring your brain. And now, one of the obstacles that might stand between emotions and neuroplasticity is emotional instability and failing to keep up a consistency. And of course, we talked about this. Not being consistent will fail to ensure the linking between the different neurons and ensuring proper neural networks forming because of it. But emotional instability, which is exactly the opposite of emotional intelligence, is also one of the biggest problems, and it causes problems with consistency. When you have a lot of different emotions and you're unstable emotionally, you will experience a lot of different behaviors from yourself that can stand in the way of consistency. Now, emotional stability can be caused by current situations, by stress and anxiety and thoughts that you're having in your mind, so problems that you have to deal with. And of course, it can be caused by mental health issues, and we already talked about this. You need to find a professional that can help in case you feel that the problem is bigger than just controlling your emotions and it's something deeper, it's something on a mental health awareness level. But if it's something random, something that's causing you stress and anxiety, something that you're experiencing because there's a certain problem that you want to solve, don't focus on working and breaking your head over finishing work when you're feeling emotional instability. Deal with the problem first, finish the problem, and then move on to work. And in case you can't really find a solution for the problem, maybe you're waiting for something and you're anxious, you don't know what the result is, I would highly recommend a book called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. The biggest enemy of emotional intelligence is worrying, and which of course brings us to emotional instability. And this 352 pages book cannot be summed up in a few simple words. If you also feel like worrying is one of your biggest problems, getting this book would be a good idea, or looking at some articles to help you cope with this problem can be also a really good idea. I'm going to include an article that also talks about worrying and how you can overcome it. But I read the book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie, and that's why I'm recommending it. One of the best practices in the book that I always use is to ask yourself the following question. How bad can it get? Or what's the worst case scenario? Now, once you know what the worst case scenario is, you can't overthink it anymore because it can't get any worse than that. This is how bad it can get. And you need to know and understand that it can get to this point. And of course, you need to accept and understand, especially if it's something that you can't do anything about it. If you already wrote an exam and you're waiting for your grades, you can't do anything at this point. So look at the worst case scenario and accept it. This, of course, works when there's something that you're not very, very worried about. But as I said, the article will give you way more information and will help you way more if you want to cope with worrying. Now, once you really understand the concepts, the techniques, and the exercises of emotional intelligence, you can use emotions to your advantage and ensure emotional neuroplasticity enhancement. If you want to try to make working out a lifestyle, and every single time you go to the gym, you have emotions of sadness and irritability, you're most likely going to drop it and not go there because your emotions are not helping you. They're wiring bad ideas, bad experiences, bad emotions to the idea of going to the gym. But if every single time you go to the gym, you have these positive thoughts in your mind, how you want to look, what's your goal, where you want to get, and you keep this image in your head. When you have a certain body and you have a certain aspiration, a certain future body that you want to attain, keeping that in your head, thinking about it, thinking about how you would feel about it, having these emotions of joy and a lot of motivation linked to it, then you'll be linking neurons in a different way. Your neural structure and network will actually start to encourage you to go to the gym more. That's exactly why, before the gym becoming a lifestyle that you don't even have to think about, you're going to experience days where you just say, you know what? I don't feel like going to the gym anymore. But because you have a lot of emotions of joy involved with it, one of two scenarios would happen. One scenario would be that because the wiring is already starting, you will not stop going to the gym. You will just say, you know what? I don't have to skip. I can't skip. I have goals and I need to attain them. I need to achieve them. That's why I'm not going to skip and I'm going to go to the gym. And this is mostly willpower. Neuroplasticity is more automatic. When you're thinking about it and you have different ideas in your head, should I go or not? You did not reach a point where neuroplasticity has been perfected and working out became a lifestyle. Now, the other scenario, and this is also not linked to neuroplasticity, we're talking about the phase before neuroplasticity, you trying to reach the point where you're using your plastic, flexible brain to make out of exercising a lifestyle or consistent automatic behavior or habit. So in the second example, you feel emotions of sadness, you feel down, and when people feel down, you're not being lazy. That was the first case scenario. You were feeling lazy, you didn't want to go to the gym, but you used your willpower to go there. Now, in this scenario, you're feeling emotions. You're feeling emotions of sadness, emotions of fear, anger, whatever it is, and you just say, I don't want to go to the gym. These emotions will give you feelings, and the feelings might put you in a certain mood, and then you don't have the motivation and the willpower to go to the gym. And when that happens, this is exactly where emotional intelligence would step in. You have two solutions. One, you say, okay, I am sad. I don't want to go to the gym. I want to sit at home, watch Netflix, and eat ice cream. And the second scenario would be closing your eyes and thinking about why you started going to the gym. Thinking about your why. Nietzsche says, he who has a why can bear almost any how. There was an entire book and an entire field of science based on the question why. There's a book written by Dr. Viktor Frankl. The book is called Man's Search for Meaning. It's one of the most fascinating books you can ever read. It sold millions of copies, and it talks about prisoners' experiences in concentration camps and how the people who survived are the people who had a why. In concentration camps, usually you can't have positive emotions. You're always feeling anger and sadness. You're always having these bad emotions that would affect you in a negative way. What's the only thing that can give you good, positive emotions at a concentration camp? Your why. What is your why? And just like worrying, figuring out your why is not that simple, especially when we're talking about the big image, the big question of why. Why do we exist? And of course, this gets us into existentialism, and it's an entirely different field of study as well. It is one of the most common problems nowadays. People are thinking about their existence and they're asking themselves a lot of questions. Back in the days, religion was way more reinforced, and the why was always explained through religion. But now that a lot of people are switching towards atheism and other stream of thoughts that don't follow religion, they started asking themselves the question, why? Why do I exist? What am I doing in this world? And when they don't find an answer, of course, they will feel empty. They'll feel like there's nothing to do in this world and they're just going to live and die. And then a lot of people would suffer from depression. Some of them would even get to suicide. When in fact, it's not that complicated. From my experience and from what I've read, and I can assure you, I read a lot about a lot of books and a lot of articles, and I watched a lot of videos that talk about the question of why in life. Putting the concepts of religion aside, having a why in life, not just to know where you're going, but to know what you need to do every single day. But on a smaller scale, you can always figure out what your why is. Why do you have problems in relationships? Well, maybe because you're not ready to be in a committed relationship. Maybe you had past bad experiences that are still affecting you. You can figure out what your why is. Why are you going to the gym? Maybe you want to have a better body. Maybe you want to prove somebody wrong. Maybe you want to just improve your health and take care of your health more. Whatever your why is, when you go to the gym, you have a why. There's a reason why you're going to the gym. People do not just wake up and say, oh, I should go to the gym for no reason. So when you feel these emotions of sadness, close your eyes and think about your why. Letting go of the scenario where you would just sit at home and avoid going to the gym. And this is where most people, when they do this, they say, I don't feel like going today because I feel sad. Their brain gets adapted to it. The thing about neuroplasticity is that it's happening every single second. So when you drop the gym, when you say, I'm not going to go because I'm feeling sad, this is wiring your brain in a way that affects your willpower in a negative way. This will not give you a better mental state for you to be able to go to the gym tomorrow and be way better. In some cases, in some very rare cases, it is when there's highly emotional charged situations that you encounter that day and you just couldn't focus and just couldn't go to the gym. It's fine. But I'm talking about people who just do it as an excuse. When you close your eyes and you think about your why, you will start having feelings of, and emotions of course, of joy, of hope. And what you do is you just go to the gym. There's a lot of exercises that we're going to talk about in the section where we talk about habits to be able to push yourself and go to the gym. One of them, and of course we're going to go more through details later, the bracelet technique, where you have an elastic band on your wrists. And every single time you feel like you're trying to establish a habit of going to the gym and making it a lifestyle. And every single time you have a feeling that you don't want to go to the gym for any reason, you just close your eyes, you think about your why, and then you snap the bracelet on your wrist in a way that it hurts a bit. Of course, you don't want to cut yourself, but in a way that hurts a little bit, and then you just go to the gym. You stop everything, whatever you're doing, whatever you're thinking, you just stop everything and you go to the gym. And I can assure you, if you do this, if you have a goal of going to the gym and you have a why behind it, and you had feelings of sadness, you didn't want to go to the gym, and you were thinking about skipping, close your eyes, forget about the bracelet for now, just close your eyes, think about your why, think about it and feel it. Try to generate emotions from it, and then go to the gym. And if, when you finish the gym, if you don't feel at least 1% better than how you were before, keep it in mind that you did not skip and you're ensuring the plasticity to be working effectively. If you did not feel any positive emotions or you did not feel any better out of it, then you need to look at your why again. Sometimes your why is not strong enough. If the answer to your why is, I want to go to the gym, it's probably not a strong why. But when you have a reason, a why, and the answer is, I need to go to the gym. You don't just want, but you need to go to the gym. Then your why is on a whole new level. And when you have a why that you answer it with, I need to go to the gym, and you go to the gym, I can assure you, you are going to feel better. So what's happening right there is you experienced bad emotions, then you closed your eyes, and you thought about positive thoughts that brings you good, positive emotions. A big part of it is being optimistic, of course. Looking at things from positive perspective can sometimes be hard. Most people tend to be negative when it comes to a lot of different things in their lives. There is a blog that has a lot of useful information on how to become more optimistic, and I'm also going to include it in the course. So in case you feel like you're not really optimistic, you can always go look at it. But the big picture is, regardless of what you are, if you're optimistic or you're pessimistic, whenever you feel bad emotions, one of the best things to do as emotional intelligence is to close your eyes and block everything. Block your phone, block your computer, block everything. Sit down in your room, close your eyes, maybe add some music. If you have any music that would encourage you, that would give you some positive emotions, any music that is linked to positive experiences that you love listening to, you might want to put this music, put the song, and close your eyes and think about why. Think about your why, think about positive emotions, think about where you want to be and where this particular thing that you're trying to avoid would take you. See, the thing about the brain is, the brain cannot tell the difference between reality and imagination. When you close your eyes and you imagine yourself at the gym lifting weights, your brain can't really tell the difference between, are you actually there or are you just imagining lifting weight? Of course, your body knows because you're not lifting any weight, but your brain doesn't really tell the difference between reality and imagination. So just imagining yourself at the gym is a start. Imagining yourself going to the gym and reaching the body that you want to reach, reaching the goal that you want to reach. I'm giving a gym as a general example. You can apply this on every single aspect of your life. But these emotions would reinforce the links. These emotions would ensure neuroplasticity. Even though you're not at the gym, but your mind is still getting the connection of going to the gym, and there's a reinforcement. There's a link happening between neurons, and the link is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, of course, I'm not saying you should just sit in bed and imagine yourself working out every single day and then out of nowhere is going to become a lifestyle. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is bad emotions can be met with positive, reinforcing emotions, and then these would give you a little push, some motivation, some willpower that you need to use to go to the gym. And when you go and you actually do the experience, not just mentally, but also physically, because as we said, imagination is one thing, but your cortical map is linked to different motor skills, from the fine motor skills to the gross motor skills. When you go to the gym and you bench press, this is a gross motor skill. When you go to the gym and you do some exercises for the forearms, usually this is a fine motor skill. Your perception, hearing the weights drop, hearing yourself pushing the weights and then dropping them on the floor, smelling, maybe the dumbbells smell a certain way, your visual perception of everything that's going on, your touch on the bar, all of these things would reinforce the neuroplasticity. And to top it off, the emotions. And that's why imagination can be really different than reality for your neuroplasticity. Even though it can help a bit, but it's nothing compared to what you will get in terms of actually going to the gym. So having emotional intelligence, having a high EQ, having a high emotional IQ will ensure better social skills, better focus and concentration, better mental wellness, and better life overall. When you know how to use your emotions, when you know how to control them, every single aspect of your life will change, and you know it. The example that we gave before, where if a person wakes up every single day feeling joy, his life will be completely different than a person who wakes up every day feeling sad, or from a person who feels sad twice a week. It's just common sense, right? So using emotional intelligence to work on your social skills. If you have social anxiety or you feel like you don't want to go out because you're being lazy, then you close your eyes and you think about your why. Why do you want to improve your social skills? You want to have maybe a bigger connection, a bigger network so you can reach more people. You have a business and you want to reach more people. Maybe you just want to make more friends. Maybe you want to become the cool kid. What is your why? And when you feel lazy and you want to have better social skills, you close your eyes, you think about your why, you reinforce it with positive emotions, and you just go and do it. And then when you're there, you're using your emotions, you're using your sensory and motor skills, and you're ensuring proper integration in your mind. Eventually, the goal is to ensure neuroplasticity, and you're walking on the right track. Same thing goes for focus and concentration. When you're having bad emotions, you will not be able to focus and concentrate a lot. But then when you have reinforcing emotions, when you close your eyes and think about why you need to concentrate and focus on a certain task you're working on, then it's a different story. You might regroup your focus and concentration. And this, you can apply this to, as I said, every single aspect of your life, whether it's social skills, focus and concentration, going to school, going to class, writing a book, public speaking, anything. To be able to eventually ensure better mental and physical wellness. And once that happens, you are working on an effective and efficient neuroplasticity method. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about a few techniques that you can also use to ensure emotional intelligence. And the first thing is, plan A is not guaranteed. Having plan B or and C can prevent negative emotions in case of disappointment and failure. I usually listen to motivational speeches that always say, don't put a plan B and don't put a plan C. Put a plan A and put all your work into it to ensure that it works. And I admire these speakers and I admire every single word they say. But if we pause for a second and we think about it, isn't there a 0.1 chance that for any reason plan A might not work? This has nothing to do with being optimistic or being a pessimist. This has everything to do with being realistic. Now, the biggest achievements in the world were made when people weren't realistic, when they thought about what's impossible and they made it possible. So I'm not saying you should be realistic in that way where you shouldn't have high expectations and aim high. What I'm saying is, being realistic, we might know, and we know, that plan A is not guaranteed. Even though there's a very small risk, it might not work. But having a plan A where you're aiming for something impossible and you think that you can reach it, you think that you have what it takes to get there, do it. You need to do it. It's people like you who are going to change the world. People who believe that the impossible is possible. These are the people who will change the world. But if you don't have a plan B or a plan C, in case of failure, you will experience a lot of negative emotions. And not just from you, but for everybody around you. Nowadays, we live in a world where social media controls everything, where people celebrate their success on social media. People go out of their houses looking like absolute shit. Sorry for the word, but it's true. And then when they want to post something on Instagram or Facebook, they make sure that they look top notch, that they're wearing their best clothing, they look happy and joyful, even though they're feeling miserable. So having to deal with your own emotions of disappointment and sadness after failing, you also have to deal with your social image, how people will look at you, how you've been talking about your dreams and you're saying that you're going to make it. And then everybody's going to look at you and say, here's the guy who worked for 5 years and didn't make anything. Here's the guy who worked for 5 years. When we were in college studying, he was working on his business and now he failed. He doesn't have a degree and he doesn't have a business. When we have a degree and now we're going to find a job and we're going to start making money and life is good, this will make you feel bad. We compare ourselves to our peers and our friends without even noticing it because we live in a social media, Instagram, Facebook world where it's all about comparison. You see a new post, somebody posted something, it's your friend and you liked it, you would like the post. And somebody else would post something where they make you feel like they're kind of better than you and you won't like the post. It will make you feel bad. But if you have a plan B, then it's an entirely different situation. Plan A is almost there, but having a plan B and working on risk diversion is always good, especially when we're talking about emotional intelligence. Sticking with a plan A and not figuring out any plan B or plan C is you taking an emotional risk. You diving into a puddle, not knowing how this might affect your emotions in case of failure. And I'll give you a very quick example, a very personal example actually. I started working on my business, on my social media and marketing agency about a year ago. and I was still in school. And I met a mentor that gave me an advice that changed my life. She was the one who explained to me how having a plan A and plan B is always a good choice for your emotional intelligence. I was talking to her. My business was growing and it needed a lot more work. And she knew it. And I said, I'm thinking about dropping out of college. I'm thinking about just dropping out of my program and focusing on my business. And then she asked me a question. She said, how positive are you that your business is going to work and make you a lot of money? I said, I'm very positive. And then she said, what if something happens that you cannot control and your business stopped working? Maybe you can't find any reason why your business might not work. But keep in mind, people who died never planned on dying. People who drove their cars at 120 miles an hour were not planning on having an accident and dying. They always thought that they have everything under control and that nothing bad can happen, nothing can make them die. But it's the things that you don't expect. It's the 0.1% risk that you don't look at that can actually destroy you. And then she said, carry on with your business and keep working on it, but don't drop out of college. Because if in 3 years your business fails for any reason, not saying that it might fail, but there is a 0.01 risk that it might. And if it does, you have your degree and you can find a job to save some money so you can get back up and work again on your plan A. But if your business fails, you don't have a degree to get a decent job and get good money to be able to save. You maybe lost some money and now you don't have a degree. You need to find a job that's probably paying minimum wage so you can barely afford your living expenses. And you will find it very hard to stand back up and work on your plan A. Especially because when this happens, you will have emotions of anger, disappointment, and sadness. And usually, these are emotionally charged experiences. But when you have a plan B, the disappointment, the sadness, and the anger will not be as hard because you always know that you're working on your plan B to get to your plan A. I would never advise anybody to drop their plan A because usually plan A is what you want the most and you shouldn't stop working on it until you die. Every single person has a moral obligation to work on their dreams and their goals. These are the people who live life to its fullest. These are the people who, once they're on their deathbed, will not look back and say, I wish I had done this or I wish I had done that. So even though you're feeling down, even though you're feeling sad and you're feeling disappointed because you failed, you have a plan B that's supporting you. You go to plan B and you keep in mind your plan A. You're not going to stop. You know that you're not going to stop until you get and achieve plan A. So when you have a plan B, you will get back up, you will work again, and you'll be more likely to jump back into plan A and make it work. When I have a degree and my business fails, I can get a job that pays well, and I can invest money again in my company to make it grow, to fix the problems that I couldn't fix before, and then I can achieve plan A. And once that happens, once plan A is done, I have my business and it's working well. I always have my plan B in my pocket, which is my degree, which is the situation where for any case in the future my business failed again, I always have my degree to go back at it. And here's the beauty of it. Most people in college, they want to drop out of school because they want to focus on their business. But let's put it this way. Focusing on your business and going to college, and of course, this is just an example of plan A and plan B. Your plan A and B can be applicable on any aspect of your life, of course, just like emotions and experiences. So after following her advice, I was always in school and I was still working on my social media and digital marketing agency. And in fact, she was right. I got to a point where my business wasn't working the way I wanted to work. Things were not working according to plan. And I had to put some money into the business, but I couldn't because I was going to school, I was not working, and I was working on my business, and I had no source of income. But my plan B the fact that I was pursuing my degree, plus all the experience that I got from building my business, got me an internship right away with one of the biggest marketing firms in Ottawa. And it all happened because I had a plan B. And once I got back into plan B, I was able to go back into plan A and grow it bit by bit. And now it's working well. It's not where I want it to be, but if I didn't have a plan B, maybe I wouldn't have the agency anymore. I couldn't get any money into the company, and I couldn't grow it anymore, and then it would fail. So whatever goal you have, whatever you're trying to work on, whatever plan you have, sit down and figure out a plan B or a plan C if you can. Now, second thing is accepting the inevitable. Sometimes we can't control the situation. No matter how many plans we have, we can't fully control the situation. And then we need to adapt, we need to overcome and accept the inevitable. Because when something happens and you have no control over it, you have one of two options. You either dwell or you accept. And when you dwell, you're going to be stuck. You're not going to move forward when the rest of the world is moving forward. But if you accept and you move forward and you move on, you adapt and you overcome it, you will be wiring your brain in an emotionally intelligent way. You are learning to accept failure, overcome it, learn from it, move on, and grow from it. But if you dwell on it, you're going to learn that failure is bad, failure will make me feel sad, I want to avoid failure at any cost, and you just want to avoid failure because it doesn't make you feel good, and that's just our human nature. We want to avoid the things that makes us feel bad. And that's where most people would drop their dreams, where most people would not have such high aspirations anymore. They accept so little because they don't want to encounter failure anymore. And unfortunately, it becomes wired in their brain. The concept of not failing and the concept of security, it becomes hardwired in their brain. If your dad ever worked on a business and it failed and he dwelled on it for years and eventually started working full time, and you grow up and you say to your father that you want to start a business, he's not going to say, yes, go for it, it's going to be awesome. He's going to say, no, starting a business can be risky. You might fail, you might get disappointed. It's better to work on a degree and get a safe job. And did you ever pause for a second and ask yourself, why would he say this? He would say this because of the neuroplasticity process. His experience and the emotions that came with this experience, all the different motor and sensory skills that were involved and everything wired his brain in a way that he wants to avoid risk, aka he wants to avoid business because, well, business is risky. So even though you have a plan A or a plan B or a plan C, even though it's a very small percentage when you have a lot of different plans, but it might get to a point where all the plans didn't work and you don't have any more plans. And you need to accept your reality and look at your options. Look at what you can do to get yourself out of where you are and just start going back at it to go again to your plan A or to your plan B or to your plan C, or just change the plan entirely if you think that it's not working right. Moving on to the next exercise. Count to 10. A lot of you heard people say count to 10 before you say anything, or just take a deep breath. Nowadays it became just a slang that people would just say randomly. When they want to tell somebody to just chill down, they're like, dude, take a deep breath or count to 10, you know? But there is a lot of wisdom behind this technique. When you react based upon impulses, you are reacting based on your current emotions. And when you react towards your current emotions, you are reinforcing them. When you're mad at someone and they try to talk to you and then they start arguing with you, you know that the most probable result is that you guys are going to have a fight. If you start arguing back and you start screaming at him and shouting and having hand gestures, you're just going to get yourself more angry. The other person in front of you is going to feel also emotions of anger, maybe fear, or you might feel threatened. And you will also get affected by external stimulation. And before you know it, you find yourself having a huge argument, a fight, feeling even more angry at the person and you guys had a fight and now you're not talking to each other anymore. But if when the argument starts and you know that you're getting angrier, you're getting more upset, and you know that most probably an argument is going to happen and eventually a fight. You guys are going to stop talking to each other or whatever. But instead of arguing back, if you count to 10, you just stare, not at the person, just stare elsewhere, count to 10, take a deep breath, and be aware of the emotions you're feeling. It's a very simple yet effective technique that you can use on a daily basis to ensure emotional intelligence. I promise you, this is one of the techniques that help me personally the most. This also applies to different examples. The example that we gave about the gym. If, let's say, we put the scenario in a way where you're having a conversation with the gym. The gym is saying, hey, come here, work out. And you're saying, no, I feel sad, I don't want to go. But then you stare somewhere and you count to 10 and you take a deep breath and you really become aware of your emotions. You're going to see that you're feeling sad. Most people never get aware of their emotions. They get sad, but they're not aware of their emotions. But when you get aware of your emotions and you know that you're feeling sad, you have the chance to change this. So when you're arguing with someone and you get upset, you're mad, you're angry, and you count to 10, you take a deep breath and you realize that you're angry, and you know that if you're angry, you're having these emotions of anger. If you're going to talk to the person more, it's going to result in a fight. And once you know the consequences, you need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it just because you're having some emotions? And as we said, emotions are usually short term. You have a fight with your best friend, 2 hours later, you guys text back and everything's working and everything's back to normal. So when you ask yourself, is it worth it? Are these emotions worth getting me to have a fight with my friend or getting the consequences that might happen? And most probably, most of the times, the answer is no. And once you figure out that the answer is no, think about something else. Think about something positive. Think about all the good things that the person did and not all the bad things that the person did. Think about why going to the gym would help. Why going to the gym would make you get closer to your goals, and not why going to the gym might take a lot of effort and a lot of energy and I just don't feel like it. It's easy and it's quick. You're not feeling okay, you're not feeling comfortable. Usually when you have bad emotions, you don't feel comfortable at all. You feel uncomfortable. And then you pause for 10 seconds. You ask yourself very quickly, what am I feeling? And usually when you ask yourself this question, you're going to find the answer right away. Once you find the answer, you ask yourself, what's going to happen if I keep having these emotions? What's going to happen if I keep being angry at the person? And also, the answer is going to be like a light bulb that lights up. You guys are going to have a fight. And is it worth it? The answer is no. And now you know that you need to switch up your emotions to avoid the consequences. And instead of screaming at the person, you would look at them, you would smile, and you would say, can I tell you something? I was really upset about 1, 2, 3 things that you did, but I love you a lot, and you're my best friend, and I don't want to have a fight, and I don't want to argue, but I just want to talk about these things because I got upset, and I don't want to have these feelings again, and I'm pretty sure that as a friend, you would understand this. Boom. Completely different scenario that can change everything. Maybe the first scenario could have led to a moment where you lost your friendship. And just because you counted to 10, you took 10 seconds, you changed the entire stream of actions and controlling your bad emotions. And guess what that does? You guessed right. It works better towards your neuroplasticity. You are reinforcing positive emotions and therefore positive habits. The goal behind neuroplasticity is to wire everything that is positive in your mind. Positive emotions, positive thoughts, positive actions, and through everything we're going through in this course, this is where you're heading. Now, the next exercise is to learn to say no. A lot of people don't know how to say no. You can trace this back to failed parenting strategies. You can trace that back to past experiences. You can track that back to guilt trips that you went through for saying no. When your friend asked you to help him with his essay and you didn't have the time to do it and you said no, and then he failed the class and he says, if you only helped me, like I could have at least passed. This guilt trip that you went through, eventually, as we said before, our human nature wants to avoid all these bad feelings and bad emotions. So when you get wired, your brain gets wired at one point that whenever you say to somebody, when somebody asks you for something and you say no, a guilt trip will follow. Even if he doesn't say anything, just when you say no, you are going to feel guilty for saying no. There's even a book that I ran across at the library at the university, and the title is When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. And of course, as we said, the way it happens is that it becomes wired in your brain. But you need to learn how to say no, and most importantly, learn how not to feel shame when you say no. And how do you do that? You control your emotions. You can use the count to 10 strategy, take a deep breath strategy, do some introspection, and understand that you're feeling shame, and simply switch back to positive emotions. Think about all the good things that you were able to do because you did not spend 6-7 hours working with your friends on an essay. And of course, you shouldn't always say no. If your friend needs your help and you have the time, you have nothing to do, you might as well just help them. But the problem is when you have some things to do and you don't know how to say no because you feel ashamed, and then you say yes at work when your boss asks you to do something and you just can't say no because otherwise you'll feel shame and you'll feel that you're not working hard enough and you're too hard on yourself, and then you got a lot of workload, and before you know it, you find yourself staying at the office till 9 at night. Why? Well, simply because you didn't know how to say no. I will also include an article about this, how to say no without feeling guilty, so you guys can take a look at it if this is one of your problems. But one of the strategies that I use is kind of different. The way I look at it is trying to help other people because eventually they will help you back. When you take 6 hours to work with somebody on his essay, if you ever needed something from them, they'll be there for you. Most of the people, of course. Some people are just full of BS and they just won't help you, even if you help them over and over again. But what happens when you want to help someone, but you're running short on time? He needs you to help him for 6-7 hours when you only have 1 hour to spare. This is where emotional intelligence would step in. Instead of going through the roller coaster of saying yes or no and feeling guilty or feeling shame or feeling pressure because you said yes, you can simply say this. Let's imagine 2 scenarios. Your friend says, hey, can you help me with my essay? I have it due tomorrow and I had to write 3-4 pages. I'm not sure how long it would take, maybe 5-6 hours, but I just really don't know what to do. And you might say, look, man, honestly, I have a lot of things to do and I can't really help right now. If you're working on your emotions, you might say this and not feel bad about yourself. You'll feel okay. You'll just think that, well, this is my right. I have other things that I need to do and I did the right thing. People who feel shame about saying no need to work on their emotions and look at the article that I included. But the scenario that I would follow is the following. He would ask me the question and I would say, of course I can help you. There's no doubt about it. Just let me know. What's the essay about? And then he would say what the essay is about. And then you showed genuine interest that you really, really want to help. And then you say, okay, no problem. I got your back. Let me check my schedule. I'm not sure what I have to do later on today or tomorrow, but I'll let you know. Just give me a couple minutes. And then just think about what you have to do today and tomorrow. Think about if you have the time to help him or not. And if not, if you have some time to help him, maybe you have 1 hour or 2 hours. But the fact that first you didn't show emotions of negativity, we said before how powerful the word no is. When you say no to somebody, most probably they're going to feel a little bit sad, because if they didn't have a 0.1% possibility in their head that you will say yes, they would have never asked you to begin with. After checking your schedule, you might say, look, I only have 1 hour because I have this, and that to do. So how about I help you with the curriculum so you can know what you're going to write about, and then you do your research and you go from there. Now, he's not just going to appreciate that you're helping, and he's not just going to owe you, and he's going to help you in the future, of course, if he's a good person, but he will feel that you went over this to check your schedule and squeeze in your schedule, and you sacrificed an hour to be with him, and of course to help him with his essay. In this case, you feel good, you're not pressured, you had an hour to spare and you spent it with him. Next time you might need something from him, he will be there, hopefully. He didn't feel bad, he didn't feel any negative emotions. In the contrary, he felt really good. He felt like you're a loyal person. He felt like you're somebody he can trust. He felt like you're a true friend, and everybody is a winner. And even if you don't have the time to spare, you have a lot of stuff to do. After you say, yeah, for sure, man, just let me know what's going on. What's the topic about? Okay, for sure. Let me check my schedule. And you check your schedule and you say, look, I have this, and that I need to finish today. And you precise what the things are. You say, I have to write my assignment. I need to get the groceries, and I need to help my dad with something. Instead of saying, I have a lot of stuff to do. Being precise is always better. It gives you more authenticity, and you seem more genuine and more trustworthy. It basically just shows that you're not just saying no because you just don't feel like it. And even when you don't feel like it, you can also use this strategy because it's really helpful. And you carry on to say, I don't think I can help today, but I will try to finish things as fast as possible. And if I do, on the right time, I'll let you know, and then we can work on the essay. Of course, he's not going to feel as good as when you said, I have an hour and let me help you with the curriculum or with the outline of the essay. But he's not going to feel as bad as just saying, no, sorry, man, I can't. I have a lot of stuff to do today. And just try it. Next time somebody asks you to do something, try the first scenario, just say no bluntly and that you have a lot of stuff to do, and see how you feel and see how they feel. You feel negative emotions, just switch back, close your eyes, think about positive emotions, what you're going to do in this time, and move away from these sad and bad emotions. And try also the other scenario. Get excited, ask him questions, let him talk, let him see that you're interested, and then if you really have the time to spare, do it. If you have 6 hours, do it. If you have 1 hour, do it. Or if you don't have time, say, look, I have this, and that to do. I'm going to try to finish them as soon as possible, and then I'll help you. Then the person knows that even though you're not helping right now, but you have him on your mind, and you're going to try to finish things fast so you can help him. And even if you don't, he will consider it as not a person who said no, not a person who just refused to help, but as a person who tried his best, but he just had a lot of stuff and you just couldn't help. You can add to it saying at the end, if you didn't find any time, you can call him or see him and say, look, I still have this to get it over with. If I don't find the time, I'm sorry, but next time you need anything, just let me know and I'll see what we can do about it. This is exactly what emotional intelligence would look like. You are taking care of your proper emotions. You're taking care of the other person's emotions in a way that, of course, the other person's emotions, if they're bad emotions, they will affect your own emotions. And we already talked about this. So you're being emotionally intelligent with your own emotions and with the other person's emotions as well. Now, going further more into emotional intelligence, some concepts that we already talked about and some concepts that are kind of new that we need to discuss real fast and that you need to keep in mind because they're also a part of raising your emotional IQ. And first things first, stop blaming others. When something happens and you blame others, you will feel helpless. You will feel that the other person had the control over the situation and you had no control over it. The reason why this happened is because of what other people did and not what you did. And you can never change what other people did, but you can always change what you are going to do. So if you got a bad grade and you just say, the professor just doesn't like me, or the professor is just too hard on the students, even when you're studying for the next exam, you're going to have these emotions where you're just going to think that even though you're going to study hard, and no matter how hard you study, the professor is not going to give you good grades. And this, of course, will affect the quality of your studying. But if you used your emotional intelligence and said, no, I don't want to blame the professor, I want to blame myself. Maybe I didn't study hard enough. Now, in this case, when you want to study, you're going to have emotions and a mentality that's saying you need to work harder, you need to study harder for you to get a better grade, because it's all up to you. And this will affect the quality of your studying in an absolutely positive way, and you know it. You can control situations way better than other people. So stop blaming others, take responsibility yourself. Even when there is some blame to put on other people, try to work it out yourself, because as we said, you have more control over yourself than over other people. And with control comes stability, and with stability comes stable emotions. Now, working in an emotionally intelligent way will help you get these positive and good emotions and wire your brain in the way that you wanted it to be wired. Second thing is avoid making excuses. And this is interrelated with stop blaming others. When you blame others, you are usually giving excuses. But it's not just about blaming others. Making excuses can be you saying, I can't go to the gym because I can't afford supplements. This excuse right there, you are committing emotional suicide. Because first, you're not going to the gym, and this will hurt the process of wiring and making out of exercising a habit or a lifestyle. And then you're getting more bad emotions in by saying, I don't have money. And all of this just because you wanted to make an excuse. But if you did not think about excuses, you want to go to the gym and you want to make it a habit, you don't look at excuses, you just look at executing. You just look at going to the gym and you make a habit out of it, even though results are not going to be the same, for example, without supplements. But in 3 months, when you save up some money and you buy supplements, you're not going to start from scratch. You're going to start from 3 months into the gym. You have good power, your body's getting better, you can lift more, and the supplements will help you even more. Third is learn how to communicate. And one of the most important techniques to learn how to communicate is, of course, to count to 10 when you're having bad emotions that might cause bad consequences that we already talked about before. And another way to deal with it, if you find that you have a lot of problems communicating with people, you might want to get Dale Carnegie's other book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's one of the best books I've ever read when it comes to influencing others, communicating, and building trustworthy, authentic connections on a daily basis. It would also help you avoid these arguments and all these situations that would actually hurt the relationships and affect the way you communicate in a negative way. And because this is also a very important topic and we communicate every single day, if we don't know how to communicate properly, it can cause us a lot of problems on an emotional intelligence level and furthermore on a plastic brain level. So there's going to be also an article regarding this problem. Now, the next technique is to embrace change. Most people are afraid of change. Sometimes people are excited to change, but most of the times when a sudden change happens in your life, you will not feel comfortable at all. And these bad emotions that comes with this unexpected change, you need to be aware of them, and to be emotionally intelligent, you need to switch them into positive emotions as we talked about before. once you become aware of them. And this will bring us to the last technique that we have, which is focus on introspection. Focusing on introspection is basically you becoming aware of your emotions. Every single time you're feeling uncomfortable or you have some feelings that are making you feel bad, look into your mind and ask yourself, what's going on? What kind of emotions am I feeling? And then deal with it. Switch up these bad emotions into positive emotions that would actually help you. Look at change as an opportunity to increase your neuroplasticity. You have more experiences. That's one way to look at it. If you just look at change as an opportunity for you to enhance your neuroplasticity, to enhance your brain and build more connections and more neural networks, this by itself will make you embrace change instead of dwelling on it. And lastly, being optimistic. As we said, there's going to be an article about it to know more information about it, but it's one of the most important aspects when it comes to emotional intelligence and just kicking away the bad emotions. Being optimistic is just looking at the positive, and the positive would always give you good emotions. And this would bring us to the end of this lecture. Mastering these techniques. You need to make out of emotional intelligence a lifestyle that supports you, not drag you down. You need to use these techniques in neuroplasticity, reinforce desired actions with emotional charge and protection, and avoid network disruption by using prevention and adaptation methods. All the techniques, methods that we discussed in this lecture, if you use them and you understand them and you look into them in an emotionally intelligent way, it will not just help you on a day-to-day basis. It will not just help you with your mental and physical health, but if you are putting in the right actions that you want to wire in your brain, it can change your life when it comes to neuroplasticity. You will find yourself wiring all these actions way easier than you would if you were having bad emotions. The goal is to understand how important emotions are, and of course that reflects in all the different examples that we gave, and to understand how to use it to your own advantage, which basically means how to be emotionally intelligent and how to focus on the good emotions to reinforce the desired actions. And a huge part of it is to also use bad emotions to prevent undesired actions. So when you want to stop something and every single time you do it, you enjoy it and you love it and you think about every single thing that you love about it and not the things that are actually hurting you, you're not being emotionally intelligent. When you want to stop smoking and every time you smoke, you have emotions of joy and that seems that you can't really control when in fact you can, you are not being emotionally intelligent. But if when you smoke, you feel shame of yourself, wanting to stop and you just can't, you feel shame about what you're doing to your body. When you're smoking and you imagine the smoke getting in your lungs and ruining them, when you imagine yourself getting a chronic disease that will hurt your health a lot, and you do all of these things while you're smoking, instead of having these emotions of joy, you'll have emotions of anger, sadness, disappointment. And the more you do it, if every single time you smoke, you think about these things, as we said, the human nature wants to avoid bad feelings. Bit by bit, you will start to wire this in, and every single time you want to smoke, you will have these bad emotions and bad feelings. And because the human nature wants to avoid it, this will help you if you're trying to quit smoking. Now, physical dependence on the nicotine is a different story. And it can be hard, especially when you're suffering from withdrawal symptoms. You'll feel a lot of discomfort. And you're going to learn way more about this in the habits section. How, when you have a physical dependency on something, how your body on purpose would make you feel discomfort and would make you feel like the only way to feel comfortable is to go back to the thing that you're withdrawing from, the thing that you have physical dependency on. And that's where most people would give in and they would just go back to smoking or whatever habit they're trying to stop. But for now, this is more than enough for you to understand and be emotionally intelligent. Work on these techniques and be consistent, and you will start seeing results in no time.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, "You know what? I don't really care how you feel," and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, "Really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel." Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, "What's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later." And he knows. I mean, after 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral, because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day, because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media, saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically, reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me, because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, this actually has been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away. And I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, I mean, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. You know, it was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You know, you can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? You know, if the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, you know, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? You know, maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If, you know, they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. You know, I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? You know, if you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old. You shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this gets, hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves when we're having a bad day. Say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity, and adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty, we can talk about compassion, we can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want. Because ultimately, self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you. but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, you know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something. So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, like I was out on the streets, I was a bum. It's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right, let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. That doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
Body, mind, empowerment.
Get stronger, faster, smarter, quicker, friendlier, more helpful, more driven.
Everything the body needs.
Control your mind.
Welcome to the Body, Mind, Empowerment podcast. I'm your host, Siimland, and today my guest is Isaac from the YouTube channel The Realized Man. And he makes videos about dominating your psychology and winning the internal battle we all face, and achieving your goals that way. Isaac, I'm so glad to have you here, and I want to welcome you to the show.
The pleasure is mine, man. I've been waiting to get on your podcast, and I was so happy when you actually told me, hey, Isaac, let's make this happen. And here we are. Hopefully it's a good one. Yeah, definitely. We've been on this journey of YouTube together for a while already, and we kind of it was just a matter of time, Yeah. You, me, and Philip. It started all at the beginning. I think this time last year, fresh. Here we are now. Yeah, exactly. Why I like your videos is like you combine the philosophy and the aspect of hustling hard. So it's kind of very good combination of modern day success and personal development with these ancient philosophers as well. Yeah, 100%. I think you kind of need that, especially the philosophy of Stoicism. There's so many aspects in that philosophy that just correlate into the hustle ethic, that just kind of give you the right mindsets to be able to just get down and win that battle of the internal mind, like what I'm always talking about on my channel, and make things happen. So you need to draw from all different areas, and philosophy is definitely a strong point for me to get my, motivation from. Exactly. Like the game is psychology. Everything, the world or your subjective experience of the world, all of it exists only in your head, in your psychology, and so your own mindset and the way you look at things, it's literally the key aspect of how you experience the world around you. So why do you think like having a mindset or having a good, right growth mindset is so important? Well, just like what you said, your perception is everything. And I've seen what kind of drew me to this whole self-improvement thing was how I realized how your mind can literally change what you experience. I've seen people that have had it all literally having terrible lives just because of how they perceive things, just because of how ungrateful they are. And I've seen people with nothing just really happy and, having that energy just coming from them because of their perception, because they're grateful for the small things. So it all starts with the mindset. Like a growth mindset, especially, is incredibly important. In this line of work, you need to kind of have faith that you can get better. The fixed mindset that people have when they believe that, like this is what they have, these are the genetic blessings I've been given, or this is all I can achieve, is not inducive of success in this world, right? So self-improvement is kind of a way to unlock that growth mindset in people to be able to actually achieve crazy things, to be able to actually do the things that we're always talking about, trying to inspire on our channels.
Yeah, it's true. Like, and it doesn't just apply just to success or goals. You need to have your mindset on point with everything else as well, like your health, your relationships, your greater purpose in life, and those are all tied. They're all tied to your mindset. And the thing with your mindset and the thing with your actions is that, like, they become self-fulfilling prophecies in a sense of what you believe to be true. You will only act if you believe that something is possible to be accomplished, and if you don't believe that something is that you won't be able to accomplish them, then you won't be able to act either, because it's limiting in a sense, and you never want to act on something that you're going to fail. So yeah, definitely having a growth mindset, believing in what you do, lays the foundation to your actions all the time. So what kind of a mindset do you yourself personally have?
Like my business, the Realized Man, my hustle, I have a pretty extreme mindset. I'm not sure. I'm sure you're aware of Jocko Willink.
Yeah, Jocko Willink. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a similar type of mindset when it comes to my work. Whereas he's probably got, like, in terms of battle and being a commander and stuff, I've got that do or die mindset when it's time to do the work. So if I need to do something, and the only way I'll get off it is once I'm finished or if I'm dead. So I push myself to that mental place. And it hasn't always been like that. It took a bit of time. A lot of books I've read, especially a lot of Navy SEAL books, they're really good for kind of building up that mindset. And I feel like that's the mindset you need if you want to be a good hustler, right? In this world, you need to be able to kind of push the barriers. And what I've noticed is a lot of us, we stop at self-made limits, right? We start feeling that inner resistance. We start feeling a little bit of resistance, and we're like, okay, now that's enough. Now I'm done. What I've been doing over the past 5 years is just trying to teach myself to push through that limit. It started off from the gym, from fitness, and then it seeped over to the mindset aspect, to just sitting down and doing work. And what I've noticed is, as human beings, our potential is so insane. It's incredible, but a lot of us just tap into a little bit of it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like, I like what you said, that Navy SEALs, they are all pushing themselves to the limit. And I've heard this saying amongst Navy SEALs that whenever you feel like quitting, or whenever you feel like you've reached enough, then that's only like the 40% of your true potential. And that is true, because your mind is always trying to protect you from taking action, from putting you into these uncertain situations, because it's like, self-preserving mechanism. Because an organism, if it expends too much energy, if it gets into these dangerous situations, then its chances of survival is gonna be lower. So your mind is always trying to protect you, whether that be by not taking action, causing fear, anxiety, or even lying to yourself. It's also a way of self-preservation and avoiding the uncertainty.
Yeah. I think you have to be very cognizant of that. I always talk about that on my channel. I talk about this thing called the evolutionary mismatch. Basically, our biology hasn't really caught up with the technology and the advancements we have now. So, like what you said, you as an organism, you're trying to conserve energy as the number one thing. You're trying to ensure your survival. So your brain doesn't care about your higher ideals, doesn't care about your podcast sim, it doesn't care about your courses or your impact you want to make on this earth. Your brain just wants you to survive. And it still thinks that we're getting chased by mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. So luckily for us as human beings, we have this blessing, this faculty of being able to be more aware. So we can kind of like step outside of ourselves and see the situation. We can become aware of these impulses we have as like an animal, as like, an organism, and still see the higher picture and say, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't have to be the way. I don't have to follow this impulse. I'm not a base animal. I can choose to persist. And I think that's where that grit comes from. And I'm sure you know a lot about that, Sim. I see how much work you've been putting in, and your podcast. You know all about that mental resistance and pushing through it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a good analogy of YouTubing, making videos, and being an entrepreneur on the internet, because it really requires a ton of work and consistency. As well, with both of us, we've been publishing hundreds of videos over the last year, and we're still going to keep doing it. So it's definitely like we're not, even though we're living in a modern age that is very safe and secure, we're still as if living in a in an environment that requires these kinds of adaptations of disciplining ourselves and maintaining this consistency in this regard.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And another thing that's kind of messes us up in the modern day is you have to realize that we are bombarded by so many more distractions than there's ever been at any other time, period. I was having a talk with my friend the other day, and we were discussing what would it have been like to live just like 20 years ago. Like, what did people do before the internet, before social media? What did you do, right?
Yeah.
Now we've got all these things. We've got Telegram, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, iTunes, like all these things grabbing your attention. So it's never been easier for people just to kind of take the path of sloth, to kind of just fall into those evolutionary urges to take the path of least resistance, to just entertain yourself. So today, more than ever, a good mindset, that hustler mindset, that grit mindset is needed.
Yeah, if we're being conditioned to be, all over the place, and to be, in the grips of these sensory stimulations, then you don't develop this kind of patience and focus, and you tend to dabble. You don't commit to one thing that is going to actually give you the more results, because mastery, the greatest results come from mastering something and getting actually so good, getting really good at something. And just if you're dabbling, if you can't, if you quit certain activities as soon as you start them, then yeah, you'll never reach these kinds of higher levels of mastery.
That's you need like 10,000 hours of mastery. It's something that's kind of becoming more difficult to do in this modern day, like what we said was the distractions. You go back a few thousand years ago, a blacksmith who was a blacksmith all his life, all he's going to be doing is just forging weapons. He's going to get that 10,000 hours easily. But for us, it takes a lot of mental focus to decide on one thing and to actually go hard at that. And besides the distractions, we're also paralyzed by information, right? Like when you give someone 50 choices, it's harder to make a decision than if you give them 3 choices. And we need to navigate around that to succeed, to be able to do what we want to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what kind of qualities do you value in a person's mindset? What kind of qualities or traits do you value the most?
Yeah. I like grit. That's one. Grit, the ability to just persist on one thing and keep going regardless of hurdles. People need to be adaptation. I feel like a lot of people are not adaptive. They get comfortable in a particular environment or way of thinking, and it's next to impossible to get them out of that.
Right.
And yeah, I think those are the 2 main ones, Sim. Those grit and adaptation, the ability to adapt to obstacles as they come your way. If you have those 2 mindsets, you'll be able to go very far indeed.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Like, one of the highest values that I value in people is like having this kind of having this kind of a mindset that allows you to overcome your current condition and your current circumstances, in a sense of not focusing on the aspect of, oh, I have these kind of predisposing genes, I'm living in this kind of environment, I've been given, or I've been, I've been forced to have this kind of a burden to bear that I didn't choose. But instead of, instead of adopting the victim mindset and falling victim to that, instead of that, overcoming it and using it as something that is actually going to give you more leverage and more power, in a sense. And I believe like the individual's ability to override and rise above any circumstance is one of the most admirable and most effective mindsets to ever have. And I believe like the best example of this comes from history as well. Like my favorite books of all time is Man's Search for Meaning, and it's written by Viktor Frankl, and it talks about how he survived the Nazi concentration camps, where he spent for 3 years under brutal conditions. He was working hard, and he basically came out of it thanks to his mindset, thanks to his ability to perceive his suffering as something meaningful, as something that didn't break him, but actually allowed him to find more happiness and fulfillment.
Yeah. You see, I've read that book as well, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And that's why I like the Stoic mindset so much, the Stoicism philosophy. Viktor Frankl kind of resonates with that philosophy a lot in the way that he talks about certain things in his book. The ability to take an obstacle, as Ryan Holiday says, and make it the way. So take any negative event that happens in your life and flip it upside down and use it as a way for self-betterment, self-improvement. And what I've noticed in life is if you look really thoroughly, there's always a way to turn a negative into a positive. Even the worst circumstances, you can always turn positive. Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, like I was out on the streets, I was a bum. Like, it's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right. So let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. Like, you had Brendan Carter on your podcast the other day as well, or you were talking to Brendan Carter, and I remember watching his story, and he was talking about how the way he developed his mindset was that his father passed away when he was young, and he had to look after the family and become the man of the house at a young age, and that just really gave him the advantage. So sometimes these negative things that happen in life, if you have the right mindset, they kind of make you stronger. Like in Black Panther, how he absorbs the kinetic energy and gets stronger. I'm not sure if you guys watch that. That might be a spoiler. That's how I like to look at things. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
That's right. Like there are things in Stoicism they say that there are things that you can't control, like the weather, the planetary circulation and things like that, but you can control your thoughts and actions. So even by simply admitting that you can, even if it may be a lie, that you can't actually control, that you can't even direct the course of actions of future events entirely, even if you simply admit to yourself or acknowledge to yourself that you can do it, then just the mere fact of doing that already gives you so much power, because you're gonna direct your focus on the things that you can actually control.
Yeah. That's what people are always saying. You might not have control of your external world, but you always have control of your internal world. It's kind of like if someone chucks your insult right now, you can take it one of two ways. You can be offended by it, or you can exercise your control and be like, no, I'm not going to let this affect me at all.
Right.
This is nothing to me.
Right.
And the ability of exercising your control is actually pleasurable once you've done it a few times. You get, you're just like, oh, wow, I wonder what's next. I wonder what else they're going to chuck at me. I wonder what else is going to come. It almost kind of becomes like a game in some ways.
Exactly.
If you get really deep down this rabbit hole, it starts becoming like a little bit of a challenge. Like, oh, I wonder what I can overcome next. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this? Oh, sweet. Yeah. I remember the other day, Sim, I had to go to the hospital because my mum needed to get checked up, and we were waiting in the hospital for like 5 hours, right? And before the 5 hours, I was waiting for 2 hours, and I realized I was going to stay there for a long time. I was like, okay, so in my mind, I could have done one or two things. I could have complained and thought, oh crap, I'm going to be here for 5 hours. I won't be able to hustle. I can't do the things I wanted to do. This sucks. But I chose to flip that upside down. I thought to myself, oh wow, so I'm going to be here for 5 hours. Let's see how good I am at this game of patience.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let's see how patient I can be. Let's see how stoic I can be about this. And that just flipped the thing upside down. When you turn these negatives and kind of make them into like little challenges that you have to overcome, it completely changes your experience with those things. And that's something that people can do.
I totally agree with you on this one as well. Like, I've been in similar situations, and like I said, it's a game almost, and it might seem sort of a masochistic game, but but in reality, it is actually simply conditioning. Everything you do every day is you're training something. You're conditioning your brain in some direction or the other. Like even like say, for instance, I'm trying to, I don't know, trying to do some work on the internet, with my blog or YouTube channel or whatever, and the internet goes away, then I might feel, I might get frustrated, I might get, angry because I won't be able to do the stuff I want to do. But at the same time, yeah, once you acknowledge to yourself that, oh, this is an opportunity to practice not being influenced by these kinds of things, of staying in control of your mind and directing your psychology in the way of where you're still in control and not losing it. So that's like, and that's a huge power. And once you feel that initial barrier is overcome, you feel that you're not actually being negatively influenced by this thing, then you start to feel good.
You're going to say good.
And the more and then you can actually drive it even further, and you will be amazing. Eventually, you'll feel amazing.
Yeah. And another thing you can do that I always talk about is, in some cases, you might not have, well, let's say the situation is really bad and you don't have much control over it, and you just feel those negative emotions, right? You're feeling angry that the internet's gone, or you're feeling sad. Another powerful thing that you can do in that moment is just to use that as a exercise for mindfulness, just to observe whatever you're feeling. Like, you might be feeling depressed, happy, or whatever. Just observe the crap out of it. And even that in itself is valuable, because it's kind of like you're a scientist and you're observing through like a magnifying glass the human experience. And the more you observe it, the more you do that, the more power you have the next time. You start to identify the emotion a bit better. You start to understand it. And when it comes back around, you're like, oh, I remember this. Okay, yeah, this happened last time. No, that's not happening again. Like for me, a big one was anger. I used to get really angry really quickly, right? With different people and stuff, and finding out the little cues that I had before I burst out. And an interesting thing happened. At other times in the future, when I start getting angry, I'll just become aware of it. And the fact that I was aware of it made the anger go away. I was just like, oh, wait a second. That's that thing again.
You always just look at me and say good.
And to actually become more mindful in the present moment, as to dig deeper into the experience itself, and to actually see what is causing it what is causing you to feel in this way, and whether or not it has actually any meaning or any basis. Yeah. Because most of our feelings, they result from our emotions, which themselves come from the physiological state of our body and the experiences we have.
Yeah, you can't just trust your emotions at face value. You can't just take whatever you're feeling and just say, okay, this is what I'm feeling, I'm going to go with it. Sometimes when you do examine it, put underneath a magnifying glass of mindfulness, look at it with great scrutiny, you see that you kind of overreacted, or you're not really seeing all pieces of the puzzle, and that realization brings you back to your default state. I've noticed. So don't always just run with your emotions. If you're feeling angry, don't just stop punching the wall or whatever. Just try, see what's happening. If you're feeling sad, try, see what's happening.
That was an overreaction.
And that in itself is another fun game. So life is full of fun games that you can play, and the good thing about these games is they make you better.
That's true, yeah. But like we talked about emotional control and being able to control your mindset, do you believe in this ability that people have? Do you believe in free will?
That's a complicated question, that one. That's a complicated question. Well, this is what I think. This is my personal theory. I feel like we have free will to a degree. To a degree. It's like this. You don't really necessarily control your thoughts. Like, thoughts just come into your mind and then you say, oh, okay, look, I had that thought, and you think that you thought that, right? Most of the time, we're not in conscious thought. A lot of the things that we think of are coming from the subconscious mind. We might see an object and it reminds us of something in the past, and then we get an idea and we think that we thought of it. Just our brain kind of using transistor actions just come up, like an algorithm, just come up with random shit. I feel like other things that appear in your consciousness, let's say you got 5 different options or 5 different things that appear in your mind, you have the choice to do A, B, C, D, or E out of the options that are in your mind. But you don't have a choice in what goes in your mind. So it's kind of like limited free will. So let's say someone's got schizophrenia, right? And for some reason they're really messed up and they get the weird idea to like go murder someone or something, right? Maybe in their mind, they didn't have any other option but to murder someone. That's the only option that was in their mind. But this is a freaking weird analogy here, but we'll go with it. but when they get there, they might choose to do A, B, or C. Kill this person in A manner, B manner, or C manner. If that makes any sense. So I feel like we have limited free will, but not really a holistic type of free will. How about you? What do you think?
I think something similar to you. Like we have free will. We can always choose to make a conscious decision based on our free will. But more often than not, we're simply being controlled by our sensory perception, different experiences, different states of mind, and definitely like preconceived genetic predispositions and so on. They're like subconscious programs that are running, but once we become aware of them, then we can rise above them. And Viktor Frankl also has this amazing quote about this. He says something like, everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way.
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
He's definitely, in my opinion, one of the epitomes of free will and this ability to rise above any circumstance. So his book is definitely one of those books every human being needs to read.
Needs to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
to simplify my analogy, Sim, to kind of make it a bit more digestible for people, I found a better way of explaining it. Okay, the free will example. Let's say you're playing a game of cards or something, and someone slides you 5 cards. You don't choose which cards they slide you. So we have free will in deciding, out of the 5 cards we're given, I'm going to choose this card. But we don't choose the cards that we given to us. But if you expose yourself to more material through self-development, through reading philosophy, through meditation, you enhance the amount of cards you have. You enhance the options you have. So you do, in a sense, get a greater sense of free will because you have more options available to your mind as opposed to someone who's never looked at this stuff, who's never been shown this stuff.
Let's go team free will.
But what about things like willpower fatigue and ego depletion?
I'm glad you brought that up. It's something I've been looking at for the past couple of years. I've looked at lots of research papers on ego depletion and the studies and stuff. And recently I've been told that all those studies have been debunked. Like they've done the tests again and there's no coherent evidence. But I still believe in it, to be honest with you. I still believe in ego depletion to a degree. Like the average person, you have a hard day at work, like your boss is giving you a tough time, nothing's going your way. When you come home and someone irritates you, you're more likely to spaz out. That's the average person. But if you train your mentality, if you train your mind and get like the Joko Willink type mind, to get the Simulant type mind, you're going to, that doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube and I'm really excited for it. I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. You know what I mean? So I feel like ego depletion applies for the vast majority of people, but you can transcend it if you have the right mindset.
Right.
The more I hold the line, the stronger the hold is.
I think like it also makes it an excuse, you know, like if you think that your ego or if your willpower is gonna become depleted, you're gonna feel you're gonna, you know, lose your control, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. And you make it an excuse, you know, like, oh, I've been already doing it. I've been already depleted my willpower, and it makes it an excuse to slip off in a sense. And and like you said, like you can always transcend it once you have the right mindset. And you know, Friedrich Nietzsche said as well, where there is a will, there is a way. Or not no, he said something like with a big enough of a why, any how becomes possible. Like if you have a reason to do something, if you actually want to hold true to a certain mindset, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long hours you've been working or what other obstacles you may come across.
I agree. The thing is, like going back to what we were talking about earlier in this call, the human mind just wants to preserve you. It just wants to kind of like conserve energy. In the same way as, let's say you take someone who is not very active, physically active and stuff, and you tell them to run 1 kilometer, right? They're gonna be dying. Their heart's gonna be exploding in their chest. They're gonna be like holding onto their throat. It's gonna be very difficult for them to run that 1 kilometer. They probably won't do it. They'll tell you that they can't do it. But if you give them a big enough reason, it's, okay, run 1 kilometer, don't stop. I know you haven't ran in 5 years, but run 1 kilometer, don't stop. At the end of the 1 kilometers, I'm gonna give you $1 billion. Here's the evidence. Do you think they're gonna stop? Do you think they're gonna stop? Like, no one's stopping. They're gonna run the 1 kilometers because the why is so huge. Like that, they're just thinking of the $1 billion, just running, not even feeling anything. So the human body, just like in the physical way, will mentally stop you when you're like 10% of your capacity. So your capacity might be 100%. Maybe you can hustle for 3 days straight if you really need to, if you really have to, without taking a break. But you're going to get tired after 2 hours because it wants to conserve energy. So the trick is overcoming that barrier.
That's right. Yeah, like if you're in dire circumstances of sink or swim, then yeah, you're gonna make it happen, or else you're gonna or else you won't be able to survive. Like there are many stories of how people who are in these life or death situations, like car accidents or airplane crashes or something like that, they're gonna muster up this incredible strength, human strength, and they're gonna, you know, rescue themselves in a sense of, you know, I don't know, lifting up some bigger boulders or bigger logs, and you know, to save themselves or to save their child or something.
Yeah, and the good thing about the mind is we have a very powerful faculty, the human mind, in the sense that we can visualize things. A lot of things that we visualize actually affect us from a physiological standpoint without even happening in the real world. Just think about when you have a thought like, let's say you can't find your wallet, and then you start thinking, oh crap, maybe I dropped it at the shops or something. Your heart skips a beat because you start thinking about, oh no, I have to cancel all these things. How am I going to pay? You actually feel that, right? Even though it hasn't happened, you're just visualizing. So the visualization is a very powerful thing that you can do. So what I like to do is, if I have something I have to do, like maybe it's a university assignment or it's something I have to hustle on, I visualize very vividly that it's do or die. And your mind starts to believe it. Your conscious mind doesn't believe it, but your subconscious mind will believe it. And once that starts happening, you start having that energy we were talking about to push through that barrier.
Whatever your mind can conceive, then it can become in a reality as well, as long as you're willing to put in the right actions. So what are some like other strengthening exercises for your willpower? How do you make yourself more disciplined and to have an iron will?
Well, honestly, I think building your willpower is just like a habit. Like when you first start driving a car or riding a bike, everything is very conscious based and rigid, and it takes a lot of energy to get it going. But after a while, it becomes a faculty of the subconscious mind. It just becomes easy, automatic, right? So willpower is just simply the ability to not take your thoughts so seriously, right? Because whenever you're doing something that's worthwhile, what's naturally going to happen is you're going to start getting those thoughts that like, oh, take a break now, or go to sleep, take a rest. Everyone gets them. So what you need to do is to learn to identify that resistance and to completely disregard it, just completely shove it out of the way. And the more you can do that consciously say, okay, there's the resistance, I'm going to shove it out of the way. And if you keep doing it, after a while, it starts becoming habitual. And once it becomes habitual, that's when you're gold. And it's no longer a game of willpower. It's just a game of you just doing your things. And that's your default mode. You're just deflecting all these excuses, resistance. I used to be someone who used to give in to a lot of rationalizations, resistance. But once I started doing that, over time, I realized it became easy. Like people ask me, how are you doing that for 10 hours? How are you doing it for 12 hours? I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing to do. It's just, you just do it. Do it. So it's training. You build it up. There's a number of things you can do as well though. Like there's physical things you can do, like cold showers. Like that's a good one, a very practical one, because it teaches you to kind of not take your mind so seriously. When you have to wake up in the morning, go and take the shower, turn it on cold. It's a very binary decision. It's a yes or no. Are you going to do it, or are you going to bitch out today and not do it, right? So the more you can do that and you start conquering your own mind, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like there's a battle in your mind. It's you versus your mind. Once you start conquering it, not taking it so seriously, you start seeing all the games it plays, and you can overcome them much easier.
Free your mind.
Yeah, I think the key is to actually recognize or to project your internal resistance outward out of yourself, of not associating it as something that is inside you, that not associating it with the free will aspect of you, the one who is able to make the decisions despite any circumstances, but to start associating the feeling of resistance and the feeling of procrastination as something that is external to you, that is, in a sense, is being projected onto you through these different experiences, through these different events that are happening to you. Because, for instance, let's take for an example of a person who is having a diet, who is trying to lose weight, and they get the urge to eat some donuts, and they say to themselves, okay, I have the feeling that I want to eat some donuts, and I get the cravings, so I decide to take a short diet break. I've been doing enough work, and I'm gonna eat that one donut, and they're gonna consciously rationalize it as something that they decide to do based on their free will, that they decided to do it. But when you dig a little deeper, then you can find that the reason they got the craving or the urge to eat that donut came to them through the environment. They sensed this smell of fresh bakery. They saw the visual images of these delicious donuts, and maybe someone else around them also ordered those donuts. Then you can't actually say that they made this decision based on their free will, because that decision was thrusted upon them from their environment. So the free will aspect of it would have been simply to disregard it and to actually see that it was external. That the decision was external to them.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way of looking at it.
Forbidden donut.
I've also heard about different willpower exercises done by the Spartans in ancient Greece, where they would when the kids, young boys, were training, then they would put some water into their mouth, and they would have to run an entire mile while holding the water in their mouth without swallowing it. So and when they came back from the run after that 1 mile, then they would have to spit the water out into this bowl again. So and they actually measured how much water did they swallow, and based on that they would either give some punishment or some additional exercise or something. So it's crazy.
Wow. Well, yeah. Well, you can definitely train yourself to build willpower. Personally, I've used the gym as an actual way to build my willpower. Like I always tell people to do this particular exercise. You find like This isn't for muscle building, by the way. This is just purely for building willpower. You find an exercise that's relatively safe, right? So you probably shouldn't do this on squats or something like that. Like maybe just a machine or something, right? And you set a weight that you could do for maybe like 10 reps, 10 good reps, right? Let's say bicycle curls, you do 10 reps, and then you do 100. you, I'm gonna say you do 100 straight, but you don't stop until you get 100.
Right.
And what you find, I always do this. I always get people to do this, shoulder raises on different exercises. What you find is, at maybe 20 or 30, you feel like you can't do anymore. But if you can just convince yourself that you're going to do it, and the only way you're stopping is if you can't do it, you get to the 100 almost every time. You get to 100, and once you get to 100, you start thinking to yourself, wait a second, I just did 100 reps, and I've been stopping at 10. I've been stopping at 20. I've been playing myself this whole time. Well, I thought, yeah. So I took that mindset. Like I was doing the gym to begin with, just different exercises, squats, all these exercises I was doing it. And then when I transitioned over to doing work, like, you know, like schoolwork or hustling, I'll be doing work, and then I start getting tired and want to take a break. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a break. And I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
It's still my set. I'm not done yet. Like, you know, like, am I at that point where I can't actually do meaningful work anymore? Am I at the point where I actually can't do it, or am I just giving in? Am I stopping at the 10 reps, right? And once you know those mental barriers you put on yourself, it's easier to just keep going and just to try it. And the funny thing is, once you keep going, you start to realize it's not even that bad. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the beginning that's like, so that's another exercise I do.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. You only actually start to strengthening your willpower in a situation where you're actually forced to use your willpower. For instance, let's imagine, yeah, you build some muscle to do 10 reps with the biceps curls, but to actually progress further, to actually strengthen that muscle, you need to be putting more stress on it. You need to train it harder, whether through increasing reps or the weights. And I also like to apply the same mindset when doing something like cognitive work, or trying to read, or trying to preserve my willpower. And for instance, whenever I start to feel tired, then I notice that, okay, this is a moment where my willpower is starting to get taxed. You know, I only start to count when it's at 100, you know, like Muhammad Ali said. So,
Yeah.
or he said, like, I only start counting when it gets painful. So that's the moment where that's the actual moment where you start to taxing or training your willpower. Before that, you're simply, you know, going through the motions and greasing the groove in a sense. So yeah, whenever you do get tired, whenever you feel like, okay, I want to take a break, then it's also another opportunity to tell yourself, okay, this is another opportunity, another moment where I can actually train my willpower. And then it becomes enjoyable again, and you regain your focus.
It goes back to what we were saying about like all these different games that you can play in life. The willpower one is definitely one. Like, and the good thing about it is it's become satisfying. One of the most satisfying feelings you could ever feel, I personally think, is when you exceed your own expectations. You think that you're going to get like this much done, and you end up doing that much. You're like, oh wow, I actually did a lot more than I thought I could, because it opens up your mind. It's like, wow, if I could do that, is that really my max? Is that really my potential? Of course, you can burn out. There are limits. There are times when you should, of course, take some time to rest and recover. You have to be smart about it. But I feel like as a society, we tend to cling too close or too much to comfort. It's okay sometimes to push yourself to the limits. Like what you do with your fasting. It's okay to fast for 3 days sometimes just to see what the hell happens. You know, you're not going to die. You know, it's okay to maybe hustle a little bit longer one day just to see if you can do it. Maybe like get 2 hours sleep. I'm not saying do it all the time, but it's okay to see those limits from time to time.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like definitely there has to be this balancing act of whenever you do push yourself further than you used to, then you need to recover as well to compensate for it. And one of the most important mindsets, or one of the most principles of life, is to avoid all absolutes. And what it means is that you should never want to create these absolute statements about yourself or your goals or your personality or your routines. You know, like I'll never skip a workout. I'll never skip a gym session. You know, I'm always gonna be eating clean. I'm always gonna be eating keto, or you know, I'm always gonna be doing my YouTube channel until the day I die because I set myself a goal and that's it. And you know, yeah, like people like we have this kind of a semi-type A personality where we want to get things done, and we do stay disciplined, and we can push ourselves through the dirt quite easily. And the problem is that, you know, it becomes an absolute, and it can also blind us from our true purpose and the things that we actually need to do. So you have to like kind of avoid all the absolutes. And Aristotle also has like amazing quote for this. Like he said, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to entertain two conflicting thoughts at the same time. So what it basically means is that you have to be able to adopt this mindset of actually being able to push yourself through these kinds of barriers, to staying disciplined no matter what, and, you know, grinding your face off, while at the same time being mindful of how it affects your body. And whenever you do find yourself in this situation where you're forced to break your principles or to break your routines or to change your goals, then you accept it. You accept it because you can see past this initial you can see past your ego in a sense.
Yeah. That's 100% correct. I think that's similar to what Robert Greene says in the 48 Laws of Power. Assume formlessness, or Bruce Lee, be like water. Avoid those absolutes. Yeah, that's very important, because I've seen a lot of people grind themselves to the death. You need to be cognizant or be aware at the back of your mind of why you're doing this in the first place. I see too many people get caught up in the whole hustle mentality. They want to make more money. You know, they want to get $20,000 a month, $30,000 a month, and they lose track of why they wanted to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
They lose track of what exactly they wanted. Yeah, they want more money so they can have a better life, but if you're hustling all the time, are you actually enjoying the money? If you're hustling all the time, like, I feel like human beings, it's very easy for us to kind of forget that life happens right now, like in the moment. It's very easy for us to get stuck in the past, thinking about what we did yesterday, or to think about tomorrow. Like for me, I spend a lot of time thinking about like the YouTube channel, growing it, hustling the future. But I always have to ground myself in coming back to the moment and saying, hey, hold on a minute. Remember, this is what life is. These moments here, this is life. There is no perfect day that's going to come where, you know, you just arrive at this day and you're like, this is life. They're like, this is it. So you need to be cognizant of that while you're hustling. Sure, you can hustle to push your limits, build your future and stuff, but remember that you're living in your life right now as well. It's kind of hard to explain.
Like Seneca, he's written his book on the shortness of life, where he talks about that, you know, men, they don't live short lives, they simply waste it. And I feel like same as well, like that most people, they simply waste away their time and their life on doing these meaningless things that don't fulfill them, and that don't have actual, you know, greater significance either. So the key is to actually, to work on something that you actually that you want to actually accomplish, and to work on something meaningful, while at the same time enjoying the process and enjoying the growth aspect of it as well.
It's kind of difficult too. That's the funny thing about the human mind. It's very difficult. I remember when I started off with my YouTube channel, I spent a lot of time making videos, and I eventually got to 100 subscribers, right? And I was so happy. I was like, yes, 100 subscribers. Yes, I did it. And the joy lasted for like a minute or two. And I was like, oh, time to get 1,000. You know what I mean? So then I got 1,000 subscribers. Like, yeah, 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers. I did it. I was like, oh, 10,000. You know, like it's easy to get lost in the numbers, in the progress, and to not just kind of appreciate what you're doing now. It's kind of like a duality. You have to have that hustler mindset, the ability to grind and chase your dreams, but also you have to kind of at the same time be detached from it. At the same time be like, if it all goes to shit, if it all disappears, you're still okay because you're still alive, you're still like breathing, and be grateful for everything else. So it's a hard balance to achieve, but once you have that balance, everything flows a lot better, I found.
That's true, yeah. You have to see yourself as part of this bigger picture and detach yourself from yourself and from your ego.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sam. Since you seem to be very into this whole nutrition thing, I've been looking at some stuff in regards to willpower, and some of the studies talk about glucose and how that's a big determinant of your willpower, just the amount of food you eat. Have you found any correlations with that, or?
It's definitely true that willpower fatigue, in my opinion, happens because the brain won't get access to enough energy, and when it does get it, then the first priority of your brain is to get enough energy and to preserve other metabolic processes and to promote the energy distribution across the entire body. So whenever it does come across this sort of a barrier, when it runs out of glucose in this example, then it's going to create an energy crisis. And because the majority of the fuel that it uses is glucose, carbohydrates, then it's going to create sugar cravings, and it's going to make you feel more tired than you actually should. But your brain doesn't need that much glucose actually. It needs about 120 grams of glucose per day, and to be honest, after you become keto adapted, after you switch into ketosis, then that amount of glucose gets drastically reduced, because ketones can provide up to 70% of your brain's fuel. So it means that if you become fully keto adapted after a few weeks, then you can cover almost like 100 grams of or let's say 70% of the brain's energy demands by ketones, and the remaining bit, which is maybe like 10 to 30 grams of glucose it may need per day, then that can also be covered by other processes, like the fat from your own adipose tissue and the fat from dietary intake that can be also converted into glucose through gluconeogenesis. So yeah, your brain definitely needs some glucose to function, but it can be covered in other ways other than just eating carbohydrates. And what I like about ketosis is that you become less dependent of those calories and of that glucose, because you will always have access to your own body fat. You will always have access to burning fat, and that's going to keep your brain satiated, and it's going to maintain these stable energy levels all day. So that's my willpower hack almost as well, of doing intermittent fasting and eating the ketogenic diet.
Damn, you're selling me on keto hard here, man. I've never done keto. I've done intermittent fasting. I won't get back on it. I've done that. I did it for like a year and a bit. Very good, especially not having to worry about food first thing in the morning, and just having a clear mind. I was drinking water and a little bit of lemon, and yeah, I enjoyed that.
That's definitely, you should try it. Yeah, like it keeps you sharp, and I also feel that you develop a different type of relationship with food. You don't have to worry about it. You don't actually crave anything either particularly. You simply feel satiated and nourished all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's talk about maybe some of your personal routines and these kinds of habits that you do every day to adopt or to maintain this kind of a mindset.
Oh yeah. One of the biggest things I do every day is I'm always consuming some sort of content that's related to self-improvement. It's not strictly self-improvement like self-help books, per se. Sometimes it's psychology, sometimes it's evolutionary psychology, history. Occasionally, fiction can be beneficial as well, but I'm always consuming some sort of new material. And it's not just for my line of work, because I'm a content creator, so I always have to be reading up on the latest studies and newest topics. But just for my life, just because I strongly believe that you only need a few good ideas to change your life. Like you only need a few good quotes from a book or something that just makes you click, and then all these different associations just join together, and you can completely change your life, whether that be your relationship with women or men, or whether that be your finances, your mindset of yourself. So I'm a devout student of personal growth, so I'm always looking at that. Meditation is one. I have not been doing that consistently lately, which has been bothering me. I need to get back on that. But when I did meditate consistently, that was definitely a big one. You just kind of get in a different like zone. Things just don't bother you as much.
Yeah.
I remember I was driving, and there was some guy who cut me off or something and went to the roundabout and like almost crashed into my car. And I was driving with the family, and everyone was like just flipping out, really angry, like really angry with this guy, really pissed off with this guy. I was like just so chill. I'm just like, yeah, he probably didn't mean it. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it was like near death experience, but I'm just like,
Yeah.
at least I'm still alive. Like it just makes you so like immune to those reactions that you normally would get.
Yeah, like that's a very good word. Like you become immune to these things. You become less reactive and more proactive. You become less reactive to the external environment and to your own emotions as well, because you can, and your own thoughts. You begin to learn how to disassociate yourself from your thoughts, and to actually see what causes them, to see what makes you, why do you feel in a particular way, and you can see that you're full of shit almost all the time.
We both full of shit.
Yeah, like meditation is definitely something I've been trying to sell to a lot of my subscribers. I made like so many videos on it. I've been trying to sell it to everyone ever since I started getting into it. The problem is it's hard to sell to people. It's hard to tell them to do it because it looks like it's a waste of time. Like you're sitting there like breathing or whatever, or focusing on something. When the outsider who doesn't understand what's going on watches you, they're like, that's a waste of time. And to make things worse, it takes a bit of time to actually start seeing results. It's not like you meditate once, you start seeing results. You have to be consistent, and it's not the funnest thing to do a lot of the times. It's can be very painful and strenuous for the brain. So those are huge barriers for a lot of people, but the people that stick with it, they see incredible benefits. It might be easily my top 3 habits. If I had to keep 3 habits, meditation is definitely the top 3 habits, because it can change your game. It change a lot of things up. So those are 2 things I do. I listen to podcasts a lot, but I guess that kind of ties in with the self-improvement audiobooks. To the gym most days of the week. I like doing strength training, like powerlifting type, big compound exercises. I like the idea of challenging my body to push heavier weights, because I feel like that's just as much of a mental game as everything else we've been talking about. When you go to a squat rack and there's 3 or 4 20s or big plates on the sides, and you're thinking, can I do that? Like, can I do that?
Yeah.
And you have to do it. It's one of the more primal things. I don't feel right when I skip a week or 2 without working out. I just don't feel right. And I've been doing it for about 6 years now. And the longest I've taken off was, I think, 2 weeks.
Have you heard of Corey Gregory's squat everyday program?
I've heard of the program. I haven't done the exact program, but I'm glad you mentioned that, because I'm currently squatting every day.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in the sense that it makes sense that if you want to get good at something, then you would have to be doing it every day. So what he prescribes is doing heavy back squats every day, and a lot of people have been seeing some great results from it. I did it for maybe a month, like a year ago, and I definitely saw massive gains in my legs and in back squat strength as well. So you get used to it. You get used to it once you program it correctly without overtaxing or overstimulating your nervous system. But it works.
Yeah, your body's very adaptive, and mental is very adaptive.
That's right. Yeah. But what are like some of the you mentioned these books and self-development podcasts? What are like your favorite books about mindset and this?
Oh, okay.
Or you said that you found these great nuggets that completely changed your life. You need to have only a few ideas to change your life completely. Like, what are some of the books that you would recommend to people
Okay.
to have these kinds of ideas?
Yeah. In terms of Stoicism, the classics are good, but usually I direct people to something that's a bit more modern so that they can kind of get a modern take on it and understand it before they move over to the classics. Because if I tell someone right now to go read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, chances are they'll get bored. They won't really understand what's going on. But if I tell them to read The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday, it kind of is an entry-level Stoicism book. So that's a good book for people to get into Stoicism. The Slight Edge is a really good book by Jeff Olson in terms of just understanding how all the small actions you make throughout your day are compounded over time and actually matter. Because a lot of times we think that, I'll do this and it won't matter. I'll do this one time. I'll eat the cupcake. But when you take these actions and you leverage them with time, they create some huge results. So that book is really good for that. I actually did a video on my channel lately. Shameless plug. I like the new Psycho-Cybernetics. I forgot who wrote that, but that's a really good book for the subconscious mind and self-image, which is very foundational, very fundamental. It's something else we could probably talk about for like 3 hours, but we'll skip that for today. What else do I like? In the hustle mindset, I like this book here, Relentless by Tim Grover. It's actually a book about basketball, about a coach who coached Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and D Wade, all these high-level elite basketball players. And it kind of gets you into the mind of a super athlete, super elite athlete. And the interesting thing about that is the mindsets that they have are kind of the same mindsets you need for any area in life where you want to get to the highest level. So that book is very good. And 50th Law, anything but Robert Greene.
Nice.
50th Law, 48 Laws of Power. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to pull out my bookshelf here. Yeah, those are the big books. At the top of my head right now, there's probably like a million more, but those are the ones that I'm thinking of right now.
Nice. Yeah, like the books you read and the ideas you consume, they're gonna reflect back at you in a sense of how your mind is going to become developed. So it's very important. You have to pay like very close attention to what ideas you get exposed to, and what books you read as well.
Yeah, I also have to tell people, this is a cautionary thing. When you're reading a book like The 48 Laws of Power or something like that, you're not going to internalize everything in the book the first time you read it. You might not even internalize 80% of it. You might just like read over it, just comes in, goes out. But what I've noticed is a lot of times you only need 5% of the book or 2%. You might just remember one line, but that's enough to change something in your life. Like you might remember one line and it ties in with another idea or some event that happens in your life, and that's enough. So it's important to kind of immerse yourself in these books, just kind of go through them. I'm not saying to just read them for the sake of reading them, but things that are fitting to your life circumstance. Try to get as much of that information, that as long as you can digest it in your life, because you never know when it's going to come back to you and you're going to need it and use it and be grateful that you read that book. It's going to always come back from the least likely book too.
That's true, yeah. And you can also find all of the book reviews on your YouTube channel as well, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got lots of those on there. I got lots of content up there.
Nice. So we're also starting to reach the end of the show, and I'm going to ask you one of my last questions, which would be, what advice or what habit would you wish that you had adopted earlier that improved your body and mind?
If I started meditating at 5 years old, Sim, I'll be king of the world right now. I just tell you, meditation number one, because that kind of improves everything else we've been talking about in this show. Improves your willpower, improves your ability to resist urges, just by understanding that you are not your mind, right? You're not your thoughts. You're something. I'm getting a bit esoteric here, a bit spiritual, but you're something else that's not exactly your thoughts. Sure, you experience your thoughts, they arise in consciousness, but you're not them because you're able to see them, you're able to perceive them. So once you can figure out what you are, or understand that there is a duality or a trinity, some happening up there in your mind or wherever, you start having the ability to make more insightful choices or make decisions from a different place. And that's very impactful.
That's true. Yeah, meditation is a meta skill.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like where can people learn more about you and your work?
The easiest place to go is the Realized Man YouTube channel. I've also got a blog. I don't post this frequently on there, and a Facebook group, but the YouTube channel is where I'm going to be posting most frequently.
Definitely. A ton of awesome videos on there on all of these topics we discussed and how to, you know, dominate your psychology.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but thanks, Isaac, for coming on the show. Really enjoyed talking with you, and I'll definitely looking forward to your future projects as well.
It's been an honor, man. I'm so happy that I've come on the show. We have to make it again happen sometime in the future, Sim.
Definitely.
All right, it's been great.
Definitely.
And thanks again, man. Stay empowered.
Yeah, stay empowered. I'll see you next time. Alright, that's it for this episode. Make sure you leave us a review on iTunes and other social media platforms. And other than that, subscribe, click the like notification bell as well, like always.
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. Everybody, we're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many, projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do, though, when you're dealing with difficult people is to, first of all, make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder. Not because a person has been involved in the project or, around the project, or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards, and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them. And so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it. And so now you come to change it and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years, I've been working here for so long, and now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, they have mortgage problems, I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration. And so you don't know who you're going to get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process, and they know when things change, people get let go, people's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues, and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah. Sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you're trying to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way. So you have to be skillful too to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just, give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because, for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples, if you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. That's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, you just have to up your elicitation skills. You have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, find out, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, did they win an award last year for being, head of the, football committee or something? Were they active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? What is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. Hey, we're going for lunch. Would you like to come? I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch. You're eating. You're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions, and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're gonna have to find a way to get it. You just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. This is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D, and then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them, and it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities. Now what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. You ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do, and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? It's just information overload. And typically these people are, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify. Stop them and clarify. And God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. You know, so again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. Because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because, people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it, and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm, and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this, again, is very typical with clients. When the client is a stakeholder where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline, and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1. I want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, we're not going to be able to work magic here. This is not a magician show. But so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can't move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest. Then, so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. And always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company, or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting the need and meeting at least the MVP that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs, and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team. So you have to work with whatever parameters are available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom, and he says, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says, no, go to John. John says, no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. That is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask them a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. And this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like, so they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care. And they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So, you will get attitude like that, and sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. I would, just reschedule the session or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and, kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world. Right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need. But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem, and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult they're just going to give up and be like, I don't even want to deal with them. I don't. But, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, you have to put on the smile and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, karylise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Karylise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World Business Analysis and IT. So thank you again for watching this video. And I will see you next time. Take care.